man on the
Yeah.
Cool.
Famous, yeah. I'd like to call this meeting to order, please. Thank you. It's 1 o'clock. Are there any disclosure of pecuniary interest?
No.
There being none. Moving on to item 3, adoption of the minutes.
Move to adopt.
Okay, we have one mover. Are there any questions on that item? Okay.
No.
All in favor? Motion passes. On to 3.2, the closed session minutes of the October 15th meeting. Are there any questions? Moved by Mayor Collier. All in favor? Thank you. Now the consent agenda, I think everyone knows that almost everything was pulled, but 7 and 12, I believe, were not pulled. So if we could get a mover from Marilyn Crawford, Regional Councillor Crawford. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. So on to the consent agenda. 4.1 was pulled by various people, but first by Regional Councillor Lee. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Through the chair. In regards to the newsletter option, I believe the initial plan right now is to distribute the possible ward newsletters through Metroland. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, through the most economical means,
Right.
and that was the most economical quote we got back so far.
Just my only concern with Metroland is that ultimately, I can speak for all the houses in my specific neighborhood. No one reads Metroland. It goes straight, literally pre-bundled into the recycling. And so I was, the purpose of this newsletter is to ensure that residents can connect with their counselors in non-digital ways. I was wondering if we were to go another way that guaranteed every door, every mailbox were to get that letter, what would that economical cost be?
Sure. So through the chair, there's 38,795 residents in Ajax. Metroland delivers to 28,885 of those. So if we were to do every single house, for one edition, for just delivery, not including printing, would be $6,362.38. So grand total for the year, $12,724.76. So significantly higher than Metroland. Even if you were to replace the 10,000 extra homes, it's still higher. So it is quite a large cost.
Yeah. So what about Ajax Today? That is sent to mailboxes, is it not?
So Ajax Today is, we put an RFP out every single year, and this year it's Metroland. So it's going to the 28,885 homes.
But last year, for example, was done through, I received it in my mailbox, did I not? No. So it's always done very in a similar way, right? Well, as a matter of condensing costs then, is there not an opportunity to merge the two ideas? We already have, I think it's like a one-page spread in Ajax Today to get us to do 150 characters from each one of us. Why don't we remove that page, give the ward councillors the top half of the front page, and just condense both into one giant newsletter? Wouldn't that be more economical? It'll get us more distribution in theory, and just be a better solution overall.
Through the chair, it's important to keep Ajax Today as a corporate piece and material piece, and the section that you're referring to in Ajax Today isn't necessarily guaranteed all the time. It's basically if it fits what's happening at the time, we can print a message, but it is not intended for council use at all. So we would have to go back and reconsider that, and it's important that the messaging that is supported is from a corporate voice in that piece. So I would suggest that if there is any politicking at all in terms of political messages that are directed to constituents, it be a separate piece and a noted piece if that's what it is.
But I would argue through the chair that it's right now could be used, like, you know, our messages are in 150 characters. I have pretty free range to say what I want to say. We keep it pretty generic for the most part. I don't see the ward newsletters being like, I don't mind putting restrictions on what we can say and to ensure that it's a more corporately directed message. But if cost is a concern, I want to make sure we're hitting as many doors as possible. I mean, that's the point of this newsletter, is to remind our constituents who we are and what we can do. And I just think it's a good opportunity to condense costs by merging the two.
Okay.
Louis, Mr. Chair, staff will take direction from council if council so deems it necessary to change the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Regional Councillor Crawford?
Is it on this, or are you done?
We're still on 4.1.
No, but I
You-
pulled it.
Yeah, you
right?
pulled it as well, and so did Mayor Collins.
So did I.
And so did you, okay?
So you're done?
Yes.
So it's my turn, okay.
Yes.
So just to, Councillor Lee, I'm just curious, how often do you have to chase us for 150 words?
Oh, through the chair.
Because I know you have to chase me
150 times.
150 times.
Yes, it is a lot of chasing.
Yeah,
If
so
nothing else.
I'm just, I guess my only concern about putting it all in that one envelope is that you would spend most of your time either drafting it for us or chasing it for us if we have more than those words that are needed. The other thing too is, I'm not against the communication piece at all. I think that we do need to kind of figure out what works for us. My only concern about the mailbox is that I know I only go to the mailbox probably maybe once a week. And I spend up most of that time, if it's not directly sent to my name, it's in the recycling. So my fear is that by doing the individual homes, that we're not actually gonna be achieving what we want either. Because it's not really a guarantee that somebody's gonna open it up and read for all of the effort that we put into it. That would be my concern about using the mail. The other thing the other thing I think is kind of obvious. We've been trying to reduce the use of plastics and recycling and all that kind of stuff. So I kind of don't know how that fits into what we're trying to accomplish here. But have we looked at e-letters? Have we looked at something that like literally lands in somebody's email? Again, doesn't guarantee that anyone's gonna open it up and look at it, but like an e-letter at least is directly to that person. They don't have to walk anywhere to actually find it. And as people get used to it, I know I've had constituents ask when I'm gonna start one, and mercy, I have tried over and over again. You think I can figure it out at all? But I would rather do E myself, but that's just my own.
Through the chair, we will be doing it electronically as well, so through constant contact in the
Oh.
word list, and as well posting it on hx.ca under mayor and council.
Okay, wait a minute. We're gonna do an e-newsletter?
It will be your newsletter, but just going out electronically and in print.
I didn't read that part. Okay, all right. Okay, so it's still me, right? Okay,
Okay.
so back to the ward meetings. So I don't wanna do 3 a year. I wanna do what I do now, which is 8. And that's fine, if you can only come to 3 or you can only support 3 or whatever, but I wanna have the ability to still do what I'm doing, because until I view, or Rob and I view, that they're no longer successful, we're still having good success with what we're doing. So, are we able to, like, we still need support in the advertising and the in-office kind of stuff. But as far as, when I started this 8 years ago, I was doing it myself, taking questions down, sending them questions to staff myself. So, if we're wanting to go back to that, we can manage to do that, but I agree that we should be doing them together, but I don't wanna go 3 a year.
Through the chair. So with that, you're more than welcome to that. That's no problem at all. You can do that if you'd like. It would be coming out of your
Yep.
budget for any additional, just how it is
100%.
now. The whole point of why we were trying to do this was just so that, first of all, we're not getting overlap on quite a few. So for example, this month, we had Ward 2 last week, then we have 2 at the end of November, Ward 1 and Ward 3, 1 day apart, plus the live with the mayor. So we're looking to kind of spread them out a little bit more for not just myself, but other staff members as well, and external guests. And then just so that we're not on top of each other. And then this way also, if we're giving out a preset rotation schedule, residents will know much farther in advance when to expect to have the board meeting, and it will really keep you guys at like a good distance from each other.
I personally am very excited that you have this problem, because for really 8 years, there would be maybe 1 in Ward 3 a year, 1 in Ward 2, and that was usually like Sean. So I think this is a very exciting problem to have, that we actually want to meet with our residents. And I think that, for me, that's all I have. That is me promoting me and Rob, right? We are promoting ourselves, and I think that's a great problem to have. And so for me, I think we should be trying to figure out how to work that, and if this is how it works for you, that's great, but as long as I'm not minimized to doing what we wanna do together, then I'm okay with that, and, you know, I think from a Ward 1 point of view, that's what they're used to. And for us to go down would be, I don't think they would like that very much, personally.
Through the chair, the policies that are before you are just policies that we're recommending. I think that as long as there's no conflict of interest and nothing that prohibits you from a legislative perspective through Nicole, I would suggest that you have reviewed these policies at this point, so you can make any recommendations that you wish, and that as long as it doesn't impact our capacity or any legislative requirements, I would suggest that you just move forward with kind of your recommendations that you would like to see.
So can I make that recommendation, that if any ward counselors want to do additional above what you're asking? Is it in there?
Yes,
Does it actually
it
say
is.
that?
Three.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. So I'm just ranting and raving
Yeah,
over
so
here.
the
for nothing.
policy allows you to do that.
Okay,
It's
okay,
just
my
the
bad.
capacity piece.
I did read it, but I got stuck on the 3 here. Yeah, okay. So, okay, thank you, then I'll stop talking.
You're
I'm
good?
done talking now.
Thank you, Regional Council. Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. To you, to Debbie and Christie. I want to speak to this as well, but I'm going to go through it so I don't lose my place on the line. So start with paragraph 1, notable changes, where you talk about item B, recommended budget increase of 1,000 for both regional and local councillors. And the regional councillors have a $10,000 budget at the region, which is more than adequate in my experience. In the 8 years I've been on regional council, I've never once come close to spending even close to my 10 million, or 10 million, wow. My $10,000 cap.
We are getting ripped.
So, I'm thinking about the capital coming. So, I do agree with the local councils, because I do find it's quite restrictive, especially if you want to go to AMO
Yeah.
or the CISO conference. You go to one conference and a couple of board or trade events and you're done your budget. So I do agree with the increase for the local councils, but I don't think that we do need to have the budget increase for the regional councils, just because they are well taken care of at the region. And the nice thing about that also is it doesn't show up on your town list of expenses when it's published each year, because it's on the regional ones. So I would probably be looking to have that just as the local councillors. Mike, do you have a comment on that, or is that?
You can make that recommendation.
Okay, I just think it becomes a bit over, it's not necessary. Again, I think we'll be criticized for this anyway, so I'm just looking at ways to keep it, to satisfy the needs that we have, but not, make it seem like such a big number that people are gonna get upset over it, especially since I know that I don't think we're gonna spend it. To the budget increase on 2A, budget increase of $500 for both regional and local councillors to increase outreach and visible opportunities. And I thought, well, first of all, what do you mean by increased outreach and visible opportunities?
So through the chair, there's been lots of requests from councillors about doing additional events and hosting other opportunities that are within their ward, or even, I understand council's talking about a skating party as well. So those are those opportunities that this presents. And I know, like in that example, it's a great example where you're all working together on that from a budget perspective, so that's great. But there may be opportunities, as Councillor Crawford alluded to, where she would like to continue doing things that are specific to her ward. And as she mentioned, she wants to do meetings that are outside of the 3 that we've established. So this just allows a little bit more opportunity to provide that. It's not necessarily about town support. This is about councillors having that available funds to
Okay.
coordinate events in their wards.
Fair enough, and I absolutely support, we all want to do different things, and I
Yes.
absolutely support that. Local ward meetings have always worked well for Councillor Crawford and I, but I mean, other people, whatever works well in your area is fine by me, so okay, that's great. What about the digital media coordinator? Because to me, that's a significant value add for all of council should they choose to take us up on that.
Through the chair.
But there is a cost to that. So by having that asset available to council, that's not directly adding to the budget, but it is a significant value add in our day-to-day.
Through the chair, that was the intention of the position, that councillors could be able to utilize that position where required. And that position, just not unlike other positions that we have, would be able to flex time, would be able to, if there was a specific event that the position needed to attend to, they could start later in the day. I mean, but yes, you're right, that takes away from the corporate capacity that we require from the position as well, day to day.
Well, there's a value to that
There is a
staff
value,
person's
yeah, but
time.
there's-
So raising budget by $1,000 and $500 for these two things, then also adding that staff component as well is an additional increase, really,
Through the chair,
indirectly.
yeah, through the chair, there's lots of positions within the organization that provide support to council that is not necessarily provided to a number towards. This position is no different than any other ones.
Okay, I want to go to item B. New option for council member to purchase an event ticket for a guest. Is this a thing? This is the first I've ever heard of this being an issue.
Through the chair, it's come to my attention on quite a numerous occasions where I have been asked by many councillors if they're able to bring a guest to certain events, and right now, a lot of times you're paying out of pocket for that. So it is something that has been brought to my attention on multiple occasions, for example, just this morning.
Well, generally, if I go to something, I pay for my asbestos ticket.
Right. So this would allow you to.
But define guests for me, because this is, tax dollars. And I certainly don't wanna be spending tax dollars to buy tickets to bring somebody for, and I'm not saying people would, but could use it for political means, could use it for any means. It's never been an issue in my time. I just wonder, can you give me an example of why somebody would need to bring a guest to an event?
Through the chair, it is a best practice in other and elsewhere, and we've done research and evaluated that, and it has become it's become something that councillors everywhere are asking for, and it's supported. Again, this is something we've recommended and we've put through through the policies as well as the report. If it's not something council wishes to move forward with, we'll take the recommendation.
They would still be capped as at the budget limit though. Right, if your budget is $1,500 and you wanna buy 2 tickets for an event to bring a guest, that still comes out of your budget.
It does.
Just to the next, create more, item C, new section which allows members to use their budget to create more promotional marketing materials, advertisement, hold events not provided. Can you speak a little bit to that as far as like what? I mean, we've got our Ajax Today, you're talking later on about a council newsletter, we've got our digital media person, we've all got social media accounts, there's talk in here of a website. What other promotional marketing materials / advertisements would a councillor need?
Sorry, Mayor, what page are you on?
I'm on 2C, page 11, 2C.
Through the chair, this section C is directed to various items, including town clothing. So anything that has like a logo on it, any items that you may want to purchase that you'd like to hand out in your ward. So this is about the production of promotional pieces, like whether you want to print flyers and have them up in your ward. So the extra items that you would want to personalize and have done for your specific ward.
Okay, my concern is we're all very visible, we're all at everything. It's all documented on social media, I'm having a real hard time thinking of something else that we need to, like, I don't think we really need fridge magnets, for instance. I don't think we really need, I don't know, buttons, or, that to me crosses a line into almost politicking, which is not what the intent is of this budget. And I want to be very careful of that line, because we're doing self-promotion just in doing our jobs every day. We're seen in public. I've never known, and this is my 5th term on council, I've never known a council group to be as well known as this group. Except for, well, the last one, we all been around for 20 years. But everybody's doing a great job at just, through effect, doing their job at promoting themselves. So, I guess my personal opinion is I don't see that as the need for more materials, advertisements.
Through the chair, those are items that we are suggesting, as requested by councillors, to look at the communication opportunities that could be available to council. If this is an area that you do not want to have included in any of the policies, you can direct staff to do that.
Just the ward meetings policy, I agree with Councillor Crawford, and I didn't read it this way, so there's nothing that this is going to do to limit anybody from doing whatever they want as far as number of meetings, and that's good, so councillors are free to do whatever they want. That's good. To the newsletter, ward constituent newsletter, and Councillor Lee talked a little bit about it. Just to confirm, are we reducing the number of Ajax today that's gonna be done? Or is
The
it?
chair, no.
Okay, so that's gonna stay the same. What about the community page in the paper?
Through the chair, that publication currently is every week. And there are no plans to stop that publication at this point.
Okay. I think everybody would probably agree that digital, print media is kind of going the way of, big box stores. It's just not the way we're moving forward. Everything's going to digital. We talk a lot about, reduce, reuse, recycle. We're going through all electronic agendas. This kind of, to me, goes against that. Not even talking about the cost. The $11,700 a year is significant, but I agree with one of the things Councillor Lee said about the paper just going in the garbage. And a lot of people don't even read the local paper. It goes right in the blue bin. So if this is in that paper, that's also going to go in the blue bin. And the same with things that get delivered to the door. I mean, we all know about campaign literature. You can hear it hitting the blue bin when you're not even down the steps yet. People are so overwhelmed with just stuff being delivered to their house, unsolicited paperwork. They don't even, in my experience, read it.
Through the chair, I just want to make one clarification that yes, we do use Metroland, but the pieces that we distribute are distributed on top of the newspaper. They're not inserted with the typical flyers that are associated with the paper. So that is a distinction. I know it's still part of the paper and it's still part of that delivery, no doubt. One other point I'd like to clarify with that is that we have seen through our research and our opinion surveys that we conducted that people are receiving the Ajax today and are reading the Ajax today. The community page is a little bit different, whether they go through the paper itself, but people are receiving Ajax today and it is pulling very high, and you will see that when you receive the satisfaction survey update to council. So that's another justification for that. Thank you.
Okay. You spoke quickly to the 150 words in the Ajax today for each councillor. And you said that's not guaranteed. What? I thought it was. Can you explain that?
I guess through the chair, it all depends on the topic of the time, and if it fits with what we're talking about. So I mean, we've gone through one term, and the first goal that we included was about what you'd like to see accomplished through the 4-year term. So I mean, it made sense for us to introduce council, for you to talk about what those priorities were. That all fit with what we're doing. But there could be, specifically in that centerfold, there could be something that we really want to focus on at that particular time that's going to require that, what I call real estate. So that centerfold, whether it's the front page or that centerfold, it's real estate for us as an organization to get our corporate messaging out to fulfill the items identified within the strategic plan. So most times, even when we are speaking to that 150 characters, it's typically associated with a corporate priority that we'd like to advance and get your thoughts on. So it's very strategic from our perspective to use your voice in the paper or in the corporate Ajax today at that particular time. It's not guaranteed that that's going to happen at the 2 times that we do it a year.
But if there was, I mean, everybody has the opportunity at their community meetings or those events, if there was something that was important to a specific ward, to tell people about it. I mean, I don't think you have to print it. You can tell people about it, you can talk about it, I'll use the medallion, for instance, at the Ward 2. I know it came up quite a bit, and I mean, that's an opportunity to have that discussion, and I think those discussions are much more, well, for the people that show up, beneficial to have rather than a piece of paper delivered to the door, but
3 times a year.
3 times a year. To the Ajax today, though, I mean, I think that is a good way if somebody felt strongly that something happened in their ward to get it out. It would make sense to me. That, I think, is worthwhile. Printing a newsletter and distributing it separately, I don't see as being very effective. Electronic, yes, and I do have an issue with, I know the town wants to own the data, the mailing list, we'll call it, of emails that are generated from the community meetings, but honestly, when it comes to town business, I would agree not giving those up for election purposes, but when it comes to town business, an e-newsletter can be distributed to those thousands and thousands of names very effectively and efficiently without this added cost and probably with better results. So that would be the way I would suggest this go.
So through the chair, I'm just trying to understand. So you'd like to use Ajax today still?
I think council should be allowed to use that 150 words for what they feel is important.
What they feel is important, not necessarily what the corporation feels is important. I just wanna like make sure that like, I mean, that is a corporate piece, and to have any reference to any specific pieces that are agenda focused from a corporation, there is an issue with that. So we need to make sure that is not reflected in this policy.
I get it.
So we'd have to go back and to look at that to make sure that what that wording looks like, so that we're satisfied. Right now, when you provide those 150 words, I know that Devon provides a lot of support to you through that, and then it comes to us, and we vet it, and we review it, and we approve it. And I mean, we've gone through this process with you once, right? Because we've only done one Ajax today with 150 words for the majority of this council. Previous council, when we've done it, we've had to make significant changes to them. So the councillor has to be open to that in order for that to be that one.
But respectfully, they're probably, what the town feels is an important initiative and what the local council feels are probably gonna be the same.
Hopefully, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
so I don't think it's gonna be that big of an issue.
So that's Ajax today, so you'd like that to be a standard piece in the Ajax today. And then on the ward newsletter, you're saying yay or no to that, or
Well,
are you?
if there's something that is, I mean, I see this as being pretty labor intensive for staff.
So-
And as Marilyn suggested, I mean, sometimes it's not easy to sit down and put your piece together and get it out there. And sometimes there's just not, something specific to your ward that's not specific to the town, right? So sometimes, what are you gonna put out there? So, what?
No, I'm just smiling.
So, I mean, if there is something that needs to be put out, I don't have an issue if somebody wants to put together and have it distributed through the network electronically. And I don't think that's a lot of work to do.
Through the chair, not at all. We have those we have the email addresses, and for sure, we use them to promote the ward meetings. The lists are there, and they can grow. Like you can collect email addresses even when you're not hosting a ward event, and we would put it into those lists. My issue is around capacity.
Mhm.
So when we talk about a policy that's centered around the newsletter, it's 2 times a year, this is what it looks like, there's some definition to it, we're all part of that process. Coming up to us ad hocly and saying, can you put this out, can you do that, can you put that out through this email list that we have, and no, you don't need to proof it, like I just want it to go out as is, there becomes some issues associated with that. So
Okay.
when we talk about that, we just need a process that's attached to that, because it cannot be ad hoc, like we don't have the capacity for that to respond to that. So whatever that looks like, we would need a recommendation that would support and take into consideration the capacity that would require 7 people coming to staff and requesting newsletters, or any information or any material being sent through those lists at any point in time.
Fair enough. We just spent $150,000 redoing our website, and there's capacity on the website under each of the council pages to have information, right? So that would not be a difficult task to have things posted there, to have, specific issues, things that people have brought forward. Would that be a problem?
Through the chair, that's identified in the policy.
Right.
Um,
So that's, to me, an area where a lot of this stuff could happen as well.
Yes. Through the chair, yes, there is a section about utilizing our website and what staff, and it's built out. So here's an example of where we've built out framework associated with that, right? Where we'll post, videos twice a year for you. We'll post any constituent updates that you provide, any note motions or reports that you do. We can post that and house that there at no, it's not a huge capacity issue for us to post that material there. But there's a framework, so that's the type of framework we would like to see with the utilization of any email listings.
I know I read it. Where is that, Christy, as far as the website?
I don't know what page it's in the report, but it's in your council communication tools and support policy.
That's where I probably saw it, in the actual policy that's attached to the report. I do have a couple of amendments that I'll bring forward after everybody's spoken. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I appreciate the work that went into it. I'm glad that you mentioned that any newsletter in print would not be placed within the bundle, that it would be at the top, because that was a concern of mine, because Councillor Lee is right, it all goes in the ribbon. We might flip quickly. I noticed that just recently at home I received a standalone from Town of Ajax Rec about the promotion for free membership for a few months. So that one was not placed in a bundle, that was sort of on its own, so I read it, I saw it. So if we have something similar in a print, I would be happy with that. Because I do agree e-newsletter is the way of delivery, but there are many residents in our Ward 3 that don't use the internet. They want the paper, they tell me that they read about what I did because they read the paper. So I think some version of a printed newsletter would go well in Ward 3. That's just my comment on that. And then I just had 2 questions. Page 22, and it was about the 6-week requirement to give to the administrative assistant for council 6 weeks in advance for the agenda. I just want to confirm that there's flexibility there for any hot issues that might come up between the 6-week mark and the meeting, so that we can make different arrangements if needed.
So through the chair, yes, there's definitely flexibility in that. If something comes up 1 week before the meeting and it's a big topic, for sure, no problem, we can add that. It's general guidelines so that residents are able to understand what the expectations of the meetings are, which is a problem that we have been having, is managing resident expectations. And then also to give just some framework to our advertising for the meeting.
Okay, thank you, that's good to know. And then on page 24, just a comment about the mobile signs. So I noticed that each of the wards have multiple areas, and Ward 3 just has the one. So I know we have more than one mobile sign. So I would like to have more than one spot to put a sign for Ward 3 meetings.
Through the chair, we can definitely look into one more location.
Okay.
It's no problem.
Thank you. That's all my comments, thank you.
Second time around for.
Through the chair, just want to clarify
Oh,
that
sorry.
the second location at this point would be at a cost to the ward councillors. It's not, it would be a cost to the town, because there isn't a dedicated sign in your area. These are the locations that have been identified.
Sorry.
So these are town mobile signs, we own them,
Yeah.
and they're placed in these locations based on traffic and where we can utilize them and where we can put them based on land owned by the town versus land by the region. So they're in strategic areas, and so we can't just place a sign in your ward unless it's paid by the councillor. We don't move our corporate signs around, they're not mobile, they're in the same location at all times. And that's for, like I said, it's for because we've identified the traffic patterns,
Right.
and those are the key areas. On top of that, the process that we have internally for going and changing lettering, it's always in the standard same place, and councillor and staff will know where they are, and they're changed. So at this time, there's only one located in your ward, and if you wanted a second one, that would be at a cost to the councillors.
So when you put the advertisements for wards 1 and 2, are they put at all these locations?
You're allowed to have up to 2, so you could pick another location that's on here.
Okay.
So,
We could have 2 spots,
yes,
and one of them we would have to pay for.
yeah.
Sorry, through the chair, to clarify just a little bit, because I think I know which signs you're talking about. For example, when we were doing like a public open house for like Dryer Road, we
Yeah.
had put some along Dryer,
Yeah.
kind of thing, right? So we could do that, but at an added cost. We do have a sign vendor called Hippo, which we do use, and we can place those depending on where you think it would be good for traffic and volume. And then if need be, if you really wanted to, we could use one of the other signs in a different ward, technically. Would you want to do that? That's up to you.
Right.
Yes.
So let's say Highway 2 in Salem, that's identified as Ward 2.
Yeah,
But
you could put a sign.
You could squeeze that in
Yes.
for Ward 3.
Yes.
I just think.
Because it's right on your path.
Like, one sign's not enough.
It's about traffic, and
Yes.
if I were you, I would want to have it at a key intersection like that, plus in your ward.
But I don't wanna pay the extra cost.
You do not want to pay, so
Yeah.
you would want to fit
Perfect.
within these locations.
Thank you very much.
No further questions?
Not for me. thank you.
Regional Councillor Dice?
Thank you. And I agree with Councillor Bauer that, electronic is absolutely part of the communication strategy, but with the highest percentage of seniors in our ward. And also, there's families that, just can't afford to keep up with technology today. So we've left out a certain segment of the population that we want to communicate with. So, and there's a way, we'll find a way to do it, but it might be in that print as well, maybe dropping it off at the community center, the library, that kind of thing is another way we can get it out there. But it is really important, and I heard that as well, to keep them well informed, these people, etc. And to go back to the corporate newsletter, I find this a really interesting discussion because the corporate newsletter happened very early on when I was on council because it became political. The newsletters that we each sent out was not necessarily the corporate messaging. And so our support for that, financial support for our newsletters was taken away collectively and put into Ajax Today, the corporate newsletter. We gave up our newsletters for that. So it's interesting that now and you look at it as just a corporate newsletter. And we understand that, the messaging is important. And we're part of the town, we support the town. The town's also part of us too. It's important that when that corporate newsletter goes out, that it does identify who the representatives are for residents in the town. Because they need to know who to call. It's not about campaigning, it's about providing information to people, and good information about what's happening in their area. So I think it's really important that you know that little bit of history. So you're giving us back the newsletter now, and there's an added cost to that, and I understand that, and how we do it is going to be, sounds like it's gonna be a little different for everybody, but I thought that you should know that we gave up our expenses for our newsletters to ensure that, it was done properly. Because there were some issues back then, political issues. So I just wanna make that point, and I wanna go back to page 11 where, we talk about, expenses, recommended budget increase of 1,000. And I just wanted to clarify, please, what you mean by excludes mayor. Why
Excludes
that's,
me.
why, so, I know what it means, I know it excludes you, but what does that mean?
And a
Through
separate
the
budget.
chair, it would only be an increase for regional local councillors, the mayor's budget would not be increased at all.
So if I may suggest that you word that appropriately to say that, so no increase for the mayor at this time, whatever, because people are going to, the title is council's expenses, and people are gonna look at this and go, well, why is the mayor excluded? So I don't really think that the wording is transparent enough. With the
It is in the
event
actual
tickets
policy.
too, again, I've never seen that as an issue, it comes out your budget. You don't have the money in the budget for, a ticket, and it's traditionally always been a spouse. But sometimes there are members of, committees or not-for-profit organizations that we work closely with that we'd like to be able to take to a specific event that they would be interested in.
Good point.
But I take it that, again, it's a budget item and you can't exceed your budget. Okay. And I think that was about it. You've answered most of my questions. Again, want to ensure there's flexibility in the meetings. With the six-week agenda issue, because, you know, a month is a lifetime, politics, a week is sometimes, things change all the time, so I understand there has to be an agenda, I just think that's a bit, 6 weeks is a lot, and leave time. So I wondered if that was tied to our corporate policies as well, because I know agendas for council meetings, GGC, just come out a week ahead.
Right. Through the chair, the whole point of that was just because we do start advertising so far in advance for the board meetings. And we do have to have everything created by David, the graphic designer, quite far in advance. So for example, for the most recent board meeting, I had sent that to David probably 7 weeks in advance to start creating, so it just helps with that, with the advertising.
And if we want to change the standard template for advertising, is that okay too?
Through the chair, it's okay, it's just that it's a capacity issue. So 7 of you got now and want to change the template to go out. And so now we're like, we've got 7 templates and what counselor wants what template and how do we get it out? Now, in terms of information that's in the template, of course, whatever information that you would like, but it's better for us to have formatted information, formatted templates that everyone is comfortable with, that we utilize in order to send your messages out. It's a capacity thing. And then, I mean, this council's great. They team up and they host these board meetings together, but realistically, you don't have to. So then that's an added capacity if that was to happen, an added confusion, right? So it's all about helping Devin and thinking about her in terms of her availability to support all 6 of you on a daily basis and what that looks like and how we coordinate that.
I respect that, I know it's a challenge for staff, but I also think we have some, you know, some personal ways that we would like to see some things changed. The traditional mugshot might not be that way. So we're just looking at.
through the chair, we're not talking text or images, like that can be up for discussion. I think it's just the overall layout and that's set, and then we plug in certain information.
Okay.
There's a picture we plug in, if you wanna use a team photo that time, that's great. That's all that the template is saying, that there's a photo area.
And just a comment on the increase for regional council, and I agree with the mayor, and I don't really think that's necessary. I think we're pretty well covered. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Regional Councilor Lee.
I belabor this point only because I've been bringing up this newsletter since we first started a year ago, and it is important. So I'll kind of go over some questions. How long have our lists, our email lists been cultivated? A decade, 5 years, 6 years? Ballpark.
Through the chair, I would say we're on about 5 years, so it was last utilized. It was formalized in the last term because it was important from a privacy perspective and an FYI perspective, and as well as using constant contact, the constant contact framework where people can unsubscribe if they don't want the notification.
And how many total email addresses do we have subscribed to this list? Between all 3 boards?
Between all 3, a couple of thousand.
Right, but we have a population of 120,000 plus, correct? I think our kids, whatnot. But our social media, Facebook, I think has 9,000. I think our Twitter has about the same. And there's probably some bleed over and people who don't actually live in Ajax. My point being, our best case scenario is we're covering 20% max of our town. So that's why we need a newsletter. I'm not saying we, electronically, of course, I want to go electronic only. That'd be the goal. But we're not at the point where people are actively following us and trying to get information from us. And so that's why I think through Ajax Today, if given my own 300 words, 500 words, I can properly communicate to my constituents in a formatted way. And that's the only point I'm making, right? And I don't think it should be buried inside, I think it should be the front page. And then after that, they can keep reading about Ajax and have a very cultured, a very cultivated message. So that's my 2 cents about that. A follow-up on our board policy meeting. Sorry, actually, to Councilor Dye's point of format, and I understand bandwidth, but if we pay a graphic designer to do our own poster, that'd be okay then, right?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay.
That's your budget.
Yeah, it's our budget. Finally, our board policy meeting, you know, we keep talking about our tech overhaul, and that's gonna happen, but what if we were to record our own board meetings and distribute them ourselves? Because that's something I'm hearing resoundingly across the board is, I wish your meetings were recorded like the mayor's are. And I understand the mayor has a wider message, so gets extra resources, but what if I were to have my own rig and to record my own thing and house it myself? That'd be okay, right?
Through the chair, that is correct, but that is support that we can also provide. So Devin could provide support. We have that availability and that technology to support that. So those are all options that are available.
Because that's the first time we're hearing that.
Yeah,
Because we
that's
were
the
always
first
told-
time I heard that.
Through the chair,
This
you-
meeting's
there's
being
a-
televised right now.
No, by
No,
our
we're
board,
not talking
our board
about
meetings.
that.
So that could be streamed through Facebook or whatever item that you would like to use.
Who was told that was
Now,
not available to us?
Correct.
we wouldn't, so we would use, Facebook as an option in order to stream, and that's perfectly fine. What we would not do is hire a company that we
Sure.
would typically hire in order to do a live web stream of an event. So those are two different pieces,
Mhm.
but of course, that capacity, yeah, it's town resources, so it's
Okay.
fine.
That's
Yeah.
good to know.
Yes.
My last point regarding the mayor is just, he mentioned the social media coordinator as a tool for us to use, and I agree, but until there are a format of rules and regulations in place, I've spoken to council and I'm very uncomfortable just handing over the keys to my life to someone who's not vetted or whatever. Like, I would love for our comms team to have some sort of rules of engagement for our social media coordinator to use. And, to the previous point as well, if they only work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, then realistically that also impacts our ability to use our social media coordinator as well. Because a lot of our events are on weekends or evenings, and,
Nowhere to be found.
and I understand, like, work-life balance, I understand that. But again, the role as it was communicated to us was there's a bit different execution than what we had expected.
Through the chair, can you just elaborate on what you thought you were expecting?
We thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I would be able to send photos to the social media person to be like, please post this on my social media contacts, with a message on it after an event or during an event, right? But I'm told, having met with them, that they only generally work 9 to 5. And so that's actually doesn't help us at all.
Through the chair, if you've met with them, then you'd have to go by what, you met with them on, but I would suggest that there is always flexibility in terms of the corporate assets. So 9 to 5 generally is the rule. If there is an event where all 6 of you are going to be there and it's an important, seven of you, and it's an important event and it's worthwhile that we have that person go and engage and take photos and post that information not only to our town website, but to councilors' websites or social media feeds, we can do that, that's all acceptable. I think in the description that you provided, we would need to be able to have access to your account within parameters in order to do what you're saying.
Right.
I do that, and if it's not in a timely manner, like it doesn't have to be posted that night, as an example, you were out until 9 o'clock, you send photos, that can be posted first thing in the morning.
Sure.
Right, so there are a lot of opportunities in order to utilize that position. If it was a timely, if it was information that was timely and was required to be posted that night, we can make arrangements not only with the social media coordinator, but the other staff that are within the office, including Devin. A lot of us have that technology in order to do so, if it was timely, and we would make those arrangements beforehand to support counselors. So
then I
none of
guess-
that stuff is off the table, and so.
Then the only thing I would ask then is just a formalized policy that protects our privacy as well, because again, the keys to the kingdom for each and one of us is a very powerful tool that can be used against us in the worst case scenario, right? So that's why I would ask for some sort of written policy that outlines provisions of what they can and can't do and whatnot.
Through the chair, yes, I agree that there should be some policies around that and a framework, and that if you recommend that today, that is something that we can go back and do and make sure that we have a policy for that information and work with LIS on what that would look like in order to support that. Again, our ability to support you and profile depends on us working together.
Of course.
Right? So we will need you to have be talking to us and communicating with us and talking about the resources that we have available to you and how we can support you, and talk about information that needs to be posted in a timely manner versus, you know, in a subsequent day when staff are in the office to support that.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you.
Regional Council Crawford.
Yeah, I agree, 40% of our work is at night. I mean, that should have been built into the job description. I mean, we can't help it that that's where we do our work, is in the evenings, like, that's what it is, right? Anyway, okay, so I just wanna go back, not to belabor the point, on the board meeting. There's a section that was highlighted about ward meeting. It says targeted group, issue-based meetings, and ward activity. That did not speak to me as additional ward meetings. That spoke to me as open houses that planning might be having, targeted issue-based meetings that we are having separately to individual groups. So I just wanna make sure that it is understood, I did not read that as being additional ward meetings. That is actually part of our job, targeted groups, issue-based meetings, and ward activities. That is what we do. So,
Through the chair, we're just,
okay,
board
so,
meetings,
ward meetings, number one,
policies.
yeah.
Yeah.
Where it says determine a preset schedule, where it says this should not preclude counselors from their own ward functions. If that didn't speak to me that I could do more ward meetings if I want to. If there's another area in this policy where that speaks to it, but that's
That's what it
where.
is.
That's the intent.
Okay,
The chair,
well,
that's the intent.
okay, so
And
that
we're
intent did not speak to me
Okay,
as
and
that
we're
intent.
providing examples as to what that would look like. It's just not about the board meetings,
Okay.
it's about events. It's like, it's about that time that you attended the event where you just spoke to folks from the condominium, right? You did that on your own, you went out there and you participated in your own one-on-one that was very issues-based, right? It was about church, it was about the Durham Live event, right? So that's the example that we provided in here.
Okay, I'm just saying that didn't speak to me, but anyway, as far as the newsletter goes, I don't disagree that we have a demographic in our neighborhood, in all of our neighborhoods, that are not connected social media wise, for whatever reason, don't have email or whatever. So I think, you know what, like, I'm okay if we wanna try this out, but I really think that we need to focus on the e-newsletter, that we need to actually start to, I know that the emails are divided out into wards, are they not? So the specific needs to the wards are going out to the specific email addresses, and I really think that is where we should be really targeting, is in the e-newsletters. I personally haven't been asked for a newsletter, doesn't mean that there's not a need for it. So that doesn't, I'm not saying that there's not a need for it, and we definitely have an age demographic where I think if we tried it out with the paper, that we might get a good result. I don't really know for sure, but, cause again, I have not been asked for it, okay? So that's my 3 cents on that. I think I better stop talking. I think that's it.
Okay, Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. Everybody spoken? Okay. I just want to, before I move these amendments, close the loop on the social media side, because I agree, a lot of the work we do is needy things. I don't know if, but I also understand that the digital media person is for corporate.
Corporate.
It's not just for our use only, it's for corporate, so they have corporate initiatives they're working on throughout the day. I'll just give a quick overview for council that aren't aware of what I do with my account, because obviously, Council is apprehensive about giving up the personal account, that's fine. Nobody has my personal accounts that login info either. But I don't even have the login info for my mayor's account. I just repost whatever's on there, I just share whatever's on there. I think it's important that we, and this is just my opinion, you might not agree, but get away from the individual 7 different messages and get more towards corporate messaging when it comes to corporate initiatives and corporate things. And I think there's value in having staff put it out on the Ajax site, for instance, or on the mayor's site, and everybody just shares it going forward. It's consistent. You won't get into trouble by saying things that maybe shouldn't be said or are offside. That's the way I saw it working. Maybe we're going through some growing pains because the person's new and we need to look at how we can sort of focus this in a little bit for our needs, but that's sort of the way I saw it playing out.
So, through the chair, you are correct in terms of corporate messaging, that is accurate, that all corporate messages and Ajax council messages, on behalf of the town would be sent through the corporate channels. But that's not what we're talking about in terms of what we've heard, all the feedback from councils about opportunities for profiling the individual, passions or projects or works or messaging. So that's where we get stuck and where they're looking for more opportunities to do that. And where we can provide some resources to support that, we will. And that's what we're trying to tell you today. That's why we looked at all of these opportunities, was to present some ideas, and then you can make any recommendations you want in
Right.
order to move forward.
And I think everybody has a personal and a counselor site, right? So give up your counselor one, probably shouldn't be anything personal on there anyway, and keep your personal one private is what I would suggest, but to each his own. Moving on, and I'm gonna look to the clerk for a bit of direction on this because we're dealing with 3 reports. And some of these things are in, like the newsletter, for instance, 2 of the reports. They're in the communications policy and in the expense policy. So I'm looking to the clerk for a little bit of guidance as far as my amendments, because some apply to more than one. How should we deal with that?
So perhaps the best or cleanest way to do it would be to state what the amendments are and state the amendment in such a way that it applies to all of the draft policies
figured
and
it.
is reflected in all of them.
Okay, and I'll just do them one at a time. So
So
we're not in a position
are we
where
gonna
people
vote
want
on
to
each?
separate and vote separately, we'll just do them one at a time.
So are we gonna vote on each amendment?
Chair? Yes.
I'm just saying
Okay.
procedurally.
So most of these are to do with the expense policy, and I'll just start with what I talked about as far as the section for the increase of $1,000 per counselor being just for local counselor only, and exclude where it refers to regional council, because I believe that's already covered in the budget, the regional budget. So just that and it's just in the main 1B, page 11, in the main report, where it says recommended budget increase of $1,000 for both regional and local counselors. I would just strike both regional and just put for local counselors, First Amendment. I
So,
don't think it needs to be-
on that amendment, are there any questions on that amendment? Regional Councilor Lee.
Through the chair to Devin in this case, are any regional councilors close to spending their regional allocation that they would have needed this 1,000?
So through the chair, the way the regional budget works is a little bit different than the town budget. So the town budget will start over for you on January 1st. The regional budget is over 4 years. So you're able to spend that money how you'd like. You could spend $10,000 in 1 year, or you could spend $2,500 per year over 4 years. So.
Using that math then?
Yes,
So
so using that
2,500 per
math,
year.
all three regional counselors are close to spending that amount.
Okay.
2,500.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Plus your
and,
local.
and including local.
Right.
So we are going to more conferences than what was happening in the past.
So I just wanna make it known that the 3 of us, but also, I'm okay with that, but it just means like, we would not be able to, anything we did last year is about the max we could do, so, as long as you both know that, and, okay, thank you.
And sorry, just to clarify one more time, not all conferences are approved at the region as well. The regional budget is subject to a lot more constraints than the local.
Like CISO would not have been included in that, right? That would have been a local.
That would-
Yeah, we didn't pay for that.
I know that, I'm just saying, an
But there are-
example.
there are
I'm just
examples
saying,
where-
an example of.
So are there any other questions on the amendment?
Through the chair, the amendment was just for the 1B, right?
Correct, for the $1,000 to be removed. from-
Local, not regional, because I feel regional are already adequately covered through the regional $10,000 budget.
Councilor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to refer to Councillor Dyes, that section 1B has the phrase excludes mayor. Did you want
To
an
amend it,
amendment made in that
This would be
regard?
the time just to, it was a friendly amendment, just to,
Okay.
so people who are looking for information, they know that there was no increase for the year.
Okay,
That's all.
thank you.
So now we're gonna vote on the amendment to remove the $1,000 increase for the regional councilors, correct? Okay. All in favor? Those opposed?
One down.
That passes.
Next, and this speaks to the corporate policy, and I'll find it, it's section 5.2.5.1.
What page?
Yeah, that's what I'm just gonna find. And I can probably, I'll just speak to it in the main report, but it is part of the corporate policy, where it speaks to. All right, I'll just get it from the policy. Five point two point five point one under promotion, where it says council members may use their budget to create additional promotional marketing material / advertisements and or to hold additional events.
Page 18.
Page 18 of the report, of the agenda. I'd like to strike additional promotional marketing material. I do not want to have any, I'll just speak to it quickly. So it would basically read, council members may use their budget to hold additional events not provided for in the council communication tool support policy. I just feel very strongly that being able to create, first of all, I think through our jobs, we're already promoting ourselves very, very well, and through social media and through all the other tools we have available. I just feel this is too gray of an area to just put, okay, let's go get some additional promotional marketing material. We're not, our budget is not to market ourselves. That's what elections are for. Our budget is to hold community events and educate the community. You know, creating fridge magnets and things like that, I don't think is necessary. So that's my amendment, Chair.
Okay, any questions on the amendment? Regional Council Crawford.
Was this where clothing was in?
Yes.
That's what everyone sounds
It's the next point.
That's your question?
So you're saying no clothing?
If we want to have a separate budget for that, under the budget, that's fine, but this doesn't speak to that. This just speaks to, it's very broad. If you want to say,
Clothing was separate.
Yeah, it's the next one.
clothing,
Clothing is
Is
members may
5.2.
also include this budget to purchase official
okay,
town.
so that's dealt with
Separate,
separately in
okay.
5.2. So that's,
You're not speaking. to
doesn't
that.
include clothing.
I didn't want it.
No, I'm talking about specific promotional,
Fridge magnets.
like as far as I'm concerned, and if it's in my budget, take it out too, because I don't think that we need to be spending money producing extra marketing material for ourselves.
So just to be clear, the mayor is not speaking of the clothing allowance.
No, that's the next one.
Okay.
Why did I do that to you?
You just-
I know you like it.
Regional Council
The size
Dice.
of font.
I don't read this as being political, actually. I was thinking more along the lines of when I go to a meeting for Cubs or Girl Guides or whatever, church or one of our advisory committees. Sometimes we take corporate pins,
Yeah.
we take maps, we take all kinds of little things from the town, maybe some pens or anything like that. And that used to come out of the CO's budget. So.
And it's still.
I think it
and
still
it's
does.
So
it's
does this what this is referring to? Does that include those?
Through the chair, no, we are not charging you to take pins and maps from our resources to these events. This was about if you want any specific promotional material specific to your ward, i.e. example, you're hosting a skating party and you wanted to get the flyer printed, as an example, that is a charge that would be charged back under this section. That is an example of promotional material. Advertisements that are associated with, Remembrance Day or holidays, or that you want.
Point of order, I didn't say advertisements. I just said additional promotional marketing material in the amendment. I left advertisements.
Okay.
But when you reread it, you didn't include our.
Okay, it's oversight, but
Okay.
in my
Okay.
notes here,
Yep.
it's not.
Okay, so, again, but I also have to make note that the budget increase is $500, and as long as, there is lots of latitude under there to spend your 500, or that budget however you wish to spend it, right? So, putting restrictions on what that looks like is going to be very difficult, in my opinion, in order to identify what each piece is that this isn't referring to. So, I think that this council, we're not talking about fridge magnets and like pens and pencils. We're talking about things that are gonna support the items that they're doing in their wards, whether it's coffee, whether it's hot chocolate, whether it's, you know, those type of items, that's what this was about.
I think you're speaking through the
Yeah,
chair.
go ahead.
I think
I
you're
didn't
speaking to my
clear-
need to put this in or take this out. It's too big. We're not talking about coffee. We're not talking about pins. We're talking about promotional marketing material. And that to me is going out and getting something to market yourself. It's a way it could be used. I think there's plenty of latitude in the rest of the policy for the things you're referring to, like coffee at the board meeting. And that's not, to me, even included in this. That's part of the budget, you can use your budget for that, but going printing buttons or pins or magnets or whatever is, to me, promotional marketing material. That's promotional marketing material of yourself as a councilor or mayor is the intent.
I think we're all caught up. If I could just ask on this specific, I'm just looking for an example through the chair. So if we were doing this, the Ajax skating, and we produced 300 mugs, you know, with a picture of us 7, would that be the kind of thing that you're speaking of, Mayor Collier?
I'm not doing that.
No, is that an example?
The answer is yes.
I don't
Yes,
wanna,
yes,
I don't
yes,
wanna
yes.
what if this
Okay.
to death. I
Okay.
mean, we're not doing that. I mean, that skating thing, we've all agreed that we're gonna take $100 from our budget.
yeah.
And that's an event. That's not if you wanna do that and
No,
pay for
I was-
them yourself, great.
My question was, is that an example of, if you saw that, you'd say that's exactly what it?
Yeah, and I'm trying to look
Okay.
at this as a resident lens, okay? If as a resident taxpayer I see
As you
that,
sh- as
that
you
would,
should.
that would bother me.
Yeah, as we should.
Okay, because that is self-promotion. I don't think we need to do that.
But are you clear?
Through the chair, we're just waiting on your recommendations, like this was stuff we put before you, and I'm glad that you're having this discussion, because I know that it was an important piece of moving forward and an important piece of the strategic plan as well, to make sure that this council is happy with the profile and communication support that you're receiving. So we'll take your recommendations.
Yeah, so we are going to, questions, if we're all done, comments, we're going to vote on 5.2.5.1. Council members may use their budget to create additional promotional marketing material. Okay, so it's that we're voting on. And the mayor is asking to remove that from the amendment.
Promotional marketing material.
Would you please read it in full?
Council members may use their budget to create advertisements and/or to hold additional events not provided for in the councilor communication tools and support policy in conjunction with corporate communications.
So we're removing promotional marketing material.
Additional promotional marketing.
Yes.
To promote
Okay.
an event?
Additional promotional, okay, just want to be clear.
We're clear.
Okay, maybe I'm not clear.
Maybe it's just a friend.
All right, so on the amendment, are all the questions done? And voting in favor of the amendment. Show of hands, please. Motion carries.
I was going to speak to the guest ticket purchase, but quite honestly, if it's covered under the budget, if somebody wants to buy a ticket
Right.
and use their budget, I guess that's their prerogative.
Okay?
I think optically, I'm not gonna move an amendment, but I think optically it doesn't look good, but to each his own. The next one is 14.1A,
Page?
page 19,
Thank you.
expenditures that exceed budget. We're not exceeding the budget. So I think a paragraph that speaks to the possibility of speaking the budget is probably inappropriate. I would just like to strike that. Honestly, the budget is the budget. If you make decisions that exceed your budget, make better decisions next year.
Okay, any questions on the amendment? To remove 14.1, any questions on the amendment? There being none, all in favor? Motion carried.
Moving along to websites, and we talked quickly about, and I don't know, I guess just like before I move this question through the chair to Ms. McFlaherty or regarding Ajax today. And I imagine it wouldn't be, if 150 words isn't enough, I imagine it wouldn't be a lot to add a page to Ajax today or to, maybe I only need 100 and give somebody else my 50. I think there's a bit of latitude in that. Is there a way we can make Ajax Day work a little bit better to acknowledge and help counselors get their messages out?
Through the chair, if you would like to make a standard message part of the Ajax today, that's up to you to make that amendment.
But that's not in these policies, so I don't know how through an amendment I would bring that in. Oh, Nicole probably knows.
So I would suggest that you just state your general intent and then let staff figure out how to amend the various policies to reflect what your intention is and what council's
Okay.
decision is.
Well, okay, I'll do that, thank you, Madam Clerk. But the first one's gonna affect the second one, so I just wanna make sure I'm clear. My intent is to expand the use of Ajax Today, which is, to me, a very effective publication, something that people are used to, they look for, they read when it comes out, in my experience, and expand the council portion of that. But the motion, the amendment is to delete the part about the newsletter in the policy. Okay, so I don't want people to think that we're just getting rid of one. I want to expand it in the existing, but delete it in the policy, the specific ward newsletter, because I just don't see it effective if we can do it in another way, and it still gets the message out to everybody.
Mr. Mayor, what's the, can you just give us the item number?
Yep.
19.
So you're speaking of, yeah,
That one is done.
Through the chair, I just have a clarification. In order to expand Ajax today, it will be, in order to expand by a page, we have to expand by 4 pages. So, just because of the way the fold is, so to put in a page, you're putting in, it's like literally 4 extra pages of content that we're putting in order to do that, right in the back. So,
So we have 3 words, that should work.
Okay,
And the mayor gets his
so
own page.
we don't have a cost for that.
We do not have a cost
So
for that.
that piece would have to be referred back for you to come up with a cost, and that would have to go through budget anyway.
Through the chair, yes, it would have to be part of the 2020 operating budget.
Right, which all this is part of the 2020 budget
Sure.
anyway. So, given that, can you take that as direction? So, and it's
yeah,
part 3, Ward Constituent Newsletter, page 30.
Page 30.
And it goes on 3.1 through to 3.8.
Page 30, 3 point,
So,
3
the
point.
amendment is to delete that, but the intent is to have staff come back with options on how to expand Ajax today, to make it sort of fit this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Regional Councilor Lee. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Cooper.
I just thought if it was helpful, I could propose some language I think captures what the mayor's suggesting. So
Please.
something to this effect, so that the newsletter provisions within the various policies be deleted, which enables the policies to still be approved today, and that staff be directed to propose within the forthcoming operating budget monies for the expanded use of Ajax today to include a dedicated counselor portion.
That's exactly what I said.
That's why you have it.
No, the e-newsletter is still.
Regional Councilor Lee has
So,
the floor.
it's tricky because I support that, but only if, again, the front page of that newsletter would be the counselor ward messaging and it's still delivered per ward. If that is not the intent of that, then in a sense, I'd be voting against the newsletter now, only to hear staff recommendations, which may not be aligned to what I think we need, and now I've disqualified myself from getting a newsletter. That's the only tricky. So I would like the newsletter portion to be re-examined in general and options brought back, but if you're stuck to that thing,
Perhaps we could do an amendment to the amendment, or just, maybe I could just change the amendment.
right, friendly,
To basically just refer this section 3 back to staff.
Yeah.
to come back to us with suggestions on how to expand Ajax today, to fit those
Good.
two together.
I'm
Does
good
that
with
work, Madam Clerk?
Because I think it should be merged, but we
Okay.
should.
Okay, so we're gonna
I'm
vote.
fine with that.
We're gonna vote on referring it back to staff. Any questions on that?
But just to be clear, I don't expect anybody to be highlighted on the front page every time. That's not, like, it's a corporate publication. There will be definite, my intent is that there is definite highlighting of each ward, and people can say whatever is important in their ward. I move those messages forward, but I don't think that we can say any ward is more important than another is gonna take the front page.
But no, I like, just through the chair.
Regional Councillor Lee.
I would, in a sense, suggest 3 different printings of this, one for each ward, where the bulk of the newsletter is identical, but just like a half page is dedicated towards each of the counselors.
Point of order, shouldn't we have that discussion when we get the report
Right,
back?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so,
So I think staff have that
I've got a
direction.
point of order.
so we're going to vote right now on letting staff work on this. All in favor? Motion carried.
And finally, just to the websites,
Again, if you could just tell us what page.
it's right below, section 4. Section 4.
Right there, yeah, page 30, section 4.
My amendment would be to exclude section 4, and I'll just speak to it quickly. We've just undergone a $150,000 revamp of the town website. There's provisions in there to promote all members of council, to put all these different messages out and everything else. I think it's kind of redundant to be paying for domains and web hosting and links to separate.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify that is not at all the intention of that. This is to utilize the page that you are describing on our website. on
Each
our
council's
website.
profile, okay, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong section then.
Well, I concur with the mayor, the 4.4 was confusing to me.
There, okay, we'll call it 4.
So for website 4, each counselor is their profile on the town's website currently on a dedicated page called council members. And there it's what they call a unicorn tab. So you you press so you press it and then the information filters up with your information. So what we're suggesting is that page already exists. You can use that to house the information that you are currently distributing. There is no extra cost, there's no extra component, it's all part of the current website that was redesigned.
Okay, let me find the section I'm referring to then, because it specifically speaks to, it's under the council.
It's not 34.4.
No, well, no, that's separate, I'll find it. It's under the corporate,
Okay, we're almost out of 4.1, so just
we're almost there, we're almost there.
13 to go.
The rest will be much quicker. Could I suggest we don't do 3 policies at once again? It makes it difficult
Yeah,
to
4.1 is a
find.
lot in it.
Council expense policy, that's where it is.
And again, if you could tell us.
I'm finding it.
I'm sorry. If I say that again, you're gonna hit me. The clerk is suggesting it's page 18.
5.2.6, website,
There you go.
on page 18.
5.2.6.
Council members are responsible for the setup and management of external constituent websites. Reimbursement will be made for 1 domain name registration, web hosting fees, website, social media maintenance fees, and external constituent website funded from a council's budget cannot be converted to an election campaign website. First of all, I have reviewed, and I don't think more than a couple actually have an external website. The one that I did review is actually linked to an election website from the Facebook page. I think we've already covered this under our.
Sorry.
I think we've already covered this under the new redesigned town website, and we've taken this internal. And I no longer see the need for us to be posting external individual websites when all that information can be put onto the town website on the corporate profile, which is probably where it should be for our work-related things. And that way, there's no ever possibility of anything being converted to a political webpage, which it has been done several times. And I'll give you the examples if we want to push it, but trust me, it has been done, not by me, but it has. And this keeps it internal. It stops us spending money on external things like hosting and all that other stuff when this can be done on our new $150,000 website.
Through the
So
chair.
I would exclude 5.2.6.1 as the amendment.
Just for clarification.
Yep.
This is not new, this was part of the former policy
I
as
get it.
well. And that, I understand, and Deb can correct me if I'm wrong, that, there are counselors that are currently utilizing this, piece associated with payment of social media fees, and that's part of this section.
Well, social media, having your own separate social media manager, I'll call it, I don't know if that's what it's really called, that's different. This speaks to website. To have that, like if and I don't wanna put, I know my colleague has somebody that manages their Twitter and that, great, no problem. I think that can be covered under the regular budget. But having a separate budget, paying for a domain name, where is it? One domain name, which wouldn't be part of that. Registration wouldn't be part of that. Web hosting fees wouldn't be part of that. I guess website, scratch that, social media maintenance fees. That can just be covered, I would suggest, under just the regular budget. That's where it comes from anyway, right?
Through the chair, this point is under the PR budget, so it does fall under that section of the budget, whatever the allotment is. But we had to clarify this point because, you know, there were counselors that wished to have their own website and domain name. So we had to make that clear, that this is, you know, the policy associated with it. So I wouldn't necessarily suggest deleting this. If you would like to exclude it, it would be something to the effect that council members are eligible for reimbursement of website social maintenance or social media fees, and external websites are excluded, if that's where you want to.
Let me go back to this. I'm not gonna change the amendment. The amendment is we strike 5.2.6.1. But speaking to it, I'll just say there's nothing in this report and nothing in this policy that precludes somebody from having a social media coordinator manage their social media.
It's the payment piece. So like, we're just telling them that they're eligible for that repayment of that social media
Okay.
coordinator.
I guess it shouldn't be called website, because that's what it's titled, website, right?
Well, I think that in today's world, there's a combination of feeds and whatnot, so we just, you know, we put it under website.
Okay, let's do it this way. Strike 5.2.6.1 and replace the title website with social media. And just have it read, council members, or just a social media maintenance fees may be covered by the communications budget, and leave it at that.
Regional Councillor Lee?
I think the costs of, again, it comes out of the budget, and the cost is minimal. But there may come a point, and it's not now, I get along very well with communications, and we're on the same page for the most part. But there may come a point where I'm told that communication says that your point on this and the way you're presenting it is not reflect the views of the corporation of the town of Ajax, and I still want to inform my residents of that, and it just allows me to provide that avenue of having my own website. I don't have one now, but you know, as council, have you always gone along, have you always agreed with the direction communications has taken us thus far? Has there not been a single instance where you would differ with them? Because this is the only avenue which way you can reflect that, is through our own website at that point.
Mayor Collier?
I don't know if anybody else wants to speak to that, but I would just suggest that if there's an issue that, you know, corporate communications has an issue with, one, the town shouldn't be paying for it to be posted on a separate website, separate from the town, which is what says this can happen here. I mean, if you wanna have your own website and pay for it and put out whatever you want against, whether, if it doesn't follow the town corporate initiatives, I guess that's your business. But I certainly don't think the town should be paying for an external website to put out that message that's not in with our corporate communication plan.
Just to respond to that very quickly, but if I'm speaking as Ward 2 Regional Councillor of the town of Ajax, then yes, they should be paying for it.
Regional Councillor Dice?
Well, I agree with Councillor Lee. And the reason some of members of council have been doing this, because we didn't have that support in the past. So we've established this website, but what we do is, you know, and it is do is very in line with what the corporation puts out. We're very careful about that. And I think it's really important to have that little bit of, I guess, flexibility again, to be able to have a site that is your own and to be able to speak to issues on your own as well.
Okay.
But it's information that gets out to the public, which is really important. You know, there's
As
a lot of
council.
competition there.
So it's page 18, it's 5.2.6. Right now, Mayor Collier, you're saying you want to strike this. Are you sending it back to staff?
No, what the amendment is to strike 5.2.6.1, it's that paragraph that speaks to web and hosting. You can rename it instead of website, social media, and just put social media maintenance fees, which to me is somebody that manages your social media account, may be covered under the communication budget. And I think that covers it. Just to the websites, again, I've only seen, I think I've only seen maybe two. One of them is still an election website. So I would basically say, I don't think that we're a year into this term that there's that much relevant information coming out on that website that hasn't been updated in a year. Just.
Okay, so everybody's clear.
I don't know, I just don't think that it's that big of a deal now that we've brought it
Yeah.
in-house and we have this new site, and maybe this was the way it was done in the past, no problem. But this is the way we're doing it now. We've gone ahead, we've revamped the site, and it can now all be done in-house. And I don't think that fee is necessary anymore.
Councilor Barra?
Like,
Thank
if
you,
nobody,
Chair.
if they don't support it, don't vote for it. It's fine.
And I apologize for my lack of understanding. I would like confirmation of what it means if this clause is in the policy. What does that mean we get? And if we take it out, what does that mean we don't get? Could you please explain that to me, because I know it's gone back and forth and I am now confused.
Okay, so through the chair, the current clause allows a counselor to host an external website and be eligible to be refunded or eligible for an expense that to the town. So in terms of the domain name and in terms of where it's hosting, those are fees. And then if you have a particular web content manager that is supporting that, those fees could be expense to the town as well. So this is what this allows at any point in time. The only thing is that is your restriction is it remains a town like a set town property, but it can't be converted to an election website. That's what this section is saying. And then if it wasn't to be included, then you wouldn't be eligible. You're eligible. You can make your own website at any point in time. You can have a website. You can have a domain name. You can do whatever. You just wouldn't be eligible for the expense.
And this would be over and above whatever I wanted to have on my tab on ajax.ca council profile.
Yes.
So if I want to have my own thing, then this clause says I could expense it through the town. And if we take it out, if I wanna have my own thing, then I pay for it myself. Thank you for the clarification.
So I have a question. Oh, sorry, Councilor Dice. Regional Councilor Dice.
Well, you know, we're very good at doing the corporate speak all the time. We're very respectful about that. To assume that we're not going to be in the future, you know, I can't second guess what some people will do. But I will tell you that it is my right to have this. It is my right to put on my website what I feel is important for my constituents in a respectful manner. So I don't like the fact that you want to take these type of communication pieces away from us, if we choose to do it that way. For us, like I said, we didn't have the support in-house at the time, and we were paying for some of this on our own. We have very early on, and we just want to maintain that.
So my question is, if we put together a website called lisabauer.ajax.com.ca, and she pays for that herself, she has a contact for that herself, it costs her $600 a year, then that's her website, as an example, for the next 5, 6, 10, 15 years. Elections come and go, we're in office, none of that has to change, right?
Correct.
But if it's,
So the only thing that might, through the chair to clarify, is that come election time, you
Yeah.
would be able to post stuff.
Logos,
Logos
yeah, all the
and
standard
some
stuff.
that's
But still,
associated with election time.
your website can just keep going. Now,
Yes.
but if it falls under the umbrella of being, coming out of our expense account, then would that, in that case, if lisabauer.com or .ca was for Ajax or your, whatever you wanna call it, yes, then would it be shut down, would it be closed during, so there's,
During
okay.
what?
It would just, during an election period.
No, there's rules about that.
Right, so it would fall under, the only difference, I believe, not to speak for you, but I'm asking Mayor Collier, is that you're saying you want to take out the cost of that. You're on your own if you want to do that.
That's what I'm saying.
Is what you're saying.
We're already covering that
Just
through
for
the town,
Wednesday.
through the town website. We're already filling that need through the town website. I don't see the need any longer to be hosting external sites when we've already done it inside and that is available.
And there's the opportunity to use what?
That's all.
All right, are we?
Chair.
Yes, sir.
So just to
Councillor
clarify,
Khan.
thank you very much. This means I can have my guy, my website guy, do my website and the town will reimburse me for paying him, or I have to keep this in-house under your website management?
No,
Through
it's
the
you.
chair, you can retain a website consultant to produce a page for you.
So it doesn't have to go
Paid for
through the
by the
town?
town.
Okay, and after 2-3 years, I'm not a counselor anymore. Do I get to keep my website, or do I have to hand it over back to the town of Ajax? After I change it,
You keep it.
it's mine.
Through the chair, I believe that as long as it's not utilized as, for election purposes, yes, you could keep it.
Okay, very well. Thank you very,
Yes.
thank you.
And
Okay,
there's
we
no
need
more
you-
representation
we need to
regarding
get going
being a counselor, yes.
Okay, so
Thank you.
if there's no more questions on the amendment being forwarded by Mayor Collier, are there any other questions? And we're all clear what that amendment is?
Can you read it again, please?
Okay, so, Alec?
Yes.
So we're going, Mayor Collier is suggesting, or sorry, is putting forth a motion to amend that 5.2.6 be removed and then be rewritten as social media, the heading, and then it would say, council members are responsible for the setup and management.
No, just that the social media coordinator is covered, can be covered, fees can be covered under the communications budget.
And that's it. So we either put that in, or we leave it as is. So,
So what's
No,
the
so,
town?
so first of all, I didn't hear it. What is the amendment?
That section 5.2.6.1 of the council expense policy be stricken and replaced with the words, social media maintenance fees may be covered under the communications budget, and that the title of section 5.2.6 be renamed to social media.
So can I just ask a question then to Councillor Khan's question around website? That covers that under the fees, right?
correct.
Through the chair, no. We're
That's
talking.
what I'm
He's talking about doing his own separate
I know,
external.
we're now
But then,
talking-
but then expensing it through the town,
Yeah.
that's what
So
you're
the
asking. right?
amendment is referring to social media, which can be expensed through the town.
But
That's
not the website.
Not the website,
Right now, both as it's written, Ken.
right now. And,
It's two separate things. Social media is one thing, but this is all about websites, right?
And
It's
social.
like
But
all
he's saying, the mayor's is saying to get rid of that.
The website part.
Get rid of the website portion.
So if this motion goes through, you no longer could expense your
Your
website.
website, yeah.
It needs to
Through
have
the,
one.
through the chair, just
But,
one
yeah.
clarification. The way you read it was different from the way the deputy
Right,
clerk
go-
read it.
go
I
with
wanna,
that.
I just wanna ensure that it's the deputy clerk's reading of that.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
well,
That's why I asked again.
no, but Mayor Collier, you concur, yes. Regional
So
Council Dennis.
having a large percentage of seniors who might have email or websites, I can no longer post on my website any pertinent documents regarding algae, or law documents, and things like that. I think it'd be interesting for my
Okay.
constituents have to do it all through social media.
No, no, no,
No,
no.
no, I think,
That's what I wanna know, because if you're having a website, you have a host, you're paying for that, there's a fee
I
for
already
that.
have my hand up.
So this is what I want clarified.
Okay, Mayor Collier?
Respectfully, we can't
To
have this
staff, I'm asking
both
staff.
ways. Okay.
Through,
Staff first,
through,
then let's-
the chair, Counselor Dice, you're eligible to, you're able to have a website that's separate from the town, you just wouldn't be able to reimburse the town. So the expenses associated with that, whether it's maintenance fees, domain name, having a content manager, those fees cannot be expensed by the town.
That's all we're
So
voting.
it's separate from the social media account then?
Yes.
They just separate all
That's what, the mayor
That's what
suggested.
I wanna know.
Yeah.
So I can't, okay.
Mayor Collier?
I was just gonna say respectfully, I mean, we've heard the argument when we talk about the newsletter of the need to have print, and now we're hearing the argument of the need to have electronic.
Yeah, there's both.
I mean, in today's day and age, with everything we're doing about climate change, reduce, reuse, recycle, and all this other stuff, and getting rid of paper, I mean, we should be going completely electronic, but we are having the hybrid through the Ajax today. This, to me, the need, they can still, if they can access a personal webpage, surely they can access your webpage on the town website. I mean, I'm not understanding that argument. We're not saying anything about social media. Social media, use it, don't use it. But you will still have the town, your own personal webpage on the town site. The town will just no longer pay for your own separate website outside of the town where we have no control and no say and can be converted to a political website, which that one we just looked at is a political website. We now pay that function in the town as part of our new website. It's changed. I'm suggesting the policy change with it.
Okay, so is there any other questions? Okay, so on the amendment, all in favor? Those opposed? That carries. Actually, it's opposed, sorry.
It fails, right?
Fail.
Sorry,
Fail,
this is the
yeah.
director.
Should use the same anyway. Are there any other amendments?
Nope, done.
Okay.
Excuse me, Chair?
Yes.
I think Madam Clerk had something.
Oh, no, sorry, I
Sorry.
just wanted to be clear that didn't carry.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I just, yeah, it is force of habit. I think that's the first time part of that. Okay.
You broke the time.
Yeah. On the, so we're all done with 4.1, I believe. That was quick.
So we need a motion on the,
So moved.
as amended.
Okay, moved as amended by Regional Councillor Lee. All in favor? Motion carried.
All right, 13 more to go.
Okay.
Sorry.
4.2, Regional Councillor Lee.
This is a comment on a question to staff. From month one, I've just been very critical of over expenditures and over budgets and just what we do, and this is a fantastic report that shows exactly what we have done. And I just want to thank both of you for, saving the tax base $583,337.12. And it is not unseen, and we really appreciate that, so thank you both. That was it for me.
Okay. And
I'm sorry.
so,
She
wait,
wants to accept my thanks.
Acting Director Saron.
Yeah, through Chair, the savings was actually $1,074,000, so it's
Thank
higher
you
than
for showing
that.
off.
Yeah. Just wanted to highlight.
Of course. Sorry, I looked at the first number, right, yeah, whatever. It's huge savings, and it's, I wish we kinda got these as we went, but I understand
this one.
the way this works, we can't, so I wanted to say kudos to both of you for saving that kind of money for us.
These reports come twice a year, so this
Okay.
is the second one. You'll get the first one around May timeframe.
Like 6 months,
Yeah,
presumably, right?
so you get these twice per year.
Let's keep doing this.
Okay, any further comment or question? Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. I guess you Sarong, is that how you say it?
Yeah, Sarong.
Okay, I've been saying it wrong, my apologies. Where exactly does this go? I'm glad, but we have a presentation coming later today, and we have significant capital pressures on our reserves. And we also have a significant amount being transferred from general levy to fund reserves. So when we come up with $1,074,000, so we already had a surplus last year. And then we have another $1,074,000 that we budgeted for and we were able to come in under, which is great. But those, to me, should be about $2 million helping us towards our capital budget that's coming this year. Where do these amounts go and how does that affect us?
Through the Chair to Mayor
And
Collier.
for the coming year?
They go back to whichever the funding source is for the original projects, that's the reserve that the money goes back to. In this case, the majority of the money was actually reserve funds, so development charges and federal gas tax, which are intended for specific purposes, so they go back to the reserve funds. But whichever was the original funding source for the capital project, that's exactly where they go back.
Okay, so the capital reserve funds are getting more healthy because of this. However, we're still restricted by the spending cap, which is what's causing the problems with funding our capital for next year.
Correct.
But we
So-
control the spending cap, and we as the council can change the spending cap.
Through the Chair, the spending caps are applicable to the capital reserves, not the reserve funds. The reserve funds are for specific, intended for a specific use, so development charges, federal gas tax, do not have spending caps.
DC and federal gas tax. But
Any
the others,
reserve
the others
funds-
do.
All reserve funds do not have spending caps. The spending caps, as I'll go through in the presentation, the spending caps are applicable to 6 capital reserves.
Is this good news as far as our capital budget for next year, or this makes no difference?
It does not impact the spending caps, as we'll go through later.
Thank you.
Any other questions on 4.2? Comments? Okay, all in favor?
You need to move.
Oh, sorry, a mover? Counselor Bauer, all in favor? Motion carries. Okay. One more look at.
Now we're moving.
Next, we have 4.3, and that's Counselor Bauer.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, so on page 39, where it says overview of major fee changes for 2020, does a review of comparative municipalities indicates that a mortgage admin fee is charged to all mortgage companies twice per year, interim and final tax? And then on page 43, where it's highlighted in the columns, it says, hit the third item down, mortgage company information per rule. I just want to make sure that's the right thing. So it says $15 twice per year, and then the other municipalities, it doesn't say that. So I just want to clarify, are those fees charged twice a year as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, yes, they are. It's just they don't publish it on the website that they do charge twice. Or I was just told by the manager of taxation that there are some municipalities that actually do it more than twice per year. We did our research and it's very common practice.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that. Thank you. And I noticed, I'll just quickly ask this was for all the reports actually, not just yours. The NA, I know NA is not applicable, but I just want definition. Does that mean we do not, I guess we offer this, but we do not charge for it? Or we do not offer this? And maybe yours is not the right report to ask that about, but I was thinking more for others. Does that mean we offer the service at no charge, or we do not offer the service and therefore there's no charge?
So do you mean in the comparison tables for the,
Yes,
where in the other
yeah.
municipalities where it says NA, just speaking specifically for the
Yes,
LIS
please.
report, typically it means not available, we weren't able to get the information. In
available.
some cases,
Thank
it
you.
might mean not applicable, but in most cases, it's really hard to track down this information from other municipalities sometimes, or it's just an apple oranges comparison, so I would say in most cases it means not available.
Okay, thank you.
Good
That's
question.
a different thing altogether. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments on 4.3? There being none, can I have a mover?
I'll move the
Mayor Collier? All in favor? Motion carried. On to 4.4, pulled by Mayor Collier. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Not too blank. To you, to Aaron, I'm just wondering, there's two reports that are very similar, 4.4 and 4.5. So my questions here might answer, might pull on 4.5. But how does this differ from the report on 4.5 regarding the cost recovery as far as the new fees? These are just for materials, not the call itself?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. Basically, the secondary report delves more into the information on the motor vehicle cost recovery. So it goes through some of the fees that are charged with it, as well as some of the comparative data.
Okay, and are these billed directly to the insurance company, or are these billed to the driver?
They're billed directly to the driver, and then customarily the insurance companies
The
have.
driver will go to the insurance company. I guess I'll just speak quickly to, and I'm probably crossing reports, I apologize, I might be asking 4.5 questions, but we've had some issues getting reimbursed with our invoices to MTO. Are we making any progress on that, and what are we doing to, because it's great to send out an invoice, but how are we gonna collect those invoices?
Yeah, through the chair to Mayor Collier. There has been issues collecting with MTO. It's not just something that we found, it's other fire departments and the Association of Fire Chiefs have been looking into it as well. With this program, what we're looking at is the invoice goes to the resident, and then through finance, we discuss possibly having collections agencies at that point.
Okay. Is this something, well, this is non-residents of
Yes.
Ajax, so just so we know, we're not gonna be going after Ajax residents, I wanna make that very clear. Those are my questions on this report, thank you. I'll move it if nobody else has any questions.
Okay, moved by Mayor Collier, all in favor? Okay, and if we could do 4.5,
Yep.
because you're the only one who pulled that as well, Mayor Collier, and then
Good, 5-minute break.
we'll do a quick recess.
Just, I'm really glad to see this coming forward, and this is, you know, something that speaks to the non-tax revenue we've been speaking of, and just looking at the organizational charts here, you can see that we are, I just find it really interesting that the 3 northern rural municipalities are all collecting this fee. Where have we been? Why have all the Lakeshore municipalities been sitting on our hands with this? Have we not known about this, or is this new?
It's, through the chair, Mayor Collier, it is relatively new in Durham Region. Scoop themselves are just going through the process of getting their program started up. So it's something that wasn't really prevalent in Durham Region, but it is coming here now. And through our discussions in regards to increasing revenue, that's where we really took a hard look at this.
I'm guessing they had this in Richmond Hill, yes they did, look at that. I do agree with the, I do agree with the recommendation that it be non-resident and at fault. Because I don't wanna penalize people that you can be in an accident and be in a non-resident and get a, so in those cases, there's no action, we
No
don't
action.
recoup anything, we just absorb the cost. Okay. I'd be interesting, when are you gonna report back to council on this? Would be next year as part of budget as well, just to show what the revenues are?
Through the chair, to Mayor Collier, yes, it would be.
Okay, and this starts January 1st?
Through the chair, Mayor Collier.
Okay.
It would, we're looking to get the fees in place for January. It's going to take some time to work through the MTO to get the ER system up and going. We've found from Scoop Dog that it can take quite a bit of time working with them to get the program and all the improvements through. So once that program's up and running, then we'll be able to do that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe.
Okay, no further questions, we need a mover on that. Councillor Khan, all in favor? That passes. Do you want to take a,
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
all in favor? Okay. We'll make
Thank
it.
you.
Reading my bladder.
This meeting back to order. You can take your seats. We're on to 4.6, which was pulled by Regional Councillor Lee.
I'll pull my question.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, Regional Councillor Dies for 4.6. You are on. Regional Councillor Lee pulled it, but he has since
Withdrawn that.
So you're okay for that?
So,
And it was also pulled by Councillor Bauer.
Yes, it was.
Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, please, quickly. I just want to look on page 72 when we are putting for consideration a fee for code of conduct, conflict of interest complaint intake. And I strongly disagree with that. I don't think that it's necessary to have a fee. I don't think we should have a fee. I can give you 5 examples of processes for general public to make complaints that are not charged any fee, and they're bigger, they're quite big. I mean, you go to a lawyer, you get a free consultation for the first 30, 45 minutes to see if there's a claim to that.
I gotta meet that lawyer.
I'll introduce you. You can go to the patient ombudsman if you are a person who goes to the doctor and has a complaint about a doctor, a nurse, or a health practitioner. That is a free service. You can go to the privacy commissioner if you have a worry about your privacy being breached, and that is free of charge. You can go to the ombudsman of life and health insurance, so talking about your legacy or your ability to work, and that is free if you have a complaint there. And you can go to the ombudsman for banking services and investments if you have a complaint related to your finances, and that is free. So that's all to talk about transparency, accountability, your ability for the general public who has a concern to go and voice it and perhaps receive help if they need it. So I think for a little old Ajax council to try and charge the residents if they have a complaint or concern, I don't think that's right, and we should not consider that. So I would like to make an amendment to remove that portion from this report.
Just so we're clear, sorry.
If I could just clarify,
Director Cooper.
this is just information for council because they had, certain members had expressed an interest in it. We are not proposing that this.
I did see that,
Yeah, so there's no amendment necessary.
Okay.
It's not recommended to be included in the fee schedule. This is strictly for council's consideration if they wish to make an amendment to add it in.
Okay. So thank you for that, and so now you know why I would not amend to put that in. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Collier?
I'm gonna take a little bit of a different take on that, because I have an amendment also, and my amendment is to put it in. My amendment is that a complaint intake fee of $500 be included in the attached schedule, and I will speak to it. Sure. I agree with everything Councilor Bauer said. All those instances, though, are things where people are looking to get information for themselves and that type of thing. This is dealing specifically with frivolous and vexatious complaints about members of council, and that will result in significant fees to this municipality. For an integrity commissioner, we heard when they were here, we're looking at a minimum of about $2,500 for a basic inquiry, just to look at a complaint and respond whether yes or no. And that's what I refer to when I talk about frivolous fixation complaints. We've already had a couple against me when it comes to compliance audits, and the compliance audit committee sat for both of those and found there was no substance to either one of them. But we still had to go through the whole process, and we still had to go through the costs incurred and time and fees for the committee to sit and hear those decisions. We haven't had a code of conduct complaint in a few years at the town, not since I think 2014. However, again, this may never happen. This fee may never be collected, and it's not a fee, it's a deposit. If you read the recommendation, it's that it be a deposit where, in the event that an integrity commissioner does do an investigation, that fee is given back to the complainant. Okay, so it's, and if I didn't put that in the amendment, I mean it as a deposit of $500, because quite honestly, $25 to $50 is not gonna do anything to stop somebody filing a frivolous integrity commissioner complaint. Nothing. People wouldn't even think twice about it. If we want to have something in there to make people think twice about it, and I'll give you an example, and I'll use Finley Burden for example. We decided as a council, not everybody unanimously, but as a council, we decided to allow that development to go ahead, to not send it to a for certain LPAT hearing. The residents were perfectly within their means to go and pursue the matter with LPAT. But now they would be paying it personally, and they chose not to. Okay, it's the same type of thing. If you've got nothing to lose, you got no dog in the fight, you just wanna put in a complaint just to, you know, in most cases, these come in to try and, by people that don't support the person, obviously, and want to, you know, hinder them moving forward, you got nothing to lose. Having that fee there makes you think about it very carefully. If we put this forward, yeah, I'm gonna give my $500 deposit, which, let's be honest, most people can afford a $500 deposit. It's not like buying a car or something. It's a fairly small amount in the big picture, especially if you think about what the municipality is gonna have to incur in the fees to do this work. If we have somebody come in and ask for a freedom of information, it's not free. It requires staff time, copies, everything else. They have to pay, they get a quote and they pay a fee for that. It's kind of along the same lines. If somebody wants to come in and make this complaint and they think it's valid, to me, and the number's not carved in stone. I say $500 because to me that's a decent benchmark. Could be 200, could be something, but there needs to be something there to make people have a little bit of skin in the game. If they're gonna bring this complaint forward, they need to bring it forward with the knowledge that they're gonna have to put something up that they, if it's found to not be valid and just to be frivolous, that's the cost of doing business. So that's why I bring the amendment forward. It will probably never be used, but I think it's a good idea to have it because I can probably see some things coming in the future.
Regional Councillor, sorry, Regional Councillor Lee?
Wow. Sorry, we'll go back to our tenet as a council of accountability and transparency. I think it's within anybody's right to file a complaint. I mean, that's just the way it is and always should be. And to put a cost to it at $500, what if a homeless individual had a complaint against us? Do you expect them to pay $500? It is not a car, it's not the value of a car, it's the value of a monthly car payment, which a lot of families cannot afford. So I absolutely, even $200 I think is too much. I agree with Councillor Bauer, there should not be a cost to this. I understand there's a cost to the municipality, but that has always been the case, and it's the case with any other municipality. And I think to someone to hold us to a high standard of democratic principles and rights, they don't need skin in the game. They are, the very fact that they're a resident and they're a taxpayer, that is their skin in the game as far as I'm concerned. And it's an awful precedent to set to charge someone to hold their government accountable. My 2 cents.
Regional Councillor Dias?
Thank you. I would assume that anyone lodging a complaint would think it's a serious matter. It's not frivolous, it's not vexatious. It's serious for them. They want something looked into, they want somebody held accountable, and they're looking for answers. These, you know, putting a fee, like $500 would give me heart palpitations. You know, there are a lot of people out there that can't afford that at all, who are not represented appropriately for that reason, in many ways, in many areas, and that's why we're setting up legal aid for people who don't have that kind of money. So it is a barrier, it's not accessible to all, and it's something you have to take seriously because people are bringing forward what they feel is a serious concern. There should be no fee attached to that. That's it.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me, Director
Director Cooper.
He's just sitting there, so I wasn't sure what was going. Can you tell me if other municipalities have done this?
So we did check in with our integrity commissioner who acts for many municipalities. He did indicate he has seen some municipalities who have a fee. I don't believe it's of the magnitude that the mayor is recommending. and he's comfortable that it is permissible under the act. It's not commonplace. I suspect there's maybe one or two examples, and I apologize, I don't know which municipalities they are.
Okay. I'm comfortable actually with the $25 to $50. I think 500 is a lot of money. It's disturbing to me that it costs the municipality as much as it does for the investigation. I think that we should just behave ourselves. Not have anybody have any reason to do this, but anyway, that's just my opinion. But no, I was just curious if there any other municipalities have done this. You don't know the costs that they're charging, is that right?
I don't know, I'm sorry,
Okay.
but I can certainly look into that and find out.
Okay, thanks.
Chair?
Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a correction to Mayor Collier that the groups and organizations that I mentioned, that is not just a place to go to gather personal information. You do get information, but that's where you go to make the complaint and to receive the help that you need. And they are all free. Thank you.
Councillor Khan?
Yeah, Director, it says here, staff has confirmed with legal counsel that the imposition of such a fee would be permissible under Part 12 of the Municipal Act 2001. Do we have any idea what that says?
I can pull it up. That just generally refers to the large section of Municipal Act that talks about the role of integrity commissioners and the intake process. It doesn't speak specifically about the imposition of a fee, but Mr. Mascaren's, in reading that section as a whole, has determined that there's nothing in there that would prevent us from charging an intake.
And it's permissible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Collier was next for a second.
It might be better if I just speak last.
Okay.
I'll defer.
Okay. Regional Councillor Dice?
So, my understanding of the Burton-Finley scenario, as you spoke to previously, yes, there was a fee consideration, of course, but there was also consideration of how the hearing would play out, and they didn't feel it would play out in their favor due to advice given by a planner to them. They felt it was best, that they weren't going to win, they didn't want to put everybody through that, they stepped back. So it was not based on just a vexed complaint or a complaint that they didn't feel they couldn't win. They looked into it from all angles. So that's fair to them, and I think we shouldn't speak differently about that. That's the process they went through.
Any other questions before Mayor Collier speaks? Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair.
Floor.
And that's a good response. And I'll give you another example then. And this is one to deal specifically with the Integrity Commissioner complaint. And actually, why I brought this up a few months ago when we were having this discussion, probably why it's included here to my question. We at the region had a report come back about a regional councillor, a Pickering councillor, who's on the police service board and made just a flippant remark. You know, it was to do with marijuana use, and he said something about hello, or should I say hi? That's what he said, hello, or should I say hi? And the speaker took great offense to this. And throughout the investigation, which costs, I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think it was close to around $5,000, if memory serves. It even said, after the interviews with the complainant, he knows he's not hurt by this. He knew he wasn't suffering with this. He just wanted to make his point and further his cause, which was promoting marijuana use as a medical use with police to deal with different things. It's right in the report. Now, if that's not frivolous and vexatious, I don't know what is. It wasn't it was just using it as a lever to further his cause. And that can apply to a number of different things. So I'll use that as an absolute live example that we had at the region of Durham just in the last 3 months. And that's almost $5,000 of regional tax dollars out the window on a report that was found to be without substance over a word. It can be as simple as that. It can be very complex. And quite honestly, again, it's a deposit. It's a deposit. You get it back. And if you look at this list of expenses here, there's a fee. There's a lot of different fees. I mean, we charge fees for things. Not a big deal. And if you want to do what's it called? I already talked about it. Let's say a freedom of information. You could run out $500 easy. We've had people want $3,000 worth of paperwork, right? And they decide, you know what, it's not that important, I don't need to spend $3,000 or the $500, right? But it's a fee and it's there. And if you want to use the transparency argument, again, same thing, we're charging for this. Maybe it shouldn't be charged for if you want to take the whole transparency route. This is for a specific purpose, and it probably will never be used, I hope. But to save us time and to protect tax dollars, I think it's useful. Again, if somebody is opposed to this just because of the amount of $500 and wants to suggest something different, that's fine. I think 25 to 50 is not going to be really successful in deterring any frivolous complaints, but it shouldn't be just about the dollar value, it should be about the principle. Thank you.
So, Mr. Clerk, do you want to speak to the amendment then?
I do have another question.
Oh, sorry, I should have said that. So,
Thank you.
follow up, go ahead.
Thank you.
Councilor Bauer?
I found a question on page 72, the last bullet of a collection of the fee may create some privacy challenges. So, Madam Clerk, could you please speak to that a little bit?
Sure, yeah, and I should preface it by saying this is not an insurmountable
Yeah.
problem, but part of the reason that we have an independent integrity commissioner is because the clerk's office is not necessarily entitled to know who a complainant is or anything about the nature of their complaint. That rests with the integrity commissioner. So it would just create a bit of a challenge because we're not Toronto, who has many complaints, and if we were collecting a fee for everyone, we wouldn't necessarily know which complaint that fee is associated with. In our case, you know, we might have one a year, so in order to actually do the fee intake, that our department and people that work within it would know who the complainant is. We checked with our integrity commissioner to see if his office could handle the fee collection and refund, and he said that's not something they could do. But at the same time, he didn't think this was a big problem in terms of the clerk's office being aware of who the complainant is. So if council's comfortable with that, then it's not an insurmountable problem. I just wanted to raise it as like a minor thing.
So we also have to consider if council may be comfortable with that or not, but also the resident, the complainant, who we are trying to give them an avenue and a mechanism to complain, to come with a legitimate concern in their minds and come to a professional who we have hired to determine if there's any basis to their complaint. Because we all want to be accountable, responsible, transparent. We want to work for our constituents. We want to do what's best for Ajax. Because we all love Ajax and we always work with the best interest of our residents. However, we don't want to do that unless we charge them because we don't want them to come. And there's no proof that it will be vexatious or frivolous. We haven't had it long enough to determine that that's a case. And it doesn't sound like that is a case in other municipalities based on the Integrity Commissioner's presentations to us, but that is a problem or a trend. And now we want to tell them that as well as paying a deposit, which you might get back if it's found to be legitimate, someone's going to find out who you are, and we all know how that works. And so we're not guaranteeing privacy. So I just don't see how that works to say, yeah, we want to give you this avenue and we want to make it because we know that you need us to be accountable. That's why you voted for us. However, we're going to make it kind of difficult, really difficult for you to do that. Thank you for your clarification.
Okay, I have a question. So staff is recommending that we now, because we now charge 25 to 50.
They're not recommending,
No.
they're just giving an option.
Staff is not recommending.
Well, you're not recommending that. And you also already answered the question, you don't know what the other would be, Oshawa, Clarington, Pickering, do they have fees?
Certainly no one in Durham Region charges this fee, no.
Huh. Okay, do you want to read the amendment that Mayor Collier is submitting? Moving?
That the fee schedule be amended to include a $500 deposit for filing a code of conduct complaint to the town's integrity commissioner.
Sorry, if I could just add, refundable where the complaint proceeds to investigation.
Right.
Thank you.
Say that again.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Refundable if there isn't, if the integrity commissioner finds there's cause, it's refundable.
Sorry, is it the finding of a violation of the code or just where the complaint proceeds to
To
investigation?
investigation.
Okay.
That's
so
refundable.
you're
Recorded
mov-
vote, please.
So it might go to investigation, but even if it's found to not be valid, they still get their money.
They get their money back.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're moving it, and we're gonna have a recorded vote?
Sure.
You do this, right?
Yep. On the amendment before the committee, please state your position in favor or opposed. Regional Councillor Lee.
Opposed.
Councillor Bauer.
Opposed.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
Opposed.
Regional Councillor Dyes.
Opposed.
Councillor Khan.
In favor.
Mayor Collier.
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Moore.
Opposed. So that was defeated. So that was an amendment to 4.6. So now you're moving that we move.
Oh, sorry, there was questions, sorry.
I'm just curious, since this has been defeated, does the fee structure of 25 to 50 stay in place?
That's what I was asking.
No.
as
It
well.
doesn't?
No.
That was never within the
I'm
recommendations.
asking for it to be
of the board.
put in, it's not in.
No,
It's right
okay,
there.
Okay, I read that, so that's why I'm clear.
Just, yeah, for clarity, we had said, should council wish to implement a fee for this purpose?
So you would need a motion
Something in
to say
this
that.
range might be appropriate,
Okay.
but
Oh,
there's
so if
nothing
we-
in there for this, right?
If
Okay,
we,
that's fine.
if we move 4.6 right now, all in favor, it won't include the 25
Right,
to
that's
50
correct.
hours. Okay, on the 4.6,
Motion.
moved by Regional Councillor Lee, all in favor? That passes. Okay. Next, we have item 4.7.
7 was passed.
4.7 is one of the ones that was passed. We're on to 4.8, which, once again, our friend Regional Councillor Lee, the temporary sign.
Once again.
Fantastic report. I'm fully in support of the idea of removing them, and I'm not saying that there's never an opportunity to bring them back at one point, but clearly the real estate agents in our, especially in Ward 2, I'm sure all wards in Ajax have overstepped their bounds and are abusing the system.
Yep.
I guess my question regarding this is there an opportunity, and it may not be to you, Derek, but for the Town of Ajax website to host an open house map every weekend? Because some concerns I am hearing are, well, how will I know where the open houses are? And our response is contact your real estate agent. But if I just wanted just a centralized location, is it out of the question to have our own mapping website to offer that as a parlay to these real estate agents?
No.
Oh my God.
Through the chair.
Doing your job.
He wants us to host the.
No, just like a
open
map.
source page
Anywhere
on
on
Through the
the
chair, I
website.
think staff could look at it and report back, but it wouldn't be on the basis of this report. But
Sure.
We could definitely come back with.
Okay, that's my only question. Aside from it, I'm fully in support of it, so thank you.
Okay, other questions?
You got me on the list.
Sorry. So, next up is Regional Councillor Crawford.
Really happy to see the A-frames asking residents to move out of Ajax to Bowmanville.
Sure.
So glad to get those gone, but can you clarify location and where we're saying no?
So through the chair, just to be clear, the regional sign bylaw controls all regional roads. What's proposed before you today is strictly on Town of Ajax roads. If you see the real estate signs that are, or the development signs that are promoting outside the town, if they're on regional roads, you have to deal with the region to have their bylaw amended.
Okay, thank you. And one sec, those flag things, they're gone, right?
Our proposal would be that we
Excellent.
would make
I
contact
don't
with the
like
business
them
owners and
at all.
advise them to have a meeting.
So when we see them now, we just tell you?
You could,
Have
but
a
we will,
picture?
through this report, we
Abjects?
will be proactively enforcing this until we then make contact with the business owners to ensure compliance with the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair, and my favorite subject, sign bylaw. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I think, what was the number, 73% of residents agreed that the real estate signs are completely out of order. Just a question, when you see, like Roslyn and Harwood's a hot spot, neither one being a regional road, so they're gone immediately, but if you have a road like Roslyn and Salem, and they put them on the Roslyn portion. Are we picking them up?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So we're doing
We
Sweet
use the
Fridays.
same standards as we do for the election signs about where there's an intersection, what is what part of what road allowance.
Okay. And if there is a sign on a regional road for Port Hope, or Peterborough, that stays until we can amend the regional bylaw.
Through the chair, correct.
Just one thing, the $18,000 budget ask, I feel this should be part of the budget. Why is this in here for this report now when we're going to budget shortly?
Through the chair, it's in the
This is
recall,
pre-budget approval, right?
It was unbudgeted in 2019. I believe it was being piloted.
So, yeah, sorry, the 2019 SWEET program was on a trial basis. It was funded from gapping savings within our department. The proposal to make it full-time, it really was a matter of deadlines. So we have an internal process we go through where we make all of our staffing requests, which includes requests for adding part-time hours. We sort of missed that process because this was coming later in the year. So in discussions with finance, we determined it was easier to just get approval through this report. And then it's kind of off the table when we look at all the other requests for staff. It's kind of already dealt with. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I'm not buying it.
Okay.
I would like to see this, I'm gonna move an amendment, but I just wanna speak something else first. Just to the other comments made about hosting the real estate thing on the town site, I think that direction needs to come as a motion. I don't want staff spending time preparing a report on something that I think there's probably very little interest on. So if that is some direction, I would ask that come forward as a motion before staff spend 1 second on putting a report together for it. My amendment is that, amending item 2, that we just refer that 18,000 asked to budget. I don't wanna do pre-budget approval for next year's. So just refer it to budget and forward all at once, since this year was already covered through staff.
Manager Hannon?
Through the chair, that's fine, but currently the program would not be continuing into the new year, as we don't have resources for January, February until the budget is passed. So that's one of the considerations too, that right now we're gonna run this to the end of this year, and then I was looking for the beginning of 2020 as well. We don't have the funding to cover that. We're roughly looking at 2 nights a week, going out for 6 hours each night collecting signs. And that would be over and above all other duties.
I guess I was just going, just to that, Mr. Hannon, I guess I was going by the previous approved fees of LIS that spoke to, that we've approved now of fees for revisits, for bylaw matters, for non-compliance and things like that, which would generate more revenue in LIS. And I guess I just went under the assumption that there, with the increase of fees, we're already gonna be increasing revenue under the LIS budget, so there would probably be enough to go through January, February.
So the chair, I don't believe that was the intent of those revenues.
But they start January 1st. Do they?
If the bylaws pass.
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff is seeking direction though to continue this program permanently, so it would need to be something that.
I will give that direction, Shane, any day.
But there's a cost.
I get that, but I think we can approve the budget together. I mean, I'm not familiar with others, this is where we can't start it, unless it's a new hire, that we can't start.
Through the chair, it's not a new hire, but it's hours we don't have allocated at this point. It's 12 hours a week.
So are you gonna hire new people to do this?
No, we're gonna use existing staff to fill those hours, the same as we did the pilot project, but we don't have gapping right now.
I'm not understanding, if we're not hiring new people.
Okay. If I could clarify, so we have a number of part-time officers who work a certain number of hours.
Okay.
We will be giving them more hours to support this
Okay.
program. I think we implemented the pilot program because there was a need that was identified primarily by you, Mr. Mayor, and I think you were absolutely right in pursuing this because based on the number of signs we pulled, it's a problem. And as soon as that pilot ended, you noticed that the signs were reoccurring. I would just put to you that I don't want that to reoccur if we have this gap where we can't fund these shifts, and then we're awaiting operating budget approval in February. So I understand your point about referring it to budget and considering it alongside other things, but that would result in you seeing a gap in the program.
Okay, I'll withdraw my amendment then. If that's acceptable by committee. Just the other thing to do with the signs on, for people like landscapers and things on people's front lawns. I don't have an issue with somebody having a sign on their front lawn for somebody that's done work at their house. The issue is, they often put it on the town boulevard, and it's there for a heck of a lot longer than 2 days. So, let me reread this.
Through the chair, that provision's been removed.
I don't know, just don't know how we're gonna enforce that.
So if we find signs within our boulevards, they'll be taken whether the resident's getting
Yeah,
work.
that I agree with.
If they're on their front lawn, we wouldn't take notice of that unless there was a specific.
And that's always good thought. Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Any other questions on 4.8?
I'll move the report.
Okay, I have a question. So just so I'm clear, Mr. Hannon, after having a spirited discussion with a local real estate agent, so on all local roads, is it true now that the election sign bylaw now mirrors, it's all the same for real estate, for piano lessons, for finishing a basement, or all the same?
Temporary sign bylaw applies now equally. There was a provision that allowed development and real estate agents to use directional signs. That has now been removed.
Okay, so that makes it clear to me. And then on the region side, where there is still gonna be some signs, does it also mirror our election where it's every 500 meters? I believe that's the case.
The region has their own bylaw that talks about distancing, the sign requirements. There's a whole bunch of other provisions within the regional sign bylaw that applies to their roads.
But I'm just asking you, look, we would know as a council more or less how to do the election one. So does that apply to the real estate? If I'm talking to a real estate agent, do I say, same as us, you can only put them 500 meters, or you don't know that?
The regional bylaw has its own stipulations, completely different from anything the town.
Can you speak to that, or not really?
So in setbacks from intersections, the types of signs, the size of signs are all differing on regional
Okay.
roads. They deal with election signs, they deal with mobile signs, they deal with business
Got it,
signs.
okay.
The region allows A-frame wire signs.
And we're not
that
here for
We've
that.
never
I
allowed.
have one more.
Okay. Mayor Collier?
Just very quick, sorry, I forgot to ask one thing. The 2 days a week, what days are they? Do they rotate?
We rotate through.
Because I just, all the real estate signs go out on Friday.
So staff will be out regardless now as enforcement of our bylaw, that on weekends, we will be removing signs that's not part of the pilot project at night.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we need a mover.
I moved it
Council-
already.
You moved it? Okay, Mayor Collier? Okay, all in favor? That motion passes. We're now on to 4.9, which, once again, our brand new regional councillor Lee pulled.
Through the
Project.
chair to staff, with the prospective changes happening to Innovation Village and the tech focus of Innovation Village, I didn't see that area, I saw select parts of that area getting gigabit service, but is there plans to ensure the whole section of the village is essentially covered by gigabit speeds?
I can speak to that. The answer is no. I've discussed this with Lisa House at length, and it's my understanding from her that there's no expectation for those sites to be brought onto the town's network. She indicated to me that they would be leased by a third party who would run services to those locations and pay for them.
Do we do that with any other areas in the town? Or would that be the only one? Where we lease out our internet? Why wouldn't we want that owned by us, or like run, like us paying for that?
To tell you the truth, I'm not familiar enough with that project
Sure.
to answer that question. All that I know is that it's been indicated to me that there's no plans to have those sites on the town's network. I don't know if anyone else can.
Through the chair, sorry. The reason that would be on a separate network is because our internet is filtered, it's monitored, it's regulated by certain things. What they want to do at those sites, they have their own specific requirements, and they want to be able to manage their own.
And there's no way within our own infrastructure to just
There
the
would be,
leash off?
because all our, to the chair, sorry, all our internet goes out through the same circuit, it goes out through the same filtering software, and there's no way to differentiate that because it is one shared network by one network.
Okay.
I would just also note, sorry, like, there would be significant capital investment required to bring those sites onto our network. The
Right.
infrastructure doesn't exist, so.
Got it. But, well, I guess we'll have to, it's a question for Lisa then, because, yeah, I would want to ensure that our innovation village has the top tier internet. I think it's a very basic requirement. But just my last question then is that it says we saw a marginal increase to go from 500 megabytes service to gigabit service. Can we ballpark what that cost was? I don't doubt that we need gigabit service throughout the town. I think it's the next step in our future infrastructure, but just what is the cost difference between 500 and 1 gig?
I don't have those numbers with me.
Sure.
But I can get them for you.
Because,
Cost went down.
It did went down, yes, through the chair, the cost for our internet, for moving from 500 to 1 gig.
we actually save money through
We
that.
actually saved money
Right.
through that. The increase was for the WAN infrastructure because we are upgrading some of our sites to higher bandwidth.
And our IT master plan, will that be impact this at all, or is this part of that? Like, I guess it seems they'd be somewhat tied, no?
This is fairly routine, this is just renewing our network and our internet and SIP services.
Sure.
It's just sort of a routine renewal.
Okay.
But the IT strategy, I think, will look at how we grow our network, what speeds are required at each site, and just maybe being a little bit more thoughtful about that going forward. Right now, it's sort of ad hoc, just, add internet here, add it there, add it in our parks, so we can have security cameras without a lot of that big picture planning, so
Okay.
we'll probably see some improvements there.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add a little bit about the Innovation Village and that, because it is relevant. Unfortunately, we haven't approved the funding for that yet. That's going to be part of our capital presentation that's coming. But we do have residents in the Mill Street Fire Hall right now setting up something, and they do require network. And even though the Bell building is right behind, again, we're having issues. But my understanding is that none of the major suppliers have any plans on putting any more fiber in Ajax. Not just that area, Ajax. So we are working with one of the major suppliers now to get those areas serviced. But it's a separate thing, and it's ongoing.
Okay.
It's not part of
Thank you.
this.
Okay, any further questions on 4.9?
No,
Are we done? Moved by,
I'll move it.
yeah, Councillor Bauer, all in favor? That carries. We are on to 4.10. I know we have guests and staff waiting, doing our best here, and that was posed by Regional Councillor Dice. You have the floor, Joanne.
So, it was a simple question. I just wanted, for you to review the difference between the different levels of seniors snow.
The different levels of senior snow.
The two levels that were, but that were stated there, and you've got the costs there. And I think it's just helpful to know, because we get questions about it, exactly what we're paying for.
So, do you want to take that?
Sure. Through the chair, so we offer 2 levels of service. So service option 1, which provides service of the entire driveway, includes a walkway or pathway to the door, the municipal sidewalk, and the windrow being cleared as well.
Sorry, can you just repeat the front of that? What's it called? That?
Sure, service option number 1.
Service option.
Yeah. And then we have service, so that's for $180.80, that's inclusive of tax, HST. And then we have service option number 2, which includes just the clearing of the sidewalk, the municipal sidewalk, and the windrow, and that's for, we offer that at a rate of $33.90, and that's inclusive of HST as well. So those are the 2 service levels we provide.
Thank you, that's helpful.
I would like to add that through the chair to Regional Councillor Dice, that we are reviewing the senior snow program, and we'll be bringing a report to council in 2020 for consideration.
Thank you.
Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say I'm really happy that the bench dedication program is coming back, so thank you very much.
I have a question, if anybody else. So, just so I'm clear, the service, sorry? Oh, sorry. My mistake. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. You go first if you want.
No, I see it right here. There it is. S. Collier. Right there.
I was just, thank you. I was just having trouble going through the charts when it, I'll just speak to the report first. So with the new fee, I don't know how many how many times it's divided out? It says, for instance, baseball type 1 field, adult, non-resident, 2024 expected revenue, but is that 10 rentals, 2 rentals, I don't know,
Yeah.
per person?
So you're looking for an explanation of the
Yeah,
financial
it's obviously,
implications?
there's a
Yep.
multiplier.
Yep.
So,
Basically, I mean, it's, sorry, through the chair, it's kind of a shot in the dark. We don't quite know what the uptake is going to be on some of those things. So what we did was, based on a conservative estimate of 1 contract per week, if we're looking at our type 1 facilities, those are lit, that would be 4 hours at the new rate that we're proposing per season. So 20 weeks or 24 weeks, whatever the week is.
is it broken out to an hourly though, or?
So the hourly rate
So I'm just
is-
trying to understand, if
Yep.
if I'm part of the baseball organization and I wanna rent a type 1 field for an adult play and I live outside of Ajax, what am I looking at per hour? Is this based on per hour, per use?
It's per hour, so it's $50.60 if you're looking at a non-resident type 1 facility.
Per hour?
Per hour.
Okay, so
For
we're adding
non-resident.
$200.40 per non-resident use of sportsplex. Okay. And that's only gonna happen 9 times a year, ballpark. Huh?
Potentially.
9 innings?
Okay, just try, that's helpful, because I just wasn't getting from the charts, and same for when you go down to the attachment 1, and I'll just, when we're talking about, you know, baseball Premier Field adult fee, $48.40 per hour.
Correct.
Okay, getting it now.
Yep. So through the chair, those are the per hourly rates that would be factored into the financial implications section.
And these have already, I guess this might be through you, Ms. Bridgman, have already been discussed with the user groups? They're aware of these fees?
We've had some preliminary discussions with them. We asked for some feedback from them and what they would like to see, what feedback they provide about how they feel the rates are, as well as some of the new fees that we've included. If you are looking at our camp fee rate, our Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, our low use times, feedback from them on how they feel about usage during those times and when they feel that they could benefit from reduced rates.
Okay. I just want to make sure they're aware. I don't want, well, hopefully I won't get the calls this time, but I'm expecting counselors to get calls. And I'll tell you, I had a very good meeting with Ajax Baseball last week. And I've met with Ajax Soccer as well. And baseball, one thing we've always, you know, they brought up fees, and I said, okay, you gotta be honest, I mean, Ajax fields are above standard, and they absolutely agreed. Every single person in the executive around the table said, absolutely, the Ajax fields are the best in the region for everywhere they play. And I said, so we have to pay for that. They cost more to maintain them at that level, and they absolutely agreed. So that's good. That's something I want to hear. What I guess I want to clarify is, and Ms. Bridgman, in the past, you provided a sheet that showed usage. And I'll use soccer. I think soccer was 11% or something. Where are we as far as deciding where we're overweight and underweight in our sports fields? Are we having too many type 1 soccer fields and not enough type 1 baseball fields? Or do we have, 11% usage on our type 1 soccer fields, and do we need that many fields? Could we reallocate those resources? Where does that come in?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, we do trend and understand the usage of all our fields, our soccer fields and our baseball fields. As you know, we are going through the Rec Culture Master Plan, and the fields are part of that allocation to review what the current trends are for recreation. Cricket is another example of an emerging sport that we need to be aware of and understand kind of how we're going to potentially repurpose some of our existing baseball fields and or soccer fields to be able to provide that play opportunity in the future. We do have the allocation and what the percentage is. We don't generally attach it to the fees report, but we do go through that exercise on an annual basis to be able to understand those fields and if they're being used and how they're being used.
Is that going to be one of the outcomes of the Recreation Master Plan?
One of the outcomes of the Recreation Master Plan would be to look at all of the recreation portfolio to be able to comment and provide recommendations around what the trends are, and if we have enough soccer, if we have enough baseball, if we have enough cricket, if we have enough pickleball. So it is one of those. One of the recommendations that Amanda and her team went through was the establishment of the Friday nights and the, like you talked about, the weekend fees, to try to get some uptake from the users on the weekends.
Mhm.
Soccer does not permit any fields on the weekends. Less than 5% of our fields are used on the weekends. So it's staff trying to provide a fee schedule that makes sense, that has the user groups perhaps coming to the table, or non-residents coming to the table to use our fields on those weekends where traditionally soccer doesn't permit them.
Okay, and I guess the user groups who use soccer, for example, have to understand that we can't spend this much money so they can use the fields this much time.
Correct.
Right, it has to be a balance, so those talks will continue?
Through the chair to Mayor Crowley, the talks continue every January, February. We meet with all the user groups to identify what their needs are. Potentially, we always have a lot of conflicts because certain groups want certain fields on certain days. So there's expectations around that, and we have to manage those expectations across all the different user groups. And understand that we have fields that are only used 1-2% of the time, and how we can combine and get better efficiencies out of our fields. However, that is an ongoing discussion and dialogue that we have with our user groups to try to manage that going forward.
Thank you. Thank you for the report.
Director Vaughn?
I just wanted to add some additional comments to Director Bridgman in terms of Agriculture Master Plan and the information that will come out of that. So the consultant does have the usage reports and the proposed fee schedules for Ajax, but they work with Monteith Brown is kind of one of the preeminent consulting groups for Agriculture Master Plan. So they also have a lot of intelligence from other jurisdictions, and what they do in the plan is make recommendations based on your population, your demographics, and basically can give you equations of what you should have to serve a community of your size. So it's very, it's backed up with statistics and data, which helps. And it comes from a sort of an Ontario and a national perspectives. The other piece that I wanted to add is there is a specific consultation with our stakeholder community, so sports groups are definitely part of that community. So we will be continuing to let our stakeholder groups know that there's an opportunity for them to, one, give their opinion, but two, also hear the larger conversation and understand that there's other factors coming in, like the building pressure for cricket. And so really trying to get a bigger picture for some of these stakeholders as well. So it's that delicate balance.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions, I do have a couple of questions. So just staying on the sports fees, do we know, or are you able to speak, I hope I didn't miss it, to the competitiveness that we have as far as fees in relation to Whitby, Pickering, Oshawa? Again, apples to apples. So obviously it's a rundown park compared to the President's Choice Parks, but is it similar or?
So through the chair, they are very similar. So you can see in the attachment here, we've looked at all of the relative fees from Clarington all the way to Oakville, and they are. Now, again, it's an apples to apples, apples to oranges comparison.
That's why I asked.
So what we do is we really try and look in depth at each of those municipalities and the types of fields they're actually providing. They may call it a type 1, but to us it's a type 2, and we try to compare apples to apples as much as possible.
Okay, I just wanted you to.
And just further to that, when to Amanda's point, type 1 for us is lit and irrigated. We have a standard offering. In some municipalities, they charge separately for hydro for the lights. So to Nicole's point in regards to these aren't always easy to ascertain.
That's a good point.
Because they're not a straight equal apples to apples. So when you're going through and doing these fee reports and you're looking for that comparator, sometimes it's difficult.
That's good. And quick question in regard, just for clarity, I had asked earlier, so service option 1 for snow removal, you said was $180 per season, per month?
For the entire, through the entire season?
For the season?
Yep,
and,
for residents.
And option 1, does it include the driveway, the sidewalk, and the windrow?
It does.
It does.
And a walkway to the door.
And a walkway to the door.
Yeah.
And then service option, and then how many times will they come?
It depends on the
Right.
number of snow events that we were seeing.
As I was
so-
asking that, I thought.
Assuming that fits the parameters, so there's parameters to that program, more than 5 centimeters of snow, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
But so that's service option 1. Service option 2 would be the sidewalk in the windrow only.
Sidewalk in Woodrow. And
Correct.
that one was how much for the season?
$33.90.
And I just want to clarify to that as well, this is for snow removal only, we don't come out and salt this in a nice event.
Okay,
This is
and,
only for snow removal.
and that's for people that are eligible.
Eligible, you have to meet the criteria.
Right,
You
residents
have to
of
apply, residents of Ajax have to apply.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions on 4.10? Need a mover on that? Councillor Khan, all in favor? Motion carries. Grinding on to 4.11, and that was, that's actually, Mayor Colley, you have the floor, sir.
4.11?
Correct. Am I right?
Actually, I had, I'll just move the report, Chairman. I had my question answered.
Okay.
That's to do with the planning.
Yeah.
Planning development, yeah, I have my question.
Great, okay. So I need somebody to move on that?
I would-
Oh, sorry. All in favor? So, Commissioner 4.11. 4.13 was pulled by Mayor Collier, but you've rescinded
I
that.
rescinded that. I'll move that also, Chair.
Okay, all in favor for 4.13? Thank you. And finally, pulled by Regional Councilor Crawford, 4.14.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Acting Director Lino.
Romanowski.
Okay, my question is around, it's actually not about this, but I wanted to ask about the acquisition for the roundabout, because I believe we talked about a roundabout, and I want to make sure that we're still going to have that in the plan for Church Street.
Through the chair to Regional Councilor Crawford, the roundabout's not part of this phase of the construction of Church Street. It'll be through the second phase of the construction of Church Street. Right now, we have 2 of the 4 quadrants of the roundabout, with a third parcel, the southwest quadrant, coming on through a future development application. And we're still in negotiations for the 4th parcel, 4th quadrant, which is at the north, I guess, west corner of the roundabout. And the only issue with that is the owner of the land was Runnymede. Runnymede provided that landowner, or that gentleman that lives there, a life lease on that property to live there for as long as he can live there until he passes, at which time the land goes back to Runnymede. But we've been in discussions with them to come up with a solution in the interim when we get to the second phase of Church Street, to look at bringing that in so that we can build that through that
So
later phase.
there's 2, correct?
Right.
And the other one's on the other side of the hydro?
North of the hydro
Right.
corridor,
Okay,
yes.
excellent. Okay, thank you very
As-
much. I'll
other-
move it.
Okay, no other questions on 4.14?
Gone.
Yeah, okay, all in favor? That motion carries. Okay, so now we are going to skip 5.1. And we are going to move on to 6.1, the closed session. Can I have some move to go?
Will we go in camera?
In cameras, Councillor Bauer. And we'd ask everyone from the gallery to please indicate.
We're skipping 5.1 completely, or?
No, we're
change modernism.
Hopefully that'll be fun, while we get good pictures in the future, it'll be fun. Thank you, Joanne.
So can I suggest that we do Alex item and then have a break before the budget meeting?
So what do you want to do?
So we got, there might not even be questions on that. We'll do Alex item and then council chambers.
So you want to do budget workshop discussion next?
No, we're gonna do Alex item, and then just Jeff was asking, I think some people need a washroom break maybe, so just a quick break before we get into the budget workshop.
You want the breakdown? or-
No, before, or,
I mean, do the council chambers.
So we're doing 5.1.
Presentation.
Thank you. So are we back on here?
Yeah.
Jeff Romanowski looks like he's busy. Baker. Just move on?
Just gonna give the break now.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Move for a 5-minute recess.
All in favor of 5-minute recess? Okay, let's try to make it 5 minutes.
Really 5 minutes.
Doing it now?
Really 5 minutes. Yeah, oh, you got it. Quick. 300 seconds. Knock yourself out. I'm hungry. I could. Regional Councilor Guys, I'd like
Yeah,
to
I
say
just
something.
had a follow-up question with respect to our discussion. I'd like to know if it's possible in future that we can get a report prior to an in-camera meeting so that we can consider the information in the report. The whole issue's been very fluid, it's complicated, there's not a lot of background for the new counselors. And for me either, quite frankly, there's a lot of information. So I'd really appreciate it in future if we can have some sort of hard copy report. Something that we can review and consider prior to coming to the meeting.
Thank you for your comments. Duly noted.
I like a book.
You'd like a book?
We're moving back and moving on to item 5.1, Council Chambers Modernization. Nicole Cooper, Director Cooper?
Doesn't matter.
Or what says?
You go
I'll
ahead.
take it.
We just put this item on for discussion. It's really just, we wanted to give council like at least a high level sense of what we're proposing for the council chambers in advance of your consideration of that project within the capital budget, because it will affect some of your procedures and those types of things. We don't have a presentation. We just wanted to give an opportunity for council to ask questions. And Alec, I don't know if you had anything that you wanted to say.
No, I just wanted to plant a couple thoughts in your minds while we have this opportunity to discuss it with you. One thing is that we have heard from council members over the years of different ways that the chambers could be improved or made better, both by members of this current council as well as members of previous councils. We're at the stage in the design here where it's very much theoretical. We haven't done kind of the harder work in doing the actual design. So if there are wants or needs within the chambers that you can think of, either today or in the future, let us know. This is an opportunity to collect your feedback and make sure that this space works for council and works for the community. And the other thing I wanted to emphasize as well is that we are conscious of the cost and of the different kind of design elements. Where this kind of originated for us had more to do with the technology piece. We're aware that the technology in that space is quite old at this point, and has a number of failure risks. But that also invited the conversation about the physical design of the space and how it's used, not just by council, but by other members of the community as well. So the technology piece in our kind of perspective is absolutely critical to ensuring the future use of that space. But we also think there's a lot of improvements to the physical design that we'd like you to contemplate. So we're open to your feedback and suggestions and any questions you might have. This is a great opportunity to help shape the future of the chambers.
Thank you. Councillor Khan?
Clerk, where is the screen supposed to go this time?
So,
This is the big map.
yeah, with respect to the layout, there would still be a large display kind of behind
The back.
council from the back. There would also be additional display screens closer to the audience near the gallery seating as well, so there'd be opportunities for multiple displays.
Okay, because one of the things with their photo op, which is not the most important thing, obviously, is that screen at the back takes away any kind of proper lighting.
So lighting is definitely some feedback we've heard from members of council before. We'll be addressing it a bit more directly, and I think we spoke a bit to that in the report about how we light that room and the options that we would have available to us.
Can I just have one bright white light on me?
Try.
Hey, it's relevant. So you're good? You're done?
Because you don't see me otherwise, I don't mean I want to spotlight.
Smile.
I try, yes, no, that's it, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Collier, do you want the others to speak first?
Doesn't matter.
You're up.
Whoever on list.
Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate this coming forward, and it's nice. However, I'm not seeing how this fits in the strategic plan and the council priorities that we're focusing on. This, to me, is a want to have, not a need to have. And it's a substantial amount of money. I look at the amount of people that attend the council meeting, and it's very few, like very few. So I gotta think of what is the benefit to, this $500,000 being spent when we've got, and once we get to the capital budget that's coming next, once you see the list of items that didn't make the list, right? Of priority items, there it is, priority items that didn't make the list. You'll see the capital challenges that we have. I mean, when it comes to capital budget, I have no problem looking at this, but really, I don't see this as really that time sensitive. It would be nice to have the meetings televised, but we're still under contract with Rogers to have those for a while. And I just think that maybe we're at risk of failure, but we're not at failure. This isn't high on my priorities right now. I got a lot of other things here that we're gonna be talking about later that I think we need to move forward. This is something nice to have if we, maybe if Cassandra's able to get us some grant money or something for the, absolutely, but right now, I can think of other areas where we can focus these dollars. So I like it, it's nice, it's good to have, but I don't think I'd be supporting it over some of these other things right now.
Just before we move on to council, other questions, Director Cooper?
If I may, thanks. So, I don't disagree with you, Mayor Collier, particularly in relation to the reorientation of the seating and some of the, like the more physical retrofits. I agree that that component may not stack up with some other priorities. I do want to stress though, the importance of the technology component, which is about half the project cost. And we are seeing almost like regular each meeting failures of the technology. It's about 15 years old. And when pieces break, we literally can't find the parts to fix it because they only exist in museums.
They don't make them anymore.
Or they're exorbitantly expensive to source.
Yeah.
So the technology replacement, I would say, is absolutely critical in terms of the presentation components. Things like the web streaming, there maybe are some components that are not completely critical, but I would say if we peeled that piece back, we would be probably one of the only municipalities our size that is not offering that service.
Yeah, I would echo those comments and just say as well, through the strategic planning process, we did hear about the importance of web streaming for council meetings, so we understand it's something that is a benefit and something we're interested in expanding. The point about the criticality of the technology, I mean, we tried to emphasize it in the report, but we are at a point where if something did fail, the chambers would be, for all functional purposes, out of commission until we replace that technology anyway. So it's not necessarily a matter of if, it's really a matter of when. So that piece in our minds is definitely critical.
And sorry, if I could just add, the web streaming of meetings is specifically identified in our strategic plan, which isn't to say that we couldn't revisit that, but it is specifically.
Regional Councillor Lee?
No, I was gonna speak on those points about literally the opposite, just the importance of how our council meetings aren't recorded like our GGCs are, and I think it's incredibly important, especially now, that people are able to go back to council meetings, see how votes were made, how decisions were made, and you can even see in the report that they were saying that to add to do the physical change after the AV is installed is not really feasible either. So I guess the only thing I would ask is, Rogers has infrastructure in place right now, at least for the recording of meetings. Can we not just tap into that infrastructure ourselves? They have cameras, they have microphones.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, Rogers has made that available to us in the past. The problem is that Rogers is also in a situation where the technology hasn't been replaced in that period of time. They've been in for service quite a bit, and we're kind of leaning towards not relying on Rogers in the future, because I think to an extent they may not be as interested in broadcasting as many council meetings in the future either. So it's a partnership that continues to exist. It's an agreement that we have, but we and many other municipalities in Durham as well have migrated towards in-house web streaming to provide that service, because it also reaches I would argue, a wider audience in a lot of cases.
And hosting it on YouTube, presumably, right? Or
that would be
Yes.
part of the solution, yeah, is
And if I
deciding
could
where
just
to
add
host
to
it.
that, the Rogers system is, first of all, extremely dated, but requires a person to operate it. So if we were gonna rely on that technology, we would need to pay a person to be here to operate that equipment, whereas the web streaming technology we'd be looking at would essentially be self-operating, would zoom in on the person who's speaking, et cetera. I just wanna emphasize Alex's point as well, that we think it's a very small subset of the population that actually has access to the Rogers meetings. A lot of people don't subscribe to cable anymore, some people use Bell. So you're really not hitting, you're not making those meetings accessible to a broad audience.
And you guys are mentioning a contract with Rogers. How much longer is that contract for?
It's essentially in perpetuity until either party chooses to cancel it.
So in theory, we could just cancel it tomorrow?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
30 days or something.
Yeah.
Right. My last concern is just, I don't see how this can be done from June to September. I think that's pretty ambitious for a design,
Fair
but
enough.
that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Regional Councillor Dias?
Oh, thank you. Time flies, I didn't realize it's been that long since we've done. So I just started, off the top of my head, thinking about things that I feel challenged, ourselves and staff as well in that scenario. I can't always hear what staff is saying, so I'm sure there's times they probably can't hear us. So maybe I'm hard of hearing, so how do we put in technology for people who don't hear that well? So we have technology for the public that comes in, but we don't really publicize it. There's headsets, we never put them out, we never tell
Never
them they're
release.
there. And I get complaints all the time that people in the gallery cannot hear us. We can't see them either. I can't see them sometimes from where you sit. It's hard to see them. So there are all those issues. If they can't hear us and we can't hear them, we got a problem right off the bat. So I'm hoping when you look at the technology, we'll look at some of those hearing or those issues on conversations we're having in the room that, depending where you are, you can't hear it. The other issue too is technology for any kind of these presentations for people who are also visually impaired. And there are colors and things like that that we should be working with, accessibility issues. I think this design is great. It's more accessible for people. I had a question though about the ramps up. Are they going to have railings on them?
Yes, they will.
Yeah, I figured as much. And there's all kinds of little things that, you know, can enhance these, but I think it's really, really important that these are web streamed. There's no way for people to access what we're doing now in the council chambers, and very few, I feel, are being recorded even. And it's been a long time, and there are people that ask all the time. So I'm happy to see that rectified. So I appreciate that. The design looks great.
I have are you good? Regional Councillor Dias, you're
Yeah,
finished?
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions. So just so I'm clear, it seems like it's past opinion that we need this technology-wise, it needs an upgrade. It seems like we're all saying that. And were you saying, sort of off the record or on the record, that it's about half, so about 250,000-ish?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of, that's a big chunk. And then you're saying that it's another 250,000 to move the desks, so that new cool design, we're in the middle, and the mayor sits in the middle, and the staff's another.
Yes and no. So the technology is around $250,000. The reorientation of the seating kind of gave way to some new items. So I think in the 2021 budget is when we have town hall improvements, which would include lighting retrofits, carpet, that type of stuff. And so we decided if we're gonna be changing the orientation of the seating in the council chambers and ripping it all up and being in the ceiling and stuff, we might as well just do those works at the same time. So it sort of ballooned to include those components as well, which normally would have been done in 2021.
Okay, we're looking at about $250,000, of which it seems like we're all saying, like you're saying to us, we have to do this. It's almost like plumbing or something.
Yes. So
Okay, and then if we were to put those in with the current infrastructure, then we wanted to, let's say 7 years from now, say, oh, you know, let's put the mayor in the middle and put the staff. Then you're saying it would be more money at that time to do that? Or?
Significantly, yes. So what we're saying is if you proceed only with the technology, you're basically stuck with the orientation of the seating, I'd say, for the next 10 to 15 years.
Right.
Until we re-examine replacing the technology again.
Yeah.
Okay. It's good to know. So today, though, this is just an item on our agenda, or are we?
It's just for
It's
information.
Just for
an item on the
discussion.
agenda.
So it's not in the consent area, as I should know.
Do we need to
There's
proceed?
no direction.
Right.
Just
Just
those-
one
You're just giving us the scoop. Okay, any other questions? Mayor Collier?
I just
Wanna,
And, yeah.
Do you want to
Who'd
go
you add
last?
first?
Okay.
Just one other comment, and I'm just let you know, for Ward 3, we often have our community meetings or ward meetings in the council chambers. We pack the room, and there's been many other meetings that we do with various not-for-profit organizations or whatever. Over time, we've had many meetings in there. We welcome the public. That's why it was designed the way it is, for the chairs to go on the floor, and you can have tables or whatever you want. So
As opposed to
it's a space
stadium.
that we utilize all the time, for staff too. Staff use it.
Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and Joanne's absolutely right. The space was designed to be able to allow multiple different uses. That's why the chairs are not fixed, that's why it's flat, so it's used for weddings, it's used for, I mean, it's used for a lot of different things.
Yeah.
And it was designed for that. I'm assuming there's a way to do, like, we have live streaming, this meeting's live stream. I assume there's a way to do it for less than 200, okay. I'm sure there's a way to do it for less than 250,000 up front, and I'm sure there's a way to do it today that's not really a throwaway cost. I mean, it's something we can do to get us through till we can do the whole thing if we chose to go that route. So this is gonna come back as a budget item. Could we perhaps see at the same time some alternate costs on what it, because really, we all have a fairly sophisticated device in front of us. We all have our agendas, we all have our reports, we all have that stuff. If it's a matter of looking at a PowerPoint on a screen for somebody presenting, I mean, that, we have that too in most cases, so that can be provided to council electronically as part of the package. But just, can we have an alternate that, okay, this is what's needed for web streaming?
So through you,
And then we
Mr.
have the full thing after, but, yes.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we can certainly look at options for web streaming. It's a function of both kind of the hardware and the software and how that's managed and what's required to do that. I can tell you the 250,000 or so for the tech replacement includes the web streaming, but that's a much smaller portion compared to replacement of all the existing equipment, projector, mics, all that stuff. So it's what portion of that it is depends on the level of service you're looking for and the quality. So we can certainly look at options for that. But it doesn't change kind of the fundamental fact that the core of that technology still needs to be replaced, regardless of whether we install, you know, a Cadillac version of a recording system or kind of the baseline, what you might see in this room. The Jetta.
Jetta's pretty hard.
Yeah. And just for clarity too, this,
No, I got it, man.
this system currently does not live stream, it only records.
Okay, I guess to my colleagues, but does that really matter if it's live or if it's
No,
an hour
I
later?
just want some digital
I don't think it
copy.
really matters as long as.
And it's available
backed
within
up.
48 hours.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sure there's alternatives, that maybe for a couple of alternatives at budget time as well.
So Mayor Colley, are you asking for more breakdowns? So they said the technology side would be.
Well, I mean, I understand this is technology all encompassing, but if we just wanted to web stream our meetings or record and put them on the YouTube channel, what would that cost us at the same time?
Okay, any other questions on 5.1?
I'll
Move
to
that we
receive.
receive for information. That.
Okay, so all in favor? Motion carried, and now we're on to 7.1. Acting Director Sarong. Yes, CAO Baker, you have the floor.
If I could just say a few words before we get started. So as staff, as senior staff and senior management team, we're preparing the capital budget. We became very aware that as with every year, it's very difficult to work within the current financial sustainability plan, as well as, you know, we had a number of issues with our reserves that we talked about this year. I'm not going to deal with all of the interesting information you're going to hear today, but staff really struggled with the capital budget this year. And in addition to that, there were a number of asks that came forward from members of council that were kind of put on the plate as well that we needed to try and find funds for. In the end, what we decided to do was we thought that it would be beneficial to meet with council, walk you through the budget process, but also what the pressures are in the budget, so that as a team together, council and staff, we could understand what the pressures were and understand what council's priorities are going forward. So that's why we're before you here today.
And to be clear, this is a workshop, it's a discussion.
This is for your information before the budget comes forward.
Okay. Acting Director Sarong, you have the floor.
And it's all good news. So much money.
It is.
Too much money.
Okay.
Use that nicely.
Okay, good afternoon, members of council.
Same thing.
Our goal today is to provide a high-level overview of how the capital budget is developed. And also, we are going to present a high-level summary of the 2020 capital budget with a long-range forecast, 2021 to 2024. So our agenda today, as you can see, our presentation is a two-part one. The first part of our presentation, I'll be focusing on just an overview of the capital budget. We'll look at how it's built, the process, the timelines, how we fund the capital, and what our current pressures are. And then Julie Malcolm, our acting manager of budgets and accounting, will take you through the 2020 capital budget, high-level overview. She did email send her an email to council with a list of all the projects that we are going to be recommending. And then we'll walk you through the next steps and open it up for questions. So the purpose of the capital budget is to identify all town-owned infrastructure that requires maintenance and repair, rehabilitation, or any sort of replacement. There are also road projects that are identified and any new initiatives. Generally, all of these projects fall into one of the categories listed above. So the reports you'll see list our projects that we're recommending in the capital budget under these categories above. We also have a threshold. Generally, anything over 10,000 is what goes into the capital budget. So throughout the year, we do receive comments and feedback from the public, from council, staff, developers, any sort of plans we have. And these are all taken into consideration when we develop the capital budget. It is a fluid process. As you can see, it starts with department, and we go through the financing, several iterations through senior management, and then it goes to council, and then obviously the implementation. So it's just an ongoing process. So we start off the capital budget with the prior year's approved long-range forecast. When council approves the budget, they're approving the current year and 4 years out. So in 2019, you would have had the 2019 capital budget and the 2020 to 23 approved. We start with a 2020 to 2023 approved. And then we take a look at all the existing projects that are in that long-range forecast. And we look through all the projects, all departments go through their projects. They try to verify that the cost is still the same, the project scope is still the same. They identify any new projects that weren't part of the original forecast. And at the same time, we also ask council to submit a list of their wish list for consideration as part of that process. So all that information is during the June to August timeframe. And then we start to meet with all the departments. Finance puts together all the information. We meet together with all the departments during September to November timeframe. And then we go through all of the projects. As Catherine likes to say, we play the Jenga game. So we go through and try to figure out what projects are priority to proceed with, and then we come to council in December to present what staff is recommended after going through all of the projects, several iterations, and basically a list that is really critical to move forward with. We will be, the budget comes on December 2nd. All the detailed version will be on the website and also available to the public 1 week prior to December 2nd. So how's capital funded? Capital gets funded through reserves, reserve funds, and debenture or debt. Our reserves get funded through general levy allocations, slots, a lexicon, and there's other sources of funding. The main sources of reserve funding generally, I'll walk you through the primary sources, which would be general levy allocation, slots, lexicon. These are all endorsed under the FSP, Financial Sustainability Plan, and that was approved. It was presented to council in 2014, and the FSP was endorsed in 2014. The FSP guided the strategic financial planning of the town and has identified specific rules under building the capital budget, how reserves get funded. Reserve funds generally are very specific. They are very specific to the purpose intended. So development charges are used for growth-related projects. There's a study that's done that lays out for 5 years all the growth-related projects. We collect development charges for those. Those get funded. They're very specific. Federal gas tax, there's a criteria for any of those projects. Again, very specific eligibility for those projects to be funded. And the venture is we would take on debt. So general levy allocations as defined under the FSP, a simple explanation of what general levy allocations are is really tax-based funding. So we receive the majority of our tax, or of our revenue of the town is from the tax base, homeowners paying property taxes. A percentage of that is what is known as general levy allocations, and it's used to fund reserves that are primarily for capital projects that are taking care of the existing infrastructure. In 2020, our general levy allocation is actually 5.7. My chart shows 5.6 because there's a small portion of that, 71,000, that goes to our post-growth reserve, and the post-growth reserve is intended to take care of all existing infrastructure as the town is completely built out. So it's just putting away a little bit of money for the future as the town gets built out. And then 69% of the general levy allocations fund election costs, which is every 4 years. So the next major source of funding for capital is SWAT. And in 2020, as you know, there's an indication in the papers that Durham Line is going to be opening in early 2020, which will mean revenues that are lost to the town of Ajax. So in our forecast, we have forecasted 5.7 million in 2020, and that is a reduction of approximately 1.7 million compared to 2019. So in 2019, our revenues were about 8 million. They're down to 75%, 1.7 million. We've also assumed further reduction of an additional 25%. So 21 to 2024, we've assumed 50% of slots revenues based on the opening of Durham Line. Again, reduction in revenues that are currently funding the reserves.
50% of 5.7 million.
No, sorry, an additional 25%. So original is 8 million,
Yeah.
so an additional 1.7.
Okay.
So the other thing I want to note on slots is that not only does it fund capital, there's a portion of 302,000 that actually funds the hospital, Durham Community Foundation, and Impact Ajax. At this point in time, we have no identified makeup for the funds that we're going to be using from slots. And finally, the third main funding source for the reserves is Lexicon. Originally Viridian, the merger with the Hydro. So the merger is not finalized, it's pretty close to being finalized, but for our forecast and projection purposes, based on the direction that we were given, there is an increase, potential increase in revenue of 726 in 2020. In 2019, it was approximately 2.5 million, so this forecast does reflect increase in revenue, which is positive news compared to the slots. So now that I've showed you how three main sources of capital funding, this is the total funding for capital put together. 14.5 million of funding is what is going to the reserves to fund capital. This is clearly a decline compared to 2019, and the reason being is because of the slots. Even though we've had an increase in the Lexicon revenues, we've had a decrease in the slots. Overall, we're still down $1 million compared to 2019.
2019 was 15.5 approximately.
Correct. Okay, my next slide just shows you, so there's all the reserves that fund capital. Just a different way of looking at it with a different funding source, general levy, slots, Lexicon. That's just kind of a quick highlight on how the reserves get funded and how much goes into the reserves in 2020. So now that I've shown you how the reserves are funded, let's go through how we fund capital projects. So under the financial sustainability plan, we have defined spending gaps. So what that means is 65% of all revenues that are going into the reserves are earmarked for funding capital. The additional 35% of that revenue is intended to grow the reserves. This is intended to be fiscally responsible, to prepare for any sort of unexpected emergency situations, take advantage of any grant opportunities, any sort of over budgets, any sort of pressure, any sort of one-off items that we have money put aside for that purpose. And then my third way of funding capital is through debt. So currently the town of Ajax has 19.7 million in outstanding debt. A big part of that is Audley Recreation Phase 2, which was actually just built. So 9.3 million of debt was just issued for that facility. And then we also paid off municipal building Phase 1, which is a small balance remaining in 2019 that will be paid off. So how does the town of Ajax issue debt, there is a policy. There's a long-term debt policy that was approved under the Financial Sustainability Plan. And so it was endorsed by council in 2014. The town will issue debt for the purposes of construction, expansion, or any major repurposing of buildings. The debt can be issued up to 15 years, and there's also a maximum amount. If it's an internal, it's up to $3 million. Both internal and external shall not exceed 30% of the cost of the construction. So this was the recommended best practice at that point in time policy, and it was actually approved by council. So now I'm going to walk you through the capital budget pressures that the town is currently experiencing. Myself, I'll speak about the first four, and then Nicole will talk a little bit about the IT strategy, and then Jeff will walk you through CIP, Bill 108, and development charges, and then Catherine will talk a little bit about asset management. So let's just talk about spending caps again. As indicated earlier, spending caps were defined under the FSB. The objectives for spending caps was really to create flexibility and capacity, help fund any sort of large projects, any opportunities that came up. And a good example of that was Pat Bailey Square. Pat Bailey Square was funded directly from the reserves because of the money being put aside to go to reserves. It also funds over budget, unbudgeted. It also protects us against any sort of uncertainties, example, the slots that we are losing revenue. And the big, really major thing that the reserves were intended to prepare for is to take care of our existing assets. So long-term, the asset management plan, which Catherine will talk a little bit about. So even though the objectives of the spending caps are great, we are struggling. We did struggle to build the capital budget, as you'll see, because the spending caps do not accommodate all our needs. And in 2020, we are going to be recommending a deviation from the FSB for 3 reserves, being the vehicle and equipment replacement reserve. The spending cap, we're over the spending cap. That 65% that I was talking about, we're over that for 2020 by 915,000, and then the 4 years out, 3.8 million. Under building maintenance, same thing, we're over 2020 by 1.9 million, and then 21 to 24, 2.4 million. In the case of vehicle equipment, the reason that we're over is the fire trucks. They're very expensive. The caps, one fire truck will take you over the amount of the spending cap typically that's allowed. Similarly to the building maintenance reserve and the roof replacements.
So, am I allowed to ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So you're suggesting the removal of the spending cap?
No, we're gonna keep the spending cap, but we're recommending deviating, allowing us to go over the spending caps for these intended reserves. Because there was, based on going through so many iterations of the capital budget, we weren't really able to fit, these projects were identified as critical needs, and we weren't able to fit them in the spending caps. Okay. And so we still believe that they should be approved and be recommended for approval, so we'll be recommending deviation for that.
Okay, okay, got it.
Through Mr. Chair, I just want to make a comment here. I think it's important to note so that you kind of picture the room when we're doing this. Sandy and Julie came and showed us, these are all the asks, or these are all the items that are in the capital budget for 2020. This is the amount of money that's available in each of the reserves based on the spending caps, and I think in every case we were over. So what happens is, what seems to happen, what I'm told happens every year, then each department head starts trying to figure out what they can move out of the next year. So even though priorities had been set for 2020 in previous years in your forecast and so on, staff had no choice but to bump things out to meet the cap. So it's kind of being new to the process and coming in and watching this, it's kind of a ridiculous procedure from my perspective, where we have all of these roads, bridges, different things that need to be done, but things are being all bumped all over the place to get us to below the cap.
So why don't we just get rid of the cap?
We can chat about that. So the other point to note is that, to Shane's point, we're recommending a 5-year forecast of what we thought was absolutely needs to go, but you're not going to be able to see any of the projects that have moved out. But once we have the asset management plan, as Catherine will talk to you a little bit about, and we're hoping to move to a 10-year capital forecast. where we'll develop a 10-year capital budget, so we'll have all of those projects within the 10-year plan. Okay, so the other thing I really wanted to highlight is when we do have capital budgets, the operating impact is, I just wanted to make council aware that we do have operating impact that results from these capital projects. So just wanted to earmark, the Audley Recreation Center was built, phase 2 was built completed in 2019. But their operating costs, that any new projects that a town is taking on, that is a new facility or any growth related projects, generally tend to have not only funding requirements from our other reserves, but also operating impacts. So in the case of Audley Recreation Center, in 2019, approximately $900,000 was approved as the operating impact. Cost of staff, taking care of the facility, etc. In 2020, it's actually approximately 1.5 million. When you translate that into the operating budget and the tax base, 1% of the operating tax base is, in 2019 dollars was 635,000. So just wanted to highlight, in 2019 was 1.41. In 2020, without us even starting to build the operating budget, we're at 2.32% just because of Audley Recreation Center taking on that new facility. The other pressure that we faced as we were developing the capital budget is stormwater management. So currently there is no sustainable funding source for stormwater. In 2020, we do have a capital project that is going to look at stormwater funding feasibility and address our capital and operating needs. The chart below shows you the dollar value of all the projects that are stormwater related that are actually sitting in the capital budget. The red, obviously, it's we don't have funds to fund these projects, so in 2022, 692 we're short, there's a shortfall, so hopefully this project that is in 2020 will be able to identify a way to fund these capital projects. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, am I allowed to ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, yeah, because we're not in consent agenda, so it's probably easier to just ask her the question now, yeah.
I don't understand. You're doing a wonderful job, and I get you're inheriting everything, but I don't understand. We identified stormwater management years ago. Why is there no flipping reserve for this? I know, like, it blows my mind. I don't expect you to have an answer for that. I'm sure you can't have an answer for that, but it drives me crazy that we're still talking about this. They're not getting smaller.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the discussions that I had with the former CEO before I started, this was one of the items that he brought to my attention, that, and any staff who may have been here at the time can speak to it, but it's my understanding that staff did bring a report to council recommending a sustainable funding source, but council did not approve it.
Yes, that is not what I'm saying. Yeah, I know, taxing the residents, that was not what we were wanting to do.
It's an extra fee.
Yeah, the idea that there's never been a reserve for this is mind-blowing, because we've been putting these things in for how long? Who puts these in? Jeff? How long have we been doing huh?
Long time.
Yeah, like,
So-
I know you can't answer for past decisions, but what he brought to us was not palatable at all.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you that most municipalities that that do have a sustainable funding source is exactly that.
Well, I don't
Where
understand.
they put a 1% infrastructure reserve in place, or 1% or 0.5% or whatever it is, specifically for stormwater, because the costs are just going to, these are just maintenance costs. Eventually, if we don't maintain the ponds appropriately, then it's about replacing the ponds, and it's in the millions of dollars.
Yeah, I know, we've had those discussions.
Regional Councillor Dias?
Oh, I guess I'm done.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you indicated you
Go
weren't.
ahead.
No.
You weren't, okay.
You only get one question at a
Yeah.
time.
As you were, no, as you were.
I just
didn't
think
realize.
it's,
Thought you motioned.
I know you can't speak to previous admins, CAOs, bosses, whatever, but I just think that we have reserves for things all the time, and why we did not have one set up for this, I don't understand. Where we put surplus in, that we have into something like this, so that we would not have to do what you're suggesting. But anyway, it doesn't matter, because no one can really answer the question.
Right.
I'm just annoyed.
see
So
over.
through you, Mr. Chair, one of the purposes of this presentation is show you that we don't have enough reserves for everything that we need to spend money. There is not enough money to go around for everything that we need. That is exactly the purpose of this presentation. So we have to,
Thank you for
we
that
have to
good
take,
news.
what's that?
Thank you for that good news.
Well, okay, so one of the reasons why we wanted to bring this in front of you is because when I first started here, what I kept hearing from members of council was, we didn't know that, they never told us that. This is exactly why we're in front of you, because it's important that you know the pressures that we're under, so that we're making decisions together and deciding the priorities together.
We just thought you'd have better news for us. That's all.
So we've
Are you
had
good,
this
Marilyn?
situation
No, I'm
this
just saying, you finished?
situation every year.
Councilor
I
Bauer.
didn't know that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry,
No,
my
it's okay.
apologies.
It's okay. It's just,
Where-
Marilyn, are you
Yeah.
good? Okay, regional councilor Dies, and you're next, Lisa.
We always have challenges with budgets, we know
Sorry.
that. But, you know, Marilyn's quite right, stormwater management issues, we know is a really important issue. What we objected to is what people object to, say, when you get your, electricity bill. And there's a charge for the power, there's a charge for it getting there, there's this charge, there's that charge, and people go, I don't wanna know all this, I just want the bottom line. So instead of putting another fee to cover that, which was presented to us, we said, no, it should be included in your tax rate, if you have to. That's how we collect money, because people don't want you adding on, and it's basically tax money anyway. That was what we objected to. But we recognize it's important. So I just wanted to clarify that, I mean, and you're right, some of the things we've done.
Another question, Councilor Bauer?
Thank you, my apologies, Chair. So this process and everything you're telling us today, this happens every year, but you don't tell council about it.
Through the chair, I mean, I do believe that it was communicated as a budget pressure before. What we have done is really show you the actual dollars of the shortfall, but I do believe it was communicated as a pressure before.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
We'll never get through this.
Councilor Bauer, are you asking the whole, what we're describing to you today is our process? Are you asking if that's been explained to you before, or you're just speaking about stormwater?
Everything all.
Everything, yes. No, that's exactly the point, unless, you know, staff can correct me. My understanding is that council has just been presented with recommendations of how to move forward, but hasn't been, council has not been informed or educated as to what the
How you
process
got
has
there.
been and what the pressures are on an annual basis.
Okay, may I ask why?
I can't.
You can't,
I
it's
can
past
answer
part,
that.
it's past.
So
Do
it
we know
was-
why?
The people that answer aren't here anymore.
Yeah,
The tax
yeah,
rate
the tax
was
rate was
always
set.
1.75 and everything got cut to be
I
able
see.
to manage
Yes, thank you.
1.75.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just back to.
Not on capital though.
But we would
Yes.
have hoped.
It was
that
operating.
It was everything.
Should have.
Everything.
Should.
It
I
was
may
everything.
add that I think the direction at the time, was that we would bring it as a complete product to council, and all the decisions were made at the table, and the process did not involve council. So
Wow.
what was presented was all of the departments hashing it out and figuring out how to make it fit into the numbers, and then council got that.
Okay.
And just, I have to add this. The previous process was that staff would come forward with the report in November. And council would direct them as, they would ask council what they wanted as a tax rate. And council would direct, not knowing what the pressures are.
Yeah.
And so when I came here, I said, we can't do that. We need to inform council what the pressures are and what the needs of the municipality are to maintain service levels and so on. It's not fair to ask council to give us a number because they don't know what the needs of the organization are. So that's exactly what we did last year, where we showed you everything, we showed you what we needed and so on. And that's the process we're following.
So if we could get back to the presentation, no,
Yes,
for
thank
Acting
you.
Director Sarong, just for, do you know, are you halfway through? Or?
Not quite.
Almost.
Not
Rob needs to
quite.
be fed.
It's
Doesn't
19
matter.
to 46.
We need to hear this, keep
Don't
going.
rush.
Give him a Snickers.
No, just,
We need to know.
just a question. Just a question.
Angry.
There was no
He's angry,
prejudice
Rob.
in the
Tracy's
question.
got food.
Just a question.
I got a protein bar.
I like knowing where I am on the
Okay, no, this is
GPS.
fantastic.
Let's
Let's
get,
go.
let's get through this and
On the upside, we
Right.
did take advantage of the CCWF grants for stormwater, and we were able to get a lot, in fact, I mean, those numbers are reflected here, but had we not taken advantage of the grants, these numbers would have been a lot worse. So we were able to take advantage of some of the grants for stormwater. Okay, so hopefully that project that is in there for 2020 for the stormwater funding feasibility will help to guide how we move forward with the stormwater infrastructure. This is my last slide before I turn it over to Nicole. So I just wanted to highlight that currently we do have several master plans and studies that are ongoing. There's a list of all our current studies and master plans that are in the works right now. They will be coming forward to council, and there's potentially both operating and capital impacts that will be part of the recommendations. So just wanted to let you know about that. And our strategy that is the closest to being completed is the IT strategy, and Nicole is going to walk you through that. She's going to provide a quick update on the IT strategy.
Okay. So just to let you know where we're at in the process, the IT strategy is currently underway. We just received a report outlining the consultant's preliminary findings, and she'll be presenting to senior management this week. The output for council is the draft strategic plan, which will be coming to council in January is when we're targeting that for. But definitely the preliminary findings report gives us a sense of kind of what we're in for. So on the capital side, there's 3 or 4 major projects that are going to be required to be completed within the next few years. Senior management would probably tell you that these are all priorities for 2020, but obviously that is not something we can accomplish. But they relate to asset management, customer relationship management, a proper integration of our payroll system and our financial system with our human resources information system. Our tax software is end of life next year probably, so we need to figure out something for that. So these are major projects with big capital costs, not just for software acquisition, but also for professional services. You're also probably aware that we've made a significant shift towards mobility in the last year, so we're deploying more devices like the ones you have in front of you, instead of our more traditional, like the old tower computers. And these have been super popular. They've definitely paid dividends in terms of employee productivity, flexibility, portability, but they're more expensive than a traditional tower computer, and their lifespan is shorter. So you'll continue to see increases in our workstation replacement budget as a result of that. That's just one example, but the point I'm trying to make is that staying current is not cheap. It comes with a cost. And then we also have a lot of policy. Sorry, I'm still on the capital slide. A lot of sort of like policy program work that needs to be done in areas like security, business continuity, disaster recovery. So we will be needing things like third-party assessments and consulting work, which will fall on the capital side. So those are just some of the capital pressures. And I know today's presentation is primarily to do with capital, but it needs to be said that most of the pressures in IT are going to be shifting onto the operating side. So you've just seen on the last slide, there will still be significant capital pressures, but there's a lot that's going to be shifting onto the operating side. So if you think about things like, you'll see in the capital budget, we're proposing to move to Office 365, which is moving Microsoft Exchange, our email system, and our Office products into the cloud. So right now, and going back to the beginning of time, we purchase our Microsoft Office package, we pay a large sum for it, and then we have it for, say, 5 years. This will shift to an annual subscription cost, so the pressure moves to the operating side, and it's not a small cost. And everything's going this way. Adobe is going to a subscription model. Our Intellect system, which houses all of our policies and procedures. So all of these things are shifting as we get into more cloud-based solutions and software as a service solutions. The pressure shifts to operating and onto the levy. The largest pressure on the operating side is going to have to do with staffing, and I should say we are looking at creative ways to get some of this work done, like out-tasking, managed services, things like that, but there's definitely still going to be a huge need in the staffing area. So one of the things you'll see in the IT strategy is that we were benchmarked against about 20 of our comparator municipalities, so similar size, and lower tier municipalities, so similar service profile, and Ajax ranked dead last, and not by a small amount, like won by a landslide. So, and this is not a subjective assessment, right? These are just the straight facts. When you, the measurement is number of IT staff per 100,000 population. So that's a huge pressure, and you know, the way that we've survived to date is to really just focus on keeping the lights on. When you pick up the phone, you get a dial tone, and that's, you know, been good enough for some years. But this council is tech savvy, super interested in technology, new leaders at the senior management table that have a lot of needs in the technology area, and you know, our goal is to be a leader in everything that we do, and we can't do that if we're not even like meeting the lowest bar as it relates to technology. So this is kind of just a high level assessment, just trying to kind of give you a primer for what you're in for when that report comes forward. But yeah, the message is we need to be investing more in this area. And there's just a little quote there I pulled from the findings report. There's a huge mismatch between what the expectations are of senior management, of our employees, of our customers, and I think of this council, and between that and what we've been investing in IT. So that's really all I have to say.
What about our planning software? Are we up to date with that? Is that going to a cloud-based model? Or that's something we buy and we're kind of good forever, or for a very long time?
No, we buy lots.
It depends what you mean by planning software. We use Amanda for like our property-based information, our like all of our building permit stuff.
Planning, building, bylaw uses Amanda.
Yeah, we do have some development to do with that system, but it's one of our most stable systems. It's on-prem, it's not cloud-based.
Okay. And there's no, the manufacturer isn't going to switch that to a cloud-based model?
No, it's
okay, good.
Well, not that I'm aware of.
Right.
Of all of our application needs, that one is probably in better shape than the others, although there is certainly some ways that we can use it better.
Right, yeah, okay.
Okay, the next pressure that we're going to discuss briefly is the downtown community improvement plan. So the intent of the plan originally back in 2005 when it was brought in was to encourage and facilitate appropriate rehabilitation projects, offering financial assistance, and to encourage and support the development or redevelopment of lands within the downtown. So, you know, intent kind of focus on rehabilitation. What it was really brought into is we had some properties within downtown back in the early 2000s that frankly made the downtown not look very appealing. So the whole intent behind the CIP was to bring this in to incentivize some properties or property owners to kind of get those things cleaned up. The one that was done first was the old Verona Mall site, which is across from the Baywood Center where Sundial Homes currently has their project built there. 3-story townhouses, back-to-back style townhouses within that area. The goals of the CIP were built upon community improvement goals that were outlined within our official plan. So enhance the downtown as a unique district in the heart of the town, strengthen the downtown through vibrancy, diversity, and economic viability, improve the image and the appearance of the downtown, and promote development that is intensive, mixed use, and transit supportive. These are still principles that we have today within our official plan, so those have been maintained over time. And that's the lens that we look through when we're doing planning and approvals in the downtown. But the CIP is still a pressure that we need to look more closely at as we evolve. So, what has the CIP brought us? Well, we do have some accomplishments. We wouldn't have Pat Bailey Square without the CIP. We wouldn't have 3 phases of development at that corner. What we would have would be 5 drive-through restaurants down in a hole. That would have been the alternative to Pat Bailey Square. So much better result, and as a result of the CIP, we were able to do that. Grand Harwood, we talked about it earlier. This is the Lamine project. Yes, although we've had the difficulties with Lamine and Thomas Liu and going through the court proceedings and all that, it is an accomplishment. We have an approved site plan in the downtown that another developer can take over, 10-story mixed-use building, nothing like that within the region, and we can have that here in the town of Ajax as a result of the CIP. We also have other upcoming and potential developments. 282 Monarch, which is the northwest corner of Monarch and Bailey, right beside the McDonald's. 167 Hunt Street, that application was before council over our last CAT meeting. That's the old Siemens site where Stafford Homes is. 73 Hunt Street, those are 2 8-story rental apartment buildings within the downtown, right at Commercial and Hunt, beside the Legion. Chartwell Valley Cliff Lodge, right here on Station Street on the north side, beside the Ajax Municipal Housing Building. We have 40 Station Street, which is the old Station Street Grill site. That was a site that had potential development opportunity on it. Ajax Plaza, which is the balance of the lands where Lemine's project is. We have Sherwood Apartments, which are the red bricks down at the corner of Bailey and Harwood. And Atlas Tag. This is just north or adjacent to the Wendy's site on Bailey, behind the Ajax Harwood Plaza. All these plazas. So, the accomplishments, potential, upcoming, so there's a lot more to come. Julie, did you want to jump into the next slide with regards to the, just kind of focusing more on the medallion development as it relates to development charges, fees, etc.
Yeah, so I thought we'd put in this slide as an example of the cost of those developments through the CIP to the town or to the taxpayer. So this is an example. Medallion is a large development where we have actual numbers for buildings A and B, and for the next 4 towers, there's also estimates on what that would cost the town. The key here is that development charge exemptions that the town provides through a CIP or any other non-statutory exemptions have to be funded from non-DC revenue. It says tax-based, but it really should say non-DC. So we could use a lexicon slots to fund that. It just can't be a DC revenue. The other thing to note is the P&D fees and the tax incentives that are provided through CIPs. Those are really lost revenue to the town. So normally the P&D fees and tax revenue would assist with offsetting any tax rate increases to the taxpayers. But in this case, we are granting these funds back to the applicants. So I think we currently don't have any numbers yet for the tax incentives for Medallion at this time, but it'll be in or around what was presented to council back in 2012, plus or minus some number there.
So I just want everyone to realize what the true cost here is of this project. Does everybody understand that the town is actually on the hook to pay the DCs that we have waived for Medallion?
Why?
That's way worse, but also this doesn't even include the $3 million we paid for the land that we sold to them at a cheaper rate, just for council's knowledge, so.
And the property taxes that have been waived for 10 years, we are on hook to pay those as well.
So that was still a good idea in terms of like.
Well, we don't pay them, we just don't receive
They're budgeted, we have to pay
taxes. And what is this, sorry to butt in, but what is, you said we could use a lexicon or the slots revenue, but we don't. What do we use right now, just levy?
So right now for the actuals, we have taken care of that through the past DC studies. So any tax-funded DCable project that we funded from the tax base, which has happened on occasion, we have taken those funds and applied them and repaid the reserve in essence. So the buildings A and B, we could say are accounted for through those studies. What we have not accounted for anywhere is the $8.1 million for Medallion, as well as any other future developments that would be eligible under the CIP. So we have in our forecast out to 2024, total developments totaling similar to what you're seeing there as a whole. So that's something to consider in the future. And Jeff will get into this a little bit more. But, yeah. So I don't know if you want to jump to the next slide.
Sure. My point just merely was that the discussion that I've had with staff is such that they're not sure that council really understood the magnitude of the cost. this particular.
And this is
Also,
Pat
they-
Bailey Square.
We estimate
Yes.
9.9 and the actual is almost 13 million in DC.
So I can honestly say that when somebody asks you to defer or to waive, I didn't realize that we still had to pay them, like
Me
DCs.
neither.
So, yeah, we had somebody come and ask us for affordable housing, but we had to waive site plan applications and all that other stuff. I didn't realize that we still had to pay all that stuff. So, good education piece.
I also just want to note on the tax incentive portion, so Medallion is now coming onto the assessment base, and that assessment would otherwise help to reduce the tax rate in the operating budget, but we cannot do that because we'll have to pay. The lease agreement is on all the way, I believe, until 2025. So you're starting off with reduction in tax revenue automatically as it comes on the tax base.
Just a general comment of just, and I think obviously it's been addressed, but like, I hope councils won't be treated with kid gloves anymore in terms of this kind of news, so that we can make the best decision possible for now and the future as well. But thank you.
And that's why we're presenting
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
And just from a DC perspective, so it's not just CIP exemptions, any exemptions, council approves over and above the statutory exemption of the DC Act, the town has to pay back. So that's something to keep in mind, for future DC studies. And we did put that in the report, but I don't know if that was clear. So,
Yeah.
so again, it's, now you know.
So one thing I would like to point out is, next slide, Julie, thank you, is that, the future outlook for Ajax downtown, right? So downtown Ajax has a lot of potential due to its walkability, mix of land uses, to be a real downtown with main streets, active buildings, public spaces, right? Downtown, we have a hospital, world-renowned industry, we have municipal administration, mix of uses, and energy options, and we have our history that we have within our downtown. So that's all important as well. Downtown Ajax is adjacent to the GO node, right? The Ajax GO station lands less than 4 kilometers from the Durham Live sites in Pickering. So we're slowly, there's some synergistic land uses kind of lining up between Brock Road and Salem Road, south of the 401 along that corridor. So downtown Ajax is advantageously located within kind of this corridor south of the 401. However, over the years, dealing with discussions with finance, the pressures, the DCs, the tax incentives, all the things that the CIP kind of outlined and what their initial kind of ideas were in 2005, we need to reconsider that. Because we don't know right now if the CIP that was devised then is serving what we need it to do going forward. So some considerations that we put forward is we need to evaluate the CIP, determine its viability as an incentive model for the town. Is the CIP still a valuable program under the town's current and future financial conditions? Is there a need to evaluate the scope of the original program? Right now, it covers the whole downtown, so whoever comes in for what, no matter how big it is, if they apply for a CIP exemption, they can get their fees back in DCC tax rates, reduce parkland, all these things. Do we want it to be more targeted and focused, which is kind of, the CIP that's in place now has those elements. It identifies, I think, 4 or 5 strategic locations, Pat Bailey Square being one of them. I think it was the Atlas Tag property, the Red Bricks, Sherwood Apartments, Ajax Plaza across the street, and the Verona Mall site, so where Sundial is right now, their houses. Do we focus our attention on these strategic areas to help build our downtown? And then the other ones are outside of a CIP and business as usual for that. Do we really understand how the financial benefits are going to benefit the town as opposed to benefiting the development community? I think we need to look at that component. Should more studies be carried out, such as our Central Ajax intensification, servicing, and transportation study, to understand really the full potential of our downtown, where we can push the envelope, where we maybe need to incentivize certain things within our downtown. And, should we go through the process? The town has a history of not doing this, but preparing proper secondary plans for areas that will have development pressures to them, or where we want our development pressures to go. So we have to look at that from a planning, financial, and asset management perspective. So, you know, the CIP, maybe great idea back in 2004, 2005, probably has outgrown what it originally intended was, its original intention was. And I think now with our financial kind of climate, I think we need to go back into it, look at it properly, see what we need to do with it going forward.
Can I ask you a question, Jeff?
Yes.
What does that last bullet mean? What's a secondary plan?
So a secondary plan is it's a planning process. It essentially looks, it's kind of like, takes a deeper dive into kind of the property fabric, understands what our policies are, what we could actually model what our policies say and show what it looks like in kind of real, like, time modeling. We can have visual graphics, where we want buildings, how high we want them to look. We can start creating certain elements and testing our policies to see how they would actually develop over time to start creating spaces. Plus it gives developers or people in the development community an exact idea of exactly what we want in a specific spot of the town. And we can say, you do this, we can process your application. So it adds to cutting the red tape, you know, processing applications in a more expeditious manner, everybody knowing what our desires are within certain parts of the town, and that would be advantageous for us within the downtown to go through that. And our Central Ajax employment study is going to kind of set the basis for jumping off points to do secondary plans, if that's what we think is appropriate to do in the future.
And we don't do that now
Because we never have.
But somebody's been pushing to do that for a while.
Pardon me?
Somebody's been pushing to do that for a while. The sort of master planning you're talking about.
Yes.
Pre-designating and.
Well.
During the municipal comprehensive review at the region right now.
Right, it's a little bit of a different
I'd like
process,
us to
but
move
the
forward
concept is the same idea. The Central Ajax Intensification Servicing and Transportation Study will kind of lay the foundation that we can then jump off from that point to do secondary plans. Secondary plans are formal planning projects that have to go through a public process.
Right.
So we chose to do I call it the Central Ajax Intensification Study, because that's just an internal review of our policies, and we can do that study without having going to the public. It's more of an internal test for us to know what we do, but the secondary planning is more a public process, so people are involved in that. The other pressure is with regards, Bill 108. So significant planning changes. We've had lots of presentations before council over kind of over the spring, prior to the summer break, dealing with Bill 108. So this reform is really resulting in a lot of uncertainty. So the amendments through Bill 108 affect the Planning Act, the Development Charges Act, the Ontario Heritage Act, Conservation Authorities Act, and the Endangered Species Act. There's amendments to the growth plan. There's ongoing review of the provincial policy statement and land needs assessment. And as council's been presented before on many occasions, amendments to the Planning Act, so reduction of timelines, elimination of certain appeal rights, elimination of different parkland dedication requirements, which I think some new information's been put out just most recently about that. Height and density bonusing, community benefit charge, CBC, community benefit charge, I guess, process. This, and then there's the development charges piece, so including removal of soft services from the development charge payments, development charges locked in at the time of application submission, payments made in installments, and then our favorite is, going back to the OMB style tribunal as opposed to the LPAT process that was, really only lasted a year and a bit. Really what we're trying to say here is Bill 108's, although its idea is to cut the red tape and make things go faster, it hasn't done any of that.
Right.
It's made developers super cautious and weary about doing anything until everything to do with this bill has been passed, including the passing or the release of the regulations that are associated with this, which we haven't received yet. So there's still some hesitation out there. So it's stopping applicants from, continuing the processing of their applications, executing agreements, delaying payments for DCs, all of which right now happen prior to issuance of building permits. We're not even getting people to, get their building permits as a result of Bill 108 in some respects. So.
But this starts January 1st, correct? Or when does Bill 108 come into effect?
We don't have the regulations.
We don't have the
yet.
regulations
No.
yet, and not until we get those regulations will the certain components of Bill 108 come into play.
So neither do we know that if a developer has a submission in now, will they be grandfathered into the old rules, or will they automatically?
I don't know if
rules?
I don't know what the transition rules will be or regulations will be. We're gonna have to wait for that to come down the pipe.
So just from a funding and financing perspective, what that has an effect on is, so DC collections are done for soft services and hard services. So your hard services are basically fire and transportation services. Soft services are your parks and recreation, libraries, and growth studies. So under the new community benefits strategy, there is a proposal to move those soft services to the community benefits charge, which would compete with Parkland, and also the collection of those fees would be based on land values prior to building permit issuance. It's no longer based on the capital cost of providing that infrastructure. So although we've built our budget using the assumption that we will continue to collect DCs for those soft services, we have factored in a delay that matches the most recently received recommendation, where the development charges will be collected upon occupancy for all institutional, commercial, and what's the other? Industrial. Sorry. Yeah, so that's all upon occupancy. There are still 3 types of developments, so rental housing, institutional, and not-for-profit housing. Those collections will be phased in over 6 years upon occupancy. So we don't have a lot in our forecast. I don't even know if we have any, but anyways, that collection will be over a number of years. For our purposes, we just assumed upon occupancy, but it represents about 30% of our DCs that fund all of our community infrastructure. The next slide here is basically what does that do to our DC reserve year-end balances. So as you can see, the slowdown in the development charge collections due to the lack of building permit issuance has put a pressure on our current and future DC reserve funds out until 2021-22. Given that these reserve funds will be in a deficit position, or we're forecasting that at year end, an interim financing bylaw is being proposed on next week's council agenda to fund the temporary cash flow deficiencies. So what we are intending to do is borrow from our post-growth reserve up to $9.8 million to temporarily fund those cash flow deficiencies. So in our budget, we always forecast DC collections, but should those not come in, even though we forecasted very little over the next couple of years, that position could look even worse. But right now we forecasted about $5 million, and then I think it goes back up to $10 million in collection in 2021. So now I'll pass it over to Director Bridgman to talk about asset management.
Just before we do that, can you just go back?
Yep.
So, because we are not collecting the amount of DCs that are required, we still have costs related to our DC, so we actually are now in a position where we have to do an internal financing to be able to pay for it. So this is a big deal, and this is putting a lot of stress on staff trying to figure out how, and they've done an amazing job trying to figure out how we can meet our obligations, considering the issues that we're having with the lack of development charges coming in. Just wanted to make sure council was aware of that.
So I'm gonna talk quickly about asset management. I know it's getting late, but the importance of asset management cannot be overstated. Good asset management will help optimize infrastructure investments throughout the town. There are a number of outcomes that will be achieved through good long-term planning. Corporate asset management looks at a number of things. Sustainability. Planning will result in sustainable assets over the long term. Evidence-based decisions, so wants versus needs, understanding that we need to prioritize our investments based on our desired service levels, conditions and risks, financial implications, and long-term sustainability. A comprehensive asset management plan across the province will help foster collaboration and information sharing among municipalities, and creating an asset management culture. So I'm here talking to you again about asset management and the importance of it at all levels of the municipality, which include council, staff, and the public. Some fundamental considerations of the corporate asset management will reflect integrated asset management planning. The corporate asset management plan is not a standalone process. It must be integrated with other municipal financial and planning processes and important provincial initiatives. An asset management plan is a living document. Asset management is an evolving process. Actions are based on the plans that are updated on a regular basis. The evolution of the plan will focus on continuous improvement and stress the importance of the long-term planning and be updated based on the new and better information. So, next slide. So in March 2019, staff came to council and we presented the video of our town. Does anyone remember seeing that video?
Yeah, I was the mayor.
So you were the mayor at that time. So it showed really a pictorial image of infrastructure, new infrastructure. So similar to, well, at the end of the month, we will open the brand new second phase of the Audley Recreation Center. So we are grappling now with having brand new infrastructure, but we have the village arena on the other end of the spectrum that we need to now deal with. So some of the pressures that Sandy referred to earlier in her slides were the roofs. So when I came to the town 10 years ago, I was, new to started doing all these projects, and I said, well, you guys haven't ever touched a roof. You haven't touched a parking lot. So now we're into a position where you can't leave these assets alone. We need to start in doing this work. So bad news or not, I came to council, I came to senior management and started having that discussion. Hence why our parking lots are being done, why our roofs are being done. We're looking at why our buildings are leaking. So fundamentally, through the eyes of asset management, what are we doing? So in 2017, council endorsed its first asset management plan, which only looked at our core assets. And our core assets value at $1.2 billion, and that's only a snippet of what we own. Core assets include transportation, which are our roads, bridges, culverts, sidewalks, parking lots, and streetlights, stormwater management, storm drain network, storm management facilities, our ponds, outdoor active recreation, our park trails, multi-use trails and playgrounds, our forestry, all of our boulevard trees are our green assets, our facilities, building envelopes, roof systems, and HVAC systems, fleet, all our vehicles and rolling equipment, and our information technology. Of that plan, that in February is what the asset management plan has. In December of 2017, the province brought in Ontario Reg 588, which legislatively requires us to have an asset management in place under the Jobs and Prosperity Act. In March 2019, we're legislated, of course, to come back to council and ensure that we have a policy, which we brought forward to council. And in June 2019, we have awarded the level of service study from 2019 to 2023. So over the next 4 years, we'll be looking at every asset that we have from a park bench to a facility, and we're going to be applying an existing level of service for the asset. So understanding what that looks like for every single asset that for our core assets, for 2021. And then by 2023, we have to publish an asset management plan that looks at all of our other levels of service, existing levels of service. Then in July 2024, we need to come to council and we need to have an asset management plan that looks at proposed levels of service, risk profile, and the update of the financial sustainability plan. So to use kind of industry terms is, do the right thing to the right asset at the right time. So when should we be doing preventative maintenance to certain HVAC equipment? What should we be doing to our road network to ensure that that asset is managed over the long term? Whole life cycle costing, understanding that we're making the right, so your car, I'll use your car. If you don't put oil in your car, what happens to your car? If you don't, deal with your tires, what happens? So I'm trying to put some, real life examples. Think of that on $1.2 billion worth of assets, and that's only our core assets, not all of our assets. So it looks at everything. This is one of the biggest plans that we've undertaken in the town in a long time. And we talk a lot, and I go to a lot of asset management conferences, and I have to say that there's a lot of councils that are there, and there's a lot of people, because this is the new way of doing business. It aligns with the financial sustainability plan, because we need to join these two plans to be able to say, okay, council, your level of service on our road network is a pavement quality index of 65. We want that. We're gonna say that is our level of service for our road network. Okay, council, to be able to keep that, you need to fund it that much. So we've started to do that. We have the infrastructure asset management report card, which allows us to be able to, there's the low, the high, and be able to fund our reserves accordingly. The way our infrastructure, our reserves are set up, they're done, I would say in a unique way. You would look at building maintenance, and our parking lots for the buildings that are attached, so town hall parking lot comes out of the building maintenance fund. ACC parking lot comes out of the building maintenance fund. It was always tied to the facility. Other financial plans are done differently. So asset management is something that we are going to become a culture. It's going to be tied into how the FSP is done going forward, and it is part of how we have to represent that we're showing a funded 10-year capital program.
That was one. I have a question for you.
Sure.
So we've had this discussion before, I think, one of the concerns I have is with the natural assets, the natural capital that we have in our
Yep, our green assets.
which you're right, are sometimes tied to the buildings, the facilities. So we think mostly about trees. But, with the climate change, we've had a lot of damage done to the waterfront, the high lake levels, twice in 3 years. If we don't start planning for how we maintain or protect those assets, or how maintenance that we're going to have to do from future storm events, then we're not going to have any money set aside to do that. So Love Crescent lost all of the trees basically when we had the ice storm. All of those had to be removed, the trunks removed, replanted. There's a cost associated with that. It's huge. We've lost all of the ash trees, and we will lose all of those, which means the woodlots, which are beneficial to all of us because they have a value for our health as well, and they cool the air. All of those, a lot of those trees crash. So we're going to lose a lot of that type of thing. So are we thinking about, is that part of these discussions municipalities are having, how to include those natural assets that are important to our health and have a value?
So their green assets are part of our asset management plan. It's part of our core asset. But looking through the climate and resilient plan that Steph reported to council, I think in June or July this year, in regards to some of the necessary steps that we need to take in regards to that. Yes, there are actions that we have to look at to ensure that our green assets are are kept.
So would you have to do an inventory of that?
We have an inventory of all our trees, so.
But your green space is everything?
Yep, we have our woodlots, they're all done, so,
Yeah.
you know, building upon what Nicole said about the IT and being tech savvy is, you know, to be able to bring in a customer management, asset management and inventory management is all together. So everything we have is GIS. So if you're gonna call as a resident and you're gonna call into Service Ajax or whatever, then you need to be able to tie that to an asset, whether it's a street light, whether it's a park bench, whether it's a road, whether it's all of our assets. So generally, a lot of work orders come up to operations, but it has to be that seamless process of what that asset class looks like, the data was put into service, anything that we've done to it through the life cycle of that asset.
It's a little harder with the green assets, I understand that.
But we do have, through iTree, we have actually all of our, for the day it went into service, if something happened to it, we had to take it out of service, all of that is updated through GIS. So those are on GIS layers, so it's again, having that intelligent information that's embedded within a system. It also, asset management, I think, for me as well, it's essential repository of information of all the town's assets, and if somebody leaves, that's not sitting in somebody's head, that's sitting in a central location, so it mitigates staff turnover as well, but it also looks at, you know, the life cycle of every asset we have, not just our green assets, but our road networks, our bridges, everything, and how we fund that over the
I
long
only
term.
bring it up because I think the green assets are for many municipalities, the last things they think of. Because there is a benefit to, in many different ways, not just in the value of the parkland or the value of the tree. It's what they provide the residents of the municipality. So I'm pleased to hear it's all on that.
It is all GIS, yeah.
So that's all I have on asset management. Okay, so having heard all of these pressures and what we're facing in finance, I'll just take you through the 2020 capital budget quickly. 2020 capital budget right now is proposed to be about $27 million. The bulk of it, 93%, is made up of these 4 different categories. This is very typical of our budgets every year. You have been emailed with a list of projects making up those different categories. If you wanted more detail, you can take a look there. The remaining 7% is made up of studies, technology, bridges and culverts, parking lots, and stormwater network. The biggest category you see there, 1.1 million in studies. $500,000 of that is to link asset management with the work management system. The other one is the stormwater funding feasibility and the community benefits strategy, which is required under Bill 108. As a quick overview, the capital project funding in 2020 is primarily through capital reserves. 8.4 million of that 11 million is funded through our spending caps. And then the other 3 million is what we're recommending to go over and above spending caps on. The recoveries that you see below there is primarily regional recoveries, just in case you were wondering. We're doing Admiral Road in conjunction or in partnership with the region, and 1.9 million of that is a recovery from the region of Durham. Another quick snapshot of our spending cap. So under the FSP, spending caps allow for 8.4 million, as I said, of capital reserve funding to be used to fund capital projects. So those are the dark blue bars on this chart. The light blue sections show the exceptions, which total approximately $3 million that Catherine and Sandy have both spoken about. And as you can see for the roof replacements, the amount we need to spend on roofs is more than the spending cap itself. Just to touch quickly on federal gas tax. So I wanted to provide council with an overview of the categories of assets to which gas tax was applied to in the past, as well as the potential future uses of gas tax. So in the past, the focus was on funding existing assets, but there are other uses for those gas tax funds, as you can see there. Federal gas tax is provided to support local infrastructure priorities. So in the current budget, we have $3.5 million from the one-time top-up that we received in 2019 and the $3.6 million contribution that is coming to the town in 2020. Gas tax can only be applied to rehabilitate or construct assets as defined under GAAP, or the generally accepted accounting principles. The only exception to that rule is for capacity building studies that strengthen the ability of municipalities to improve planning of capital investments, community sustainability, and asset management. So the funds that we've received have to be used, so applied and paid to capital projects within 5 years of receipt. And we must ensure we can report on the required output and outcomes for the gas tax funded projects. So given those restrictions, we work closely with AMO to ensure all capital projects are eligible as per the terms of our agreement. So should a gas tax project be deemed ineligible after funding was approved by council, staff would have to bring back a report requesting a different funding source. So we really try to make sure that any gas tax project is eligible prior to budget being approved. So in the 2020 budget, what did we apply gas tax to? So we've applied $7 million of gas tax to our transportation network, facility, energy projects, and greenhouse gas emission reduction. So the local road resurfacing and reconstruction projects that you see above there is primarily made up of Admiral Road reconstruction and the Lakeview Boulevard reconstruction from Pickering Beach Road to Poplar and Maple to Shoal Point, as well as the Lakeview Boulevard top lift. And then there's a number of facility upgrades and energy retrofits, the main one being the main library roof repair of $1.4 million of that $2 million. At times, capital projects are cash flowed over a number of years, as funding is not all required in the year it is initially budgeted. So the two projects that you see on this slide were initially budgeted in 2019, and the second portion of the projects are included in the 2020 capital budget. So these projects cannot be removed from the capital budget as work has begun on these projects already. So the Church Street reconstruction has come to council for award, and I think tender documents for the pumper rescue are in the works as well. So just to take a look at total new capital projects. So during the course of budget preparation, as was mentioned before, a number of new projects were included to deal with the needs identified over the course of the last year. So some of these are rebudgeted projects, such as Admiral Road. Other projects are legislated or driven by the town's or region's maintenance or growth-related plans. Given that the budget is balanced each year, so we balance our 5-year budget to our spending caps and external funding sources, any new projects identified causes staff to have to shift existing projects out to accommodate new requests. So in 2020, you will notice that 8 million in new projects were identified. The completion of an asset management plan that lays out required maintenance and rehabilitation needs should assist with future capital budgets. So just looking at 2020 on its own, and remembering that our spending caps are 8.4 million this year, 3.2 million of those spending caps that were previously allocated to projects in last year's long-range capital forecast had to be shifted out. That's approximately 40% of projects falling under those spending caps. So this is probably the list everyone's waiting to see. The projects on this slide have been identified for inclusion in our capital budget. However, given our current pressures, we were not able to accommodate these within our current policy framework, and therefore we are showing these as unfunded at the moment. As these items move through the capital process, finance will work with departments to determine the appropriate funding sources. So just a note on this slide, so we have included the MCC change room upgrade in our capital budget because this is a project that was identified as something that has to move forward, irrespective of whether we get a grant for that. We have funded what would be considered the town's portion, which I believe is about 26.3%, something along those lines. But the rest is currently being shown as unfunded.
Sorry, could you just repeat that last part you said?
Sorry, about the grant?
Yes.
Okay, so for the MCC change room, so we have included that project in there, in the capital forecast.
For 21, 22.
For 21 and 22, yeah, so it's over a 2-year period. So I believe out of the 1.8, 600 is in 2021, and their balance is in 2022.
So Innovation Village, the 3.7, is that what we are upfronting that village, hoping that we get the funding back?
No, to my knowledge, that is the capital cost to fund the development of the full Innovation Village. Currently, Lisa in Economic Development is preparing a business case that is scheduled to come to council, I think in the next month or so, detailing out how the Innovation Village will run. And at that point, once council is informed on how the business model will work, at that point we will then look to potentially fund portions of the project as it moves forward throughout the process.
Is there, sorry, did you want to say?
I think we have 3 pages to go, so I thought.
Yeah, it's just quick, we can go back.
Before this is a very important slide.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, staff is not suggesting that we don't have money to pay for these things. What we are informing council is that under our current policies, the financial sustainability plan and the caps and so on, we cannot fit these things in because we've already moved all kinds of things out to manage the needs that we have today. So staff, senior management, and staff have looked at the most critical things that we think we need to bring forward today and try to fit it within the current financial sustainability plan. The purpose of this slide here is that when we get to our budget presentation in December, we want to work with council to determine what the priorities of council are and how they're funded.
And what are our options?
Exactly.
Increase taxes?
No, moving things. No,
That's
basically.
what I need more clarification on. What are you
Let's
looking
finish the
for?
presentation and then
What
ask questions
I'm
based on
suggesting
the
is
speaker's
that
list.
there's a whole list of needs
Right.
and wants,
Right.
and we together need to determine what the priorities are. So it's about moving things in, out, moving things a little bit further away. This is not a tax discussion, this is a reserve discussion.
So if we could just let Julie finish, it's only 3 pages, and then we'll get to questions and comments. Thank you.
Well, we can come back to these.
As you were.
So it'll be very quick. So council and other requests that we were able to accommodate within our spending caps are the automated speed enforcement and the Ajax wall of fame.
That's me.
So just looking overall at our 2020 capital budget highlights, I'm not gonna read through this, but it's basically, we do have a lot of strategies in the work that will have some capital impacts at some point. And basically the transportation and community amenities that are being worked on in 2020 are listed there. Next steps, so November 25th, we plan to have the 2020 capital budget and long-range capital forecast published on the town's website, which is our process. It's typically done 7 days prior to the capital budget public meeting, which is scheduled for December 2nd. The budget will then be ratified on December 20th. And then we start the whole process over again. So, but at this point, we're opening up the floor for questions or comments. They can be sent through finance. So if you don't get to your question today or you have further questions, please give Sandy a call and we'll do our best to answer your questions as they come. So this is my presentation, our presentation for now.
Yeah, so we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you so much, Mayor Collier.
Just so you guys know, I've seen this twice. And it's even better the second time, so thank you very much. Very thorough presentation, and I have a lot of questions I see to the end, and
sat patiently.
He's been
Patiently.
patiently waiting while we interrupted.
that's okay. It's okay. Just it's an educational thing, and after 16 years of doing this, I'm still learning every single time we see these things. And I will agree with one of the things that was said about the medallion funding. And I don't think any of us knew when that was presented to us, the tax implications and the fact that we had to make those DC planning fee and tax payments from our levy later. I don't think anybody knew that. And I will discuss the CIP and whether I think we need to continue with the CIP when I get to that slide. So I'll just kind of go through these. Just one, we talked about things but I think everybody can probably get a good glimpse from this, that the financial sustainability plan is pretty restrictive. The spending caps kind of really limit us in a lot of things we want to do, but we do have the flexibility to change them and make these, but we have to do a one-off at a time council resolution to bypass the financial sustainability plan. So moving on to the budget surplus. So I have a question about that. Like, last year we had a 900 something budget surplus, and that got put into the capital contingency reserve, and there's still 1.2 million sitting in the capital contingency reserve. And if you look at the capital budget moving forward for the next 3 years, it stays at 1.216 or whatever it is for the next 3 years. It's not touched. Why is that not forming part of this capital?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. So the capital contingency is used for any sort of unbudgeted emergency repairs, which we've had a lot of smaller projects that are unbudgeted and repairs. So we don't forecast that because we don't know at this time what would actually be funded.
Subject to a cap?
I'm sorry? It's not subject to a cap. It's just intended for that purpose. So we were able to take advantage of the stormwater, the CWF grant. We funded the town's portion from the capital contingency. If we were to be successful with the grants, that reserve will be depleted because under the FSP, any unbudgeted or grant opportunities are funded through capital contingency.
So that used to be like a tax rate stabilization type. No?
I don't know. I don't think the tax rate stabilization was intended for that purpose. It's always been, since I've been here, through the capital contingency reserve that we fund any unbudgeted or grant opportunities.
Or grant opportunities, okay, that's a good piece.
So there's no forecast to answer your question there because they're unknown projects. Whether it's an emergency or a repair or a grant opportunity that would be successful, we don't know that at this point, so it shows as if it's unused.
But it's available, but it's only for specific purposes.
Correct, under the FSP.
That's specific.
And just a comment on the FSB, I mean, I do appreciate your comment on the FSB.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a question that it needs to be updated. I think you've seen what the pressures are, and the really key thing here is all the information that we need to solidly update the FSB, we don't really have. So Bill 108, the regs, the DC shortfall, if we lose through the soft services, how do we fund those existing projects? Do we continue? The slots, it's lost revenue to the reserves. So there's a lot of CIP. We have to make up the shortfall in DC. So there's a lot of unknown that we're actually trying to gather all that information. So the FSB is part of the capital budget in 2021 to be updated. Once we've gathered all that information, hopefully we can update the FSB.
Okay, Paradise Park washrooms. I didn't see that.
Sorry?
I didn't see the Paradise Park washrooms anywhere in the capital budget in the spec sheets. That was a carried forward one where we have council resolution saying that staff report back with the washroom piece alone. But I don't see it in the capital forecast for 2020.
I was following the resolution that was issued to staff, and it was to report back in 2020. So we have a draft report that's coming to council in January of 2020.
Let me clarify, because I think if I need to do another resolution, I'll do it. But I think the intent was to come back for the 2020 capital budget.
Okay.
So we need to see that in December to be put in 2020. I think we've looked at a pretty good option, and I haven't heard anybody say wasn't a good option. Question mark? No, was everybody
Portable washroom.
sort of
Portable
thinking
toilet.
that would fit the needs and
Well, there's other options as well, is what you're told.
yeah, so I was hoping to see something come back with that. I think that's an important piece of this going forward.
So just for clarification, Mayor, are you looking for the report with the recommendations to come back?
I'm looking for the report with the recommendations to be included in the 2020 capital budget for installation in 2020. I think that was the intent of the resolution, that we bumped the project because it was over budget, but they be put in as part of the 2020 and alternative.
I think the report has to come before it can go into the budget. I mean,
Yeah,
and
there's no meetings for you to bring that report to before the capital budget meeting unless you'd like to bring it on
We have
November
council on Monday.
18th.
So can it be as simple as just putting it up in the capital budget and reporting after? Because I mean, it's not gonna be built.
Well, Shane, there is a resolution.
No, I know, but I'm saying there's a crunch for the reporting, but to your point of making sure that the money's in the capital budget, we can just simply put a number in the
the
budget.
money's there.
We carried forward $2.5 million from.
We have a capital job that is currently, that has about over $2 million left in it.
Right.
The council direction at the time was to close that capital job.
Yep.
Pending the submission of a report, but as an alternate option, we could use that opened capital project to fund the washrooms, and that without requiring to go into our budget and it
Okay,
being
so
subject to
we can still have the
spending.
report.
Yeah.
Come back in early 2020 on the costing, the ability.
Alternatives.
I'm a bit disappointed that they're not ordered yet and en route, because I thought maybe I thought in my mind, thinking we were moving a lot quicker on that, I thought we had agreement on that, but, so we have the report come back just on what the costs are and the availability, and then we make the decision, or we can use the existing project.
We could use that it is an option.
Okay, so it doesn't have to go through the capital,
We'll compete against the
Yeah.
and it's
capital.
not part of the cap.
Correct. It would be the preferred option, is we already have the project open, it's better to just keep it open and then, we can fund it after the report determines the cost funded through that project.
All right, so let me ask you a question. It was a $2.5 million allocation, and council made the decision to not approve the washrooms, but to approve the other, finish the parking lot, the trail connections, finish that up, the landscaping, which was done. And then the washrooms, let's say those things in the washrooms end up being $500,000, just for ease of math. The remaining $2 million just stays in capital.
It will be reported part of the closing process that you saw
Right.
today, and it will go back to the original funding source. So wherever it was originally funded from, is it development reserve?
It was multiple,
Yeah.
there's multiple.
It'll go right back to the reserve.
But because of the spending cap, that,
But this is an approved project that already
Okay.
was part of the spending cap, so it wouldn't apply to the current budget, it would be completely separate, it's already an approved project. Yeah, that's why we're suggesting, instead of amending the capital budget, we already have this project open, it's just easier to just
Got it.
go along, complete the project with the open project.
okay, we can do that, that's fine.
Mr. Mayor, Regional Councilor Dawes, was it in the same?
Specific to that.
Specific to that?
Well, we're
okay.
talking about that, so what happened to the other items in that report?
They weren't
So-
part of the resolution, it was just the washrooms only. I looked back at it.
So can we, if we're making changes now, can we
So
change that
what
to
I'm
happen?
asking is then it's not going to happen then at all? It's not in the long, in the,
You can bring it forward
So,
at the time of the
yeah,
capital
so
budget.
when Catherine reports back in January, then council can have that discussion then. You can bring it up on the floor then.
because there was the volleyball,
And the natural lake.
court, which I think, is that not part of a recreation master plan?
It was part of the shoreline improvement strategy.
Shoreline improvement strategy, so that was identified then, okay.
Okay. All right. Mayor Colley still has the floor. I just thought.
So, to the financial sustainability plan, Councilor Crawford brought up, like, looking at some of these things. It's been around for a while, it's due for a review, but the review's not till 2021. I think it should be before then. But it's in the budget for 2021, the capital budget for 2021. Things like when we have a surplus, and I'm not gonna ask you what the surplus is this year, unless you know off the top of your head.
We're
Okay.
preparing a report.
So, say we have a surplus of $500,000, just for a number. When we look at the allocations, so in the chart here, we show all the funds going different percentages, 30% vehicle reserve, 7% strategic initiatives. Are those numbers still valid? I don't know. But that's one thing that I think we need to identify. Are these numbers, these allocations still valid for where we're moving forward as a corporation? But things like when we have a stormwater management deficit, I'll call it, would it not make sense to just have the surplus go into there to fund that going forward? Is that something we should be looking at?
Under the FSB,
Oh.
under the FSB, the surplus first goes to the capital contingency, and then it is the recommendation, or council can put a motion and we will actually transfer it to the stormwater if that's a desire. We don't know what the surplus is at this point in time. Again, the surplus is just a projection. Until we do the actual year end and all the numbers are in, then we'll know what the final number is, and that report comes in until the auditors have audited the books.
I'm glad
So-
you're not saying it's not a surplus. That's good. Going to the slot slide, I think 5.7 is light. I think we're probably gonna get hit harder than that. Would it make sense to budget for, say, 4? I know it won't matter to the operating, but from a capital perspective, I mean, I think we're gonna get reduced more than that.
For 2020, the money going into reserve, remember, only 65% of that is earmarked as spending caps that funded capital. So we do have that safety net of 35% going into the reserves. It wouldn't affect the spending cap significantly. It would be very small, because we're not spending everything that goes into the reserves.
Okay, just going to spending caps. So 65% of the annual budget revenue is available. So the reserves grow by 30% of the annual allocation per year, 35%.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, they're intended to grow by 35%, but that's not what actually happens, because we know that we have all the pressure, there's over budgets, unbudgeted items, so they're not growing by 35%. That was the intention, but they certainly are growing. If you look at the what's the name of the sheet that Julie sent? You can see the forecast and what the balances ended up being.
The reserve carry forward sheet.
I just want to caution though, that is only the 5-year forecast, and that does not reflect all the projects that were pushed out of the forecast.
Okay.
It does not reflect any assumptions on the CIP, the lost revenue. It doesn't reflect anything on the Bill 108. It doesn't reflect anything on the asset management plan, like all the assets that we need to take care of, like any sort of projected. It's just what staff has determined are the list of critical projects to go forward in the 5-year forecast based on the shifting projects out to meet spending caps. That's really what you see as committed under those reserves.
Do we have to lift the spending caps every year?
Sorry?
Historically, have we had to lift the spending caps every year in one way or another?
Within the last few years for roof replacements, and the vehicle have been consistently the ones that we have exempted.
I'm wondering if they make sense.
My opinion is they do need to be updated. I don't think they work, but I hesitate to say how to change the numbers, because I feel we need that data to be able to meet our recommendations. Unless we have a comprehensive asset management plan laying out the land in terms of how much does it cost to take care of our assets and all the other variables, it's really hard to change the spending caps, because I don't feel like it's solid data to recommend different percentages.
Okay. I'm wondering, to the debt, the internal debt, why we're only allowed a maximum of $3 million of internal debt.
So that's a really good question. I believe when the policy was developed, it was based on best practices in 2014. And I think it was best practice at that point in time, 30% of the construction costs. I can't really comment too much on that. That's what was recommended at the time. And that's the policy that's still in place and has not been modified.
So if we have our reserves invested and we're making I'll use the region, 1.82%, but we're having to go out and borrow it, say 4%. Doesn't make sense. It would be better off borrowing from ourselves.
Through the chair, that's
Internal
exactly
debt.
what we're doing for the DC shortfall. So that report is coming next week to council. Because we have a shortfall and we have to fund it, we're borrowing $9.9 million from our post-war reserves to fund it because of the lower cost.
Okay. Moving on to the, we're still spending cap guidelines. When we talk about things like the vehicle equipment replacement and sort of area, fire trucks, when we buy a vehicle and you say, okay, this vehicle has, say, a 10-year life expectancy, what do we do at the end? Do we look at it at 10 years and say, is it up, or do we just buy a new vehicle?
I'm gonna let Catherine.
So are you talking about the fire trucks, or are you
I'm
talking about all
equipment
vehicles?
in general, vehicles in general, because honestly, at $1 million a pop, if you look at it and you go, you know what, it's in decent shape and go another 2 years, why aren't we doing that?
Well, for some of for first-run fire vehicles, they have a service line attached to them, and that's done through the insurance underwriters.
Okay.
So, and the town also has a bylaw
as it relates to the replacement schedule of all of our vehicles.
Okay, that's very cool, we can change that, but I mean, is it legislated that we have to follow this?
For first run trucks, yes. And-
For
sorry.
first run fire trucks, yes, but
Yes.
your
What's,
question
what
is-
what is a first run
That's
fire
right.
truck?
Okay, so the way that the system works is fire underwriter survey goes around, and
Yeah.
then what they do is they do an assessment of your fire service in general, including your fleet. So a first run truck is your, like pumper, like
Pumper,
the first in
yeah.
truck to a fire.
Okay,
And so fire underwriters will not recognize a first run response vehicle if it's more than 15 years old. So if you have a truck in your fire station and they come, now it's sporadic when they come around to do their assessment, but if you have a fire truck, first run truck in your fire hall that is over 15 years old, they will not recognize that there's a truck in that station, which affects the insurance ratings. For all of
I don't
your-
think we have any trucks anywhere near 15 years old. I'd be
No, no,
surprised if we
that's-
had any
we're
10.
No, all of the replacement trucks that you're seeing, the
Yeah.
first run truck,
Are
are 15 years old.
They're 15 years old.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we do, so
Those two
what
nice
you're
new ones at
asking
Salem.
is, do we do condition-based versus, yes, we do condition-based surveys on our vehicles. However, as it relates to the fire vehicles,
Okay, so fire notwithstanding, all the rest of the vehicles we own as a town, what's the process?
process is we follow the bylaw, but we also are moving, as we evolve asset management, to condition-based surveys versus,
Okay, so we do that second glance.
yes, we do.
Okay, good.
We're also doing a fleet utilization study this year to ensure that we're right-sizing our fleet. So making sure that we're making the right decisions for our fleet going forward.
I'm disappointed with the roofs. I mean, this building's not that old, and it's already had a lot of work done. I mean, there's.
This
and
building
when I looked
was
from
done
outside, you can see a
without the
piece of
roof.
flashing hanging off up here. I mean, it's.
What's
When
that,
this
Kevin?
building
Obviously, it was not done well.
When I came to the town 10 years ago,
Oh,
you had
you did
moved
not.
into this building, I think 5 years previous to that. When you did all the renovation work here, you never touched the roof. It's original.
This section?
Yes, all sections. All of it is original.
Fun fact.
Okay.
On top of all the other issues that we have with the curtain wall here and at the library.
I don't know what the curtain wall is.
It's all
Facade.
the
Okay.
facade,
We'll worry about that in
the
2020.
wraps, all of your windows, everything that protects your building from the outside, your curtain wall.
You're off the hook. I'm gonna switch over to Jeff.
There you go.
Good luck,
For the
buddy.
CIP.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel so much better.
I'm not convinced that we're getting value. I agree we're able to get, some projects done, but we're feeling the hit on that now, and I think it's only because 167 Hunt hasn't applied for anything. I mean, nobody else has applied for it, right? They probably don't know they're eligible for DC reductions.
Oh, no, they know they're eligible for it. We inform them through pre-con that they're within the CIP.
Okay, what would be the value of that? Like, why would we give them any kind of incentives? I understand we have to, but why would we if we didn't have to?
Why would we?
Why would we give them any
Why would we
DC
inform them
reductions?
that
Why
we
would
have a
we give
program in
them?
place?
Why would we give them any, what, pardon?
Why would we inform them that we have a
No.
program in place?
No.
Okay.
They're going ahead anyway. They didn't make their decision to go ahead with or without CIP, I don't think. But why would we be giving an incentive to a company wanting to come and build townhouses in our downtown core?
Because based on the CIP now, that's the way it's structured.
I get it,
right?
I'm saying, is there any benefit
It's
in
a
having a
benefit.
CIP at this point?
Is it a benefit?
Yeah.
No, it's not a
That's
benefit.
what-
I outlined that in my slides. That's
That-
why we're gonna be re-looking at it.
So what do we have to do to fix this? Because quite honestly, the last thing I want is for a guy at 282 Hunt to come and put an application
He did. He got
for.
one in.
Okay, no, but for.
For CIP.
CIP. I mean, we can't afford to continue down this road.
So, can I ask you a question? Does council have to approve an application for CIP?
Yes.
Do we have to approve it?
Council doesn't approve it. It goes through a joint committee that's between finance and planning that approves the
So it never comes to
CIP.
council?
But aren't we obligated, because it's a CIP area, aren't we obligated?
No, because that's not the way the CIP is structured.
Regional revitalization plan.
Okay.
Those funds can be allocated to an area in a CIP. That's
Right.
about the only benefit I see.
Right.
But have we applied for any of that funding yet, or are we waiting for this plan to be done?
Well, different developments apply for that funding. So Medallion applied for that funding, and they received that funding
Okay.
Through the region. No other projects have applied for that funding because they're not at the scale that Medallion's at.
282 Monarch would be.
If and when they apply for the CIP, they can approach the region and apply for the revitalization funding as well.
What do we need to do if we want to rescind that?
I need to look into that. I don't know what the process is to reverse the CIP, I guess would be the appropriate term.
Okay.
It expires in 2025.
Right.
I'd have to look through I'd have to see what our process would be. I want to see what other municipalities have done that have had a CIP, scaled it back, or removed it altogether. I'm imagining we'd have to go through, there'd be a process, public process, we'd have to prepare reports, do a study.
And through the chair, from a DC perspective, we have to open up the DC bylaw and go through a public process. Because the CIP is done in two parts, so there's a CIP bylaw, which is done by planning, and any DC exemptions have to be incorporated into the DC bylaw. So we would then have to open up both, go through the public process.
That's a conversation for another day, but
Correct.
when can staff update us on that? It's been a long day, we don't wanna go through CIP 101 now, so. When,
We could bring a report, I mean, a prime time would be when we update the CBC bylaw strategy, which is a study that's being done next year. So that would be kind of a good time to amend all of those things at once.
okay, but can we just get like your last page, the timeline, what we would have to do? Just a very quick update at maybe our next GGC.
Yeah, we can look at
We
that,
could
we
do
can
that.
put something
Okay.
together for
That's fine.
council so they understand what the process
Yeah.
is, how long it would take.
It's complicated, all right,
Yeah.
thank you. To the
Yeah, it
G-
is complicated, so it's not as easy as just writing a report and saying CIP doesn't apply.
Yeah, to the development charges and the 9 million that we have to basically front end, how are we letting the province know about this? Like, this wasn't part of our comments, how do we let them know what the actual real costs are of these changes in Bill 108 to us? And that's not including the 160,000 for the community benefit study, I mean.
No, so those are, the province does not get involved in CIPs and any exemptions that are
But
provided.
this isn't CIPs, this is development charge.
Right, so it's any DC exemptions. Any DC
Okay.
exemptions are provided by town council. So we prepare a DC background study that highlights the growth over the 10, 20-year period. And the expectation is that DC rates are set to collect to fund that growth. Anytime we exempt a development from paying a charge for a class of development, I should say, it is in the legislation that we cannot pass those costs on to future development. So the province does not really get involved in how we set our exemptions. They
Okay.
just they give us the framework under which we have to operate.
Almost done. Gas tax. Gas tax seems to be the go-to for the top-up of almost everything due to the spending caps. Is that accurate?
Pardon me?
The gas tax, it seems to be the go-to fund to top up any project that doesn't meet the spending cap.
No, I would not say that's the case.
Okay,
No, I
can
would
you,
agree with that.
it just seems, like, we had originally talked about doing a large, with the one-time top-up, that we or the one-time doubling that we got this year. We had talked, and sorry, Christie's not here, we talked at some of the mayor's meetings about, they were looking at a large, single project. Something we can look at and go, that's what we did with that. But now we've got a whole breakdown of a number of different things that just seem to be all over the place.
Well, the Rotary Park Bridge is in there. That's a large single project. That's $1.5 million, and it's a vital connection on the waterfront. Our waterfront trail is is an important part of that trail system, and with the continuous washout of the dynamic beach due to the climate change, this project is significant for a number of reasons. If we continue to see the erosion at Rotary Park, we will see a customer service breakdown in that link going forward. So I know that it might not be the value that you were looking for, but it's still from an asset management and customer service, it fits those needs as it relates to a significant project that responds to what these funds are intended to do.
Okay, but was that project not already in the capital forecast?
It was in the capital forecast.
Funded.
Right.
Funded,
It was already
always-
put, it's
always
already earmarked
intended,
funded
yeah.
from gas tax in the capital forecast? So what if we didn't get the doubling?
It would have, I mean, we get our allocation every year, and it was funded from that allocation, but it was out in the future. I think
Okay.
it was.
And though the facility upgrades and energy retrofits aren't, I don't know, they're not as high profile, the energy efficiency around climate and resilience and our ability to reduce our carbon footprint and run our buildings more efficiently, those are key core mandates of federal use of federal gas tax.
Okay.
Quick question, the Rotary Park Bridge is the one that would connect to the existing bridge that goes over, come all the way over to where the playground is-ish. Thank you. As you were, Collier?
The rebudgeted projects,
Yes.
almost just under 3.5 million, representing 40%. By moving things forward, rebudgeting, that seems to affect, I mean, the money's there in the capital, but we can't spend it because of cap.
Through the chair, yeah, if a project is rebudgeted, the money is transferred back into the reserve, and it does get submitted through the next year's capital
But
budget
this just
process.
makes it worse next year. Next year, we got a bunch of projects we can't do either,
But
even
under-
though we've got the money.
Under the capital expenditure control policy, if the project is over budget, cannot be reduced in scope, then if you have two projects with the same funding source, you can close one and use that fund to do the other project. Unfortunately, that's endorsed under the capital expenditure control policy, and that's the process that staff follow. If a project is closed, that money goes back to the reserves, and you're correct, it does compete in the funding caps.
Okay. Just the automatic speed enforcement, 75,000 seems very light for that project.
Okay.
Question mark.
Okay, question mark.
Thought the resource.
What do we get for 75,000? How are we moving this forward? How-
Julie's just gonna pull it up.
And how many do you
It's
get?
the infrastructure.
It's the infrastructure, it's the actual cameras.
There's a
it's
pad, the
the pad,
electrical,
there's-
the
yeah.
post.
The connection.
the
Is it one?
connection,
Is it
how
five?
big
Is
behind
it-
it.
No, it's two locations.
Yeah.
Are they portable?
No, they're fixed, aren't
The region has fixed and portable.
There are two fixed locations?
I
Sorry,
think-
this is John Reed.
I
yeah.
think
No,
the
fixed and
intent
portable,
was
we're doing.
we have
It was
It's
three,
really good,
one
like
per
cameras are
ward,
fixed.
and then maybe portable, something that can be moved around.
Yeah.
But the portability of it still needs some.
it? Well, it's all the supporting infrastructure
supporting
that goes with
infrastructure,
it, like
so
the
the
battery and all the other mechanicals that are with it, whether it's fixed or a portable. There's still certain
Elements that need to
elements
be
in
part-
infrastructure, because even if you wanna move it around, you still have to put it on a concrete pad. We have to predetermine or pre-identify the areas that we're gonna put it. Plus it has to be a community safety zone, so there's signage and other things that go along with it. We just can't put them wherever. We want to get.
School zones too though, right?
Community safety zones.
Community safety zones.
And school zones.
Yes.
Community, those are part of community safety zones.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's
Yeah.
what's in the resolutions. Okay, good. Are we gonna see a report on that?
The report will come through transportation, which is under general. Sorry, I.
Did you hear that bus?
We need a replacement bus now.
Mr. Romanowski, will a report be coming on that?
There is, so,
Yeah,
John Reeve is preparing a report, that we'll probably see that early in the new year.
capital budget is December.
No, I think he has,
December.
no, December, sorry. So December, there will be a report. We've put together a lot of statistics and information, financials associated with automated speed enforcement. So, yeah, that'll be
revenues
something.
will be- I
Yeah,
know that
projected
we're talking-
revenues, the impact of the
Yeah.
revenues. There's lots of financial components that are fixed by other agencies that are involved in the processing of the tickets and the automation and the maintenance and everything like that. And then the purchasing of the
That'll be
equipment
the-
itself.
Okay. Just, that's my questions, thank you. Just general comment, I think it's pretty apparent to everybody that we're in a bit of we have an issue we need to address. My issue is looking at increasing reserves, but having to discuss pretty sizable tax increases is an issue for me. And we have the same at the region. I can justify a tax increase for, like hiring 18 new staff last year to get us back up to where we needed to be. But to continue to build reserves when we're capped and we can't use that money to move things forward is a problem, and I don't think it'll be well received. And I just always have an issue with approving 5.9 or 5.7 million of the transfer from the general levy to capital that we're then committed to. And then finding out after the fact what the surplus was, and finding out after the fact some other things was. I mean, I don't like having our hands tied like that, because once we approve the capital budget in December and then we come to operating in February, that allocation's done. There's no moving it, and we're already tied into that 8%-ish, 8 to 9%. Pardon me?
1% is about 635.
Okay, 8 or 9%. Anyway, just, those are just some concerns I have. I'd like to see all the feature sheets. We weren't provided with those, Julie. So just all the actual spec sheets. We'll get that right.
Not all the project sheets. I mean, there's 300 of them.
Or the project sheets, but they're electronic.
They are almost ready.
Okay. Those are very, very important.
They are, and they're part of the, I mean, this is the first time we've done a capital education session.
Okay.
We worked really hard to get to this point. All our timelines were advanced, so we haven't completed the other
Fair
ones, but
enough.
next week we are working on finalizing.
You
the
did a
sheets.
great job with the time you had. I'd also like to know which of the studies in that are statutory or legislative. Thank you.
You're done?
Done.
Councilor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this. This was a real eye-opener for sure, and I appreciate even more so the work that you guys must do starting from the very next day after a budget pack. So, I would like to circle back though to the Paradise Beach washrooms. So, you said that there's currently a $2 million open project, and that was a result of us canceling the washrooms, volleyball court, and playground. And then, which I think everybody only had a problem with the washrooms, and then making a resolution to come back with just the washrooms, which I didn't realize was the case. So what I wanna know is, the washrooms are certainly not going to cost $2 million. And how do I get those volleyball courts and natural playgrounds back for 2020?
Could I just address this quickly?
Yep, Director
I just-
Cooper.
Thank you. I just looked up the resolution and it's quite restricted. So you talked about keeping the capital account open, to utilize those $2 million for the washroom or potentially other things. The resolution says that upon completion of the works identified in this resolution, being the soft landscaping, the hard landscaping, the valve box, all of those funds shall be reallocated to the development reserve. So I think what we would need, if we want, so what I don't want is for Julie and Sandy to be operating in contravention of that resolution.
Right.
So I see a couple options. We could deal with it today, which would require suspension of the rules, or sorry, not a suspension of the rules, 2/3 to reconsider this and to direct staff to leave the capital
project open, with the remainder of the funds, potentially to be used for washrooms or, you know, other items as determined by council when Catherine brings her report in January. Does that make sense?
Yes, but it doesn't answer Councillor Bauer's question.
But just
Well,
point of
it-
order, we're waiting till February to get the report back on the other piece. Wouldn't this be all done at the same time?
So yes, we could deal with that in February as part of Catherine's report, but I'm just saying that it could be phrased in a way that would permit those funds to be used for more than just the washrooms.
The capital project would be completed this year, though. And we would have everything paid. So by December, like if you're looking at the capital completions, we would have all the funds and invoicing completed for the capital for this year, and there would be no reason to keep it open.
Okay, then I
Unless
suggest
council
that
directs
resolution
us-
is needed today.
yeah,
then.
unless council directs us to do something differently. However, because we would have no reason to keep that capital project open, so we would look at whatever we can close by December 30th, we close. However, if council redirects us, we can take a look at it. The washroom, there were a number of recommendations that staff were bringing forward to council. The recommendations around the volleyball court and the natural play area, however, I know staff weren't recommending it at this time.
Sorry, say it again.
Staff were not recommending moving forward with those two features at this time, even though I know that they were brought forward as part of the shoreline improvement strategy. There was a number of reasons around staff making that recommendation. One of them was, in a meeting with the TRCA recently, they're looking at providing town staff with some information and studies around how they're going to deal with flood mitigation within Paradise Beach over the next little while. And that's an important element to understand, and I'd like to understand that before we put additional infrastructure in there so close to the lake. And we just completed we upgraded the playground there, and we were going to look and see what the uptake is in regards to the usage of that, to be able to then look at putting another playground in close proximity. However, we will take council's direction on that, but those were some of the rationale for not recommending moving forward with the volleyball court. On top of the fact that, the third and final was, we're working on the rec culture master plan that will re-inform all of the future recreation infrastructure improvements that we'll need for the town over the long term.
So did all of that, thank you. Did all of that information come after you had already recommended and designed a volleyball court, a natural playground?
Nope. That was part of the original capital project.
Okay. But, so why was it recommended the first time, but it's not being recommended now?
It was
If you
part of
had
the
all
shoreline
this.
improvement strategy, and what I talked about, like, through asset management, that it evolves. And we have seen significant flooding in Paradise over the last number of years. So we're taking that opportunity to pause before we move forward with installing new infrastructure. The shoreline improvement strategy was done, I'm trying to think, what year was that? I forget what year it was. So I would have to look back at when the recommendations of that report came forward and what our guiding principles were behind that. But do we have it designed? Yes.
Can I just ask, are they going ahead with the wetland?
The wetland's done.
It's all done?
It's all
And
done.
are they now going to do a management shoreline management plan, TRCA across our waterfront?
I don't know, they call it a master plan.
Yeah, we met with TRC recently, they did say that they were working.
They're gonna do a management plan?
Not a management, like a master plan in regards to understanding how we can deal with the waterfront and the current issues that we're facing around the high lake levels, and how we're, the slopes, the embankment issues that we're.
Just did one.
Yes,
With
so.
the other two eastern.
So we had a meeting with, I think it was 2 weeks ago, with TRCA, and it was a good meeting. It was very encouraging around the commitment that they have in regards to doing some studies here in Ajax. And, I mean, that is staff's position, however council can bring a motion forward to have those elements installed, absolutely.
So we were willing to build it knowing that likely gonna get flooded or ruined or. But now, we're gonna look at it and see if it makes sense to put that there, knowing that it could flood. Is that what happened? Like we had approved it to build it, knowing that there was trouble, for flooding, et cetera. But we were just gonna build it and then deal with the trouble if and when it happened. But now that we have a second chance here, we wanna wait and see.
I think that it's important to, if we have this opportunity to take a pause.
Yes.
We were following the recommendations of the shoreline improvement strategy, absolutely, which set forward the different play opportunities along the waterfront that the town could implement that would add value along, not just at Rotary Park, but also in Paradise.
Yeah.
What are the different opportunities that residents would have to come and use the waterfront? The volleyball court was identified, the washrooms were identified, and the natural play area was identified. So staff followed the recommendations within the shoreline improvement strategy and brought the report forward to council for recommendation. However, understanding of the last 2 seasons in the spring, we have seen the flooding issues in Paradise Park that we have been unprecedented. It's always somewhat flooded, but the lake levels within Ontario have been higher than we've seen in many years.
Yeah.
So staff are taking this opportunity to take a pause and try to evaluate if that is the best possible location for additional infrastructure to go in. Understanding that we have some new challenges that have surfaced over the last couple of years.
And we don't have an issue, that particular issue with where the location of the washrooms are going to be?
No.
Did you say we don't?
No.
don't.
Well, sorry, that area always has the potential for flooding. To what level? Closer to the lake, yes. The washrooms are further from the lake.
Okay,
So if we pause on this, it's not going to happen. I can come and talk to you next year.
It could come forward as a future capital request. You can bring it forward as part of the council wish list, but it also, I think it gives us the opportunity to let the information be updated through the Agriculture Master Plan, which will be our guiding document for the next 10 years that shows kind of where people are using and the trends in regards to, you know, the locations of this infrastructure going forward. I think it's just important to have that conversation with our user group and with the public to be able to inform that going forward. However, we will of course do what council wishes.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me that.
Thank
Letting
you,
me have the
Councillor.
time to ask my questions and get the information I need. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
I just wanted to thank staff for this report. This was really good. I apologize for maybe not be focused. A cheese tray next time, perhaps.
Yeah.
Veggie dish, I don't know. If we can get a grant for that, Cassie, that would be awesome, so we're not actually using our budget. I think the council wish list is becoming a moot point at this point. I don't think that, you know, I can't remember what I asked for now. But, no, it's good to fully, a cheese tray. I think this is very important for us to recognize the pressures. I don't actually recall ever having such a detailed information. No, I mean, I've been here for 8 years, and I don't think I've ever had a detailed information session like this.
9 years.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. 9 years.
I'm counting.
So I do appreciate the work that's gone into that prior to what your other, obviously, workload is, so thank you.
Mayor Collier.
Tracy, thank you for the.
I just wanted to follow up on Catherine's, what she was talking about, the lake levels, and I'm just looking up here, the International Joint Commission and the United Shoreline Ontario, and are we giving any feedback? I mean, the lake levels are from what I'm told and read, man-made. What is being done as far as through Great Lakes or through any of these other groups to address this? I mean, the water of Lake Ontario do not have to be this high, and it's having pretty significant financial impacts on us. Please, I mean, what's being done?
Oh.
Because that's a lot better than us spending a bunch of money to mitigate it.
You go on, TRCA had a lot of information on their website when we were going through the flooding in early March. So we had an early snow melt. So you have to understand, I guess, we get all of the water that comes through Lake Erie. So when they get heavy rain, we get the water. And because we all had the snow melt at the same time, we had another huge amount of water coming down. So it wasn't just, you know, everybody wants to point to the dam and say it's, you know, the 2014 operational thing they've adopted.
Yep.
But they have, if they release any more water up St. Lawrence, then they're going to have extensive flooding again up there. So they're in a situation in the St. Lawrence where they've had flooding twice now in 2017, 2019. They're at the point where they're looking at recommendations to relocate people because they know it's everywhere around the lake. It's not just one simple issue. It's very complicated. So they're working on a report, I believe, that the government is. They're looking at that. But in the meantime,
They're spending lots of money.
they're doing both the CLOCA. I went to CLOCA's management plan for the shoreline, and it looked at erosion and from now and into the future. And it's their plan. The final report will come out the end of December, beginning of January, and it's worth having a look at. It was really very interesting, and it affects Ontoro, and it talks about mitigation and what we can do. So shoring up the shoreline with rocks or putting those breakers in may not necessarily be the way to go, because then that prevents sand from going on to Paradise Beach Park or Paradise Beach, which is a natural way of getting sand and protecting it from flooding. So there's all kinds of impacts that you have to look at. So that's coming out soon. I think we should really seriously look at that. And that will help us with TRC.
And Cloak is a small piece of,
Yeah.
most of our
Yeah,
properties.
but it affects that part of
Absolutely.
Ajax, yeah.
Absolutely, it does.
Yeah. But it was really just interesting information that will help us understand TRC.
We need to understand how we're gonna manage that asset over the long term.
So everybody's looking to see how they can fix the lake levels, or just as high on the American side too. So we don't know why.
Okay, are there any other?
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the budget workshop and discussion?
Move to adjourn.
Okay, well, now we have to move to receive information on this presentation, correct? So moved by Regional Councillor Lee, all in favor? And now we need a mover to adjourn, Councillor Khan, all in favor? Whew.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
6 hours.
You can't use that capital account.
Where's that cheese?
And
Much
use
on
it
the
for
nose.
washrooms.
Cheese straight.